This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of recorded books, presents Pull Me Close by Sidney Halston, narrated by Aletha George and Joe Arden. Our strength grows out of our weaknesses. Ralph Waldo Emerson. 1. Dread. Catherine. Panic. Blood-curdling fear. It was a contrast to all the happy, carefree people at the exclusive Miami Beach nightclub. I used to be like that, but that was a long time ago. So long ago, it's but a fuzzy memory at the back of my mind, causing me nothing but melancholy now. I used to be one of these happy, carefree people, swaying, thrusting, and rubbing against complete strangers. Foreplay is what it is, really. Instead, my hands are clammy and shaking. Thumping bass tattoos against my heart and pulsating strobe lights are making me dizzy. I am 2 minutes away from ruining my sister's engagement party by throwing up all over her expensive designer shoes. And I've only been here for half an hour, and the Xanax I took at home before jumping in the cab isn't doing anything anymore to calm my nerves. Because of the loud music, I tap hard on her shoulder to get her attention and point toward the far wall, where the restrooms are located. With barely open eyes and a loopy, drunken grin, she gives me a thumbs up and continues to sway her hips to the EDM music with a group of her friends I've just met. The guys, including her new fiancé, are at one of the bars on the other side of the club getting everyone drinks. I envy them because they're having fun, oblivious to everything around them while I'm a prisoner. Fun. What a foreign term for me. The sickening feeling of impending dread is my norm. That sinking sensation you feel when you just know something bad is going to happen? That's how I feel when I'm outside the four walls of my apartment, which means I don't have time to dwell on my sister and her friends. Nor do I have time for self-pity. Instead, I hightail it to the bathroom. I'm unprepared to stand in the long line of inebriated, scantily dressed women, and impatiently I wait there for my turn while feeling the walls begin to close in on me. With shaky hands, I reach into my purse and feel for the small zip-top bag I stuffed in there on my way out. After a lot of mental preparation for tonight, I thought I'd be fine, but I came prepared just in case. Without any water, I swallow another quarter of a Xanax, any more and I'd be comatose, and toss the baggie back in my purse. My palms are now a sweaty, drippy mess, and the queasiness hits me in a wave of nausea that has me covering my mouth in order to stop myself from throwing up. Leaning a hand against the dirty wall by the bathroom door, I hang my head low, and my heart beats faster and faster while the club spins around me in an orgy of lights, strange faces, and deafeningly loud sounds. I need to find a quick exit, and I need to do so right now. I am dying. I have to be. It's the only way I can describe how I feel. The tightness around my chest is unbearable, and my skin is covered in sweat. It's gonna take at least 20 minutes for the pill to kick in, and I don't know if I'll make it. Quickly, I look left, then right. Where's the damn exit? I know I must look hysterical to anyone watching me, but I don't care. I need to get out of here. My breath quickens and my abdominal muscles cramp as I double over, about to lose my lunch in the middle of the trendiest nightclub in all of Miami Beach. "Hey, you okay?" the woman in line behind me asks, her pupils unnaturally dilated. Unable to speak, I nod, but she isn't buying it because she makes a disgusted face and steps back. I close my eyes and press my forehead against the wall, knowing that people are skipping ahead of me. But it doesn't matter because I'm unable to move. Faster and faster my heart beats, and sweat drips down my spine while I try to suck in a breath. I count to 10 and try to work on my relaxation techniques and all the cognitive behavioral therapy I've been reading about. I close my eyes and think about the ocean breeze against my skin and the sand between my toes. Months ago, I Googled panic attacks and found that having a happy place is important. And, incidentally, beaches were the most popular happy places. So that became my happy place. I stole it from Google and from a million other people like me who need happy places, but tonight, It's of no use. Feeling the blood begin to slowly drain down my body. The last thing I remember is trying to clutch the wall as I fall down into a pit of darkness.
Nico. Swear to God, Bethany, I catch you one more time in my club and I'm having you arrested. Nick, please, don't be like that. She runs a chipped nail down my neck and I push it away. I remember a time in my early 20s when I was mostly drunk, stupid, and high, when I used to find Bethany gorgeous. She was the older woman we all wanted. My friends and I would run to the bar and fetch her and her friends drinks like the stupid young pussy chasers we were. Now she looks worn out, and that older, experienced-looking woman I once found attractive just looks sloppy. With overly processed blonde hair, tanned skin that now looks like leather, and fake tits that are practically on display since the strap on her too-tight dress has fallen down her arm. Bethany is a mess. She used to give my younger self a hard-on, but now I just feel disgust. I snap at one of the new bartenders. Cut her off. Then I turn back to Bethany. Finish that drink and get out. Leaning over the bar, I grab some napkins and hand them to her. And clean your nose. Have some fucking dignity. Some self-respect, for Christ's sake. She takes the napkin and wipes the residual white powder off her nose. Your father was a lot more fun, she says. And that's the last thing I need to hear. I stop dead in my tracks. Being compared to my father is the one thing I despise. I don't hate my father, but it doesn't mean I want to be compared to him. Not after all the shit he's put us through, and definitely not after the reputation that precedes him in the club. Bitch, I snarl, getting so close to her face she has to lean back. Unless you want to end up in the same place he's at, I suggest you get the fuck out of my club. Each word is spat out clearly, so there is absolutely no misunderstanding. She's not welcome back. Ever. I look away from her and am searching for Toro, my head of security, when I see a bunch of people pressed together by the bathrooms, Toro's big body sticking out over the crowd. What now? I growl to myself. Something's going on and I don't have time to deal with Bethany, who's forever stuck in the fast times and high life of the 80s. I almost feel bad for her. Almost. I weave through the crowd and see Toro has a woman in his arms. What the hell happened? I ask, pushing people aside to give him room to walk toward the other end of the club. I swipe my finger against the fingerprint pad of my private elevator, and he steps inside with the girl while I follow behind. What do you want me to do with her, boss? He asks, now that I can hear him over the loud music. She was about to pass out. Caught her just in time. I'm so sick of this shit. Take her to my office, I say just as the elevator door opens. Matt! Mateo! My brother sticks his head out of the security room, where he's probably been monitoring the screens with the other security guys, and yells, What? My office. Now. I swipe my finger on the pad and my office door unlocks. Put her on the couch, Toro. Bethany's making trouble in the red bar. Make sure she's gone. If not, make her gone. I turn to Matt as he walks in. She's done. Don't want her at Panic again. Got it? Matt shrugs, uncaring. Toro sets the girl down on the couch. Got it, boss? He says, walking out. Matt leans in close. Why is there a girl sleeping on your couch? She passed out. Her chest is moving in and out, so she's clearly alive, but that's all I've been able to ascertain. Matt reaches into his pocket and takes out his phone. What are you doing? I ask him. Calling an ambulance. What else do you think I'm doing? No, I yell, taking his phone from his hand. What the hell, man? He snatches his phone back. This month we've had 4 run-ins with the cops. The New Times had that shit article about the club. One more piece of bad publicity and we're done. We've worked too hard this year for this to take us down. What if she's hurt? What if she ODs? You think we got bad publicity now? That shit'll ruin us, he says. I know he's right, but I don't care. We need to avoid the cops. I reach into my drawer and take out an old first aid kit. The ammonia capsules are missing, so I find an alcohol wipe, open it, and hand it to Matt. Here, try to wake her. Gently, Matt runs the alcohol wipe back and forth under her nose while I look in the woman's purse to see if I can find a clue as to who she is. Surprise, surprise, I say, holding up a baggie with half a pill in it. There's also a tube of lipstick and a wallet. I'm surprised I don't find a shit ton of drugs, but maybe she's already ingested whatever else was inside the bag. I take out her driver's license and place the wallet on my desk. Catherine Wilson, I say, looking at her photo. By my math, she's 32 years old. It says she's 5'7", though she looks tiny lying on her side on my couch. And her hair. I've never seen so much hair. It must go down to her waist when she's standing. My brother is pushing it out of her face while running a hand towel doused in water from a bottle against her forehead. She's burning up, man, he says. We need to call an ambulance. I kneel down beside her. Catherine, wake up. I shake her gently at first, and then none too gently. Damn it, wake up.
Catherine. Am I dead? Confused and dizzy, I register voices in some crevice of my mind, but everything sounds distant. My thoughts are slow and thick, like molasses, making it impossible to process what's going on.
If this doesn't work, I'm calling 911.
I hear a male voice say through my fuzziness. A strong smell of rubbing alcohol wafts up my nose, clearing a lot of the cobwebs and jolting me back into the present.
I think she's coming around.
A deeper, raspier voice says. The voices come in muffled, as if I'm underwater, but I still hear them, which means I'm not, in fact, dead.
Catherine?
Someone wipes a cold towel across my forehead, and the excess water drips down my neck as I struggle to open my eyes.
There you go. Atta girl.
The softer voice says, pressing an alcohol wipe against my upper lip, forcing me to inhale. Senses assaulted, I jerk my eyes open. The light spotting my vision adds to the confusion.
Get her up and out of here. What the hell do you think I'm doing, Nick?
The soft voice argues. Realizing I have no clue as to my whereabouts or who these men are, I begin to breathe quickly again. Now that the spots surrounding my vision have left, I see two pairs of identical-looking green eyes staring down at me. One looks concerned, one looks utterly pissed off. I sit up and accidentally knock my forehead against the chin of the pissed-off-looking guy. Shit, sorry, I say, rubbing my forehead with my hand and trying to stand up on wobbly legs. The pissed-off guy catches me by the forearm and steadies me before I can land unceremoniously on my face.
Whoa. Slow down. Sit.
He drags me back down. His touch causes my warm skin to heat further, which then makes me realize my skirt is crept dangerously high up my legs.
Here, sweetheart. Drink this.
The concerned guy says, handing me an open bottle of water as I'm trying to right my skirt. With shaky hands, I reach for the bottle and put it to my lips as the two men continue to watch me suspiciously. But as the liquid is about to hit my mouth, I bring it back down, shake my head, and hand it back. I don't know these men. What if they've drugged the water? Where am I? I ask, blinking a few times, my voice coming out shaky and squeaky. I feel sticky from all the sweat and my muscles ache from the stress I endured before passing out.
You're at Nick's office, here at Panic. The nightclub you passed out in, I'm Matt, and that's my brother, Nick. We own the club. Turo caught you right before you hit the floor.
Turo? My voice sounds raspy even to my own ears.
One of our bouncers.
He explains.
We were about to call an ambulance.
An ambulance? An ambulance that'll drive me to the hospital? A hospital full of people? No. No, my heart starts to race again and I'm fighting back nausea. I'm okay. I'm sorry, please. No hospitals. Again, I try to stand, holding the hem of my dress down at the same time, looking awkward as hell, I'm sure. The two men stand aside watching me. The pissed-off guy, who I now know is named Nick, looks me over distrustfully, arms crossed over his chest and his jaw twitching. Frantically, I look around the room. Even though there's a sleek, modern-looking desk with a glass top and chrome finish, the walls are cement and the ceiling is exposed so I can see the ducts. I don't see any windows. Not one. And the fluorescent light is flickering above me. My vision begins to blur and I'm afraid I'll pass out again. Where's the door? I need to get out of here. An overwhelming need to escape consumes me, and I know it's just a matter of time until I start to freak out again. Nick isn't helping matters by being creepily gorgeous with his unabashed, angry glare.
Wait, you can't drive, you're shaking. Are you going to pass out again?
Matt asks, taking a step closer as I take a step back. It's okay. Really. His green eyes seem genuinely concerned and harmless. He even holds his arms out as if he's trying to show me he comes in peace. On the other hand, Nick, he's both scaring the crap out of me and intriguing me. Clearly his anger is directed at me. What have I done that's so awful he has such an instant aversion? Our eyes lock accidentally for a moment, and I feel those emeralds pierce right through me, in a way that's unreservedly intimidating. I make it a point to look away because I can't figure him out, and I don't need to add a new set of confusing emotions to my already out-of-whack ones. It's weird. I'm in the middle of losing control of my body, and I'm having perhaps the single most embarrassing moment of my life. Yet, I'm also having some sort of visceral reaction to this man. To Nick, whom I met just 30 seconds ago. A man who's staring at me as if I'm the most appalling creature he's ever had the displeasure of meeting. I, on the other hand, have never seen a more attractive man before. His long hair is swept up in a bun that seems more like an afterthought than a style. But on him, it looks particularly sexy. He's also sporting a neatly trimmed beard that almost, but not quite, hides a pair of beautiful lips. I mean, I've seen lips like his, full lips whose corners are tipped downward in a snarl. And his unconventional look, the beard, the hair, the scowl, contrasts sharply against the conventional but flawlessly tailored black suit, paired with a perfectly crisp white shirt and a thin black tie. Nick is striking, for lack of a better word. Or at least that's what my stupid, traitorous body seems to think as my heart pounds not just from fear, but from his intense gaze. With all I've been through in my 32 years of life, I've never wished I was someone else. Until today. Right now, at this very moment, I wish I was someone who has her shit together, someone who could possibly stand a chance with a man like Nick. Someone who doesn't make Nick look pissed off, someone who wasn't carried in unconscious by a man named Toro. A woman who'd caught his attention on the dance floor, not on her back, about to puke. Matt snaps his fingers, trying to get my attention.
Hey, where'd you go?
I shake my head wildly, trying to disengage my stare from those pissed-off green eyes which are glaring back at me. I shift my eyes to Matt, who's still talking.
How about a cab? We can call you a cab. Or Uber?
I shake my head. No. I don't know how less than an hour ago I had the strength to get in a cab by myself. I think it was because of the pill and because I had not realized how messed up I truly was. All that talking myself into coming tonight messed with the circuit in my brain. It gave me a false sense of bravery which was squashed the moment I set foot into this damn nightclub.
Okay, I can have an employee take you.
Agitated again, I shake my head. All I want is out of the confines of the small room because no matter how hot Nick is, I need to get the hell out. My anxiety over being in a windowless room with strange men trumps the unusual reaction I'm having to him. I look around the unfamiliar area and begin to feel faint again. Matt carefully reaches over to my side, retrieves my purse and slowly hands it to me as if any sudden movement will send me running. He's right.
It says here you live on Collins Avenue,
he says, showing me my license, which one of them obviously took from my purse.
Nick lives close by. He can take— No, I can't.
Nick bites out, his raspy voice reverberating through my body.
Shut the fuck up, Nick.
Matt scolds.
She needs help.
Exit, I ask in a low voice I barely hear. They don't answer because they're arguing about something. My heart begins to hammer against my chest again. Exit! I shriek this time because, damn it, I need to get out of here. I turn my head to one side and then the other. I need to find the exit. Where the hell is the door in this place? And where are the windows? It's been years since I've had a panic attack this bad. I've embarrassed myself enough. I need to get out of here. Now.
Okay, come on,
Matt says, and I follow behind him. But suddenly the Xanax starts to take effect. A warm feeling passes through my body, and even though I'm still nervous, I'm also not. It's as if I can see myself moving, but it's not really me who's moving.
Look at her. She's out of it,
Nick says and snaps his fingers at me.
Hey, you.
To his brother, he says tersely,
Her eyes aren't focused. Damn it, Matt. We can't have another run-in with the cops.
And he lets out a frustrated breath. I open my mouth to speak, but quickly close it and decide to save my energy. Nick turns to look at Matt, who doesn't seem to know what to do with me. Rolling his eyes, Nick grabs me by the forearm so abruptly I lurch forward, my legs barely keeping up. Normally, I don't like people touching me, and if I'd seen it coming, I'd have made it clear not to touch me. But since he left me with no other choice, I don't pull away. If his touching me means I'll be far away from this room, I'll gladly hold his hand the entire way. Touching is preferable to claustrophobia. Nick pulls me out of the small windowless room and into the hall.
You have to breathe. In and out.
He says it not delicately or comfortingly, but with a tone that tells me he thinks I'm weak and annoying and that he's coaching me only so I don't cause him any further problems. It's clear he just wants me out of his club. What a coincidence, seems we both want the same exact thing. I'd like to note that before my condition worsened, I was not a pushover, not by any means. I was gonna go into law enforcement. My dream was to work for the FBI, so being dragged out, told what to do, scolded and humiliated, goes against every fiber of my out-of-control body. The problem is, the anxiety I feel masks everything else, and coping with that emotion takes all my energy. With Matt on our heels, Nick continues pulling me down the hall.
You can't pass out again. I'm not calling an ambulance for you. If there's an ambulance, there's police.
I'm right. He absolutely wants me out of his club. We continue to walk down the winding hall.
You hear me? What the fuck are you on?
He practically shakes me as he says this. On? Too many things are going through my head and my flight instinct is kicking in. Panic attack. I begin to croak out, but I'm gasping for air by the time we reach the end of the hallway. And then I stop dead in my tracks. My feet stop, my heart stops, everything just stops. Time fucking stops. I see it. My worst nightmare stares back at me, taunting me. At my abrupt halt, our hands disconnect, and oddly enough, I feel a need to grab him back. But before I can get a handle on things, Matt crashes into my back, and I'm thrown forward against Nick, who's forced to grip me tightly around the waist in an effort to steady me.
Get the elevator, Matt.
Nick demands, still not releasing his grip on me, his eyes fixed on mine in a mixture of confusion and disgust.
She's about to go down again,
Matt says. I pull away from Nick as I take slow and steady steps toward the elevator, all the while taking deep and deliberate breaths in and out. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I chant to myself. I hate being weak, and if I had control of my body, I would have reacted differently. But that is the crux of the problem. When I'm outside my apartment, I have no control of my body, and it makes me mad and ashamed. With each step I take, I come closer to my nemesis. My legs become heavier and my breathing shallows. With a low, ominous beep, the door opens. Over the years of seclusion, my anxiety has expanded to the point where I am now basically afraid of everything. Small spaces, open spaces, loud noises, small rooms, heights, strangers, you name it. But claustrophobia is by far the worst. I see the small, confined space, the dim light and the mirrored walls. The edges of my vision become fuzzy as all the blood drains from my body. I feel my eyes roll to the back of my head as strong hands grab me, right before I hit the floor. I'm passing out. Again. But not before I hear Nick spit.
I fucking hate junkies.
2. Fear. Nico. Oh shit. Matt runs to catch her before she hits the floor, but I'm already there. What the hell is wrong with this woman? She looked terrified, but also determined. Probably she's on some sort of hallucinogenic tripping balls. Who the hell knows? But after the shit year I've had, the last thing I need are the cops swarming this place again. I swoop her up in my arms and notice she's breathing and has a pulse, which are good signs. Hit the garage. Matt presses the button and follows me. Weird, huh? He says, looking at her face. She was all jittery but also scared. I feel bad for her. Did she say she was having a panic attack? Feel bad for her. I roll my eyes. No, she said panic. She probably didn't know if she was still in the club. My brother's always been like this. Naive, nice, a bleeding heart who always gets taken advantage of, especially by women. I was like that too. Well, not as nice, but I'd say there was a time not too long ago when I was blinded by pussy. But no more. That time has come and gone, along with half my bank account. My heart's now colder, wiser, and definitely more discerning. And this woman's glazed eyes, shaky hands, and nervous tics are all too familiar. I need her out of here. What a shame. She's real cute, Matt says. Looking at her arms, he adds, no track marks. Maybe between her fingers, on her thighs. Who the hell knows? They can be creative. I say, not really caring. My eyes do, however, wander to her smooth-toned legs, which are showing a little more now that her dress is moved up. I adjust her so she's not so exposed. Her long brown hair is dangling down my arms, and I try not to notice her sweet flowery scent or her full pink lips. I shake my head, trying to forget she's beautiful. Or it could be blow, doesn't have to be smack, I add, mostly to get my mind back on track. She's trash, and I don't need to be checking out trash. I fell in love with trash once, and that shit's not happening again. Hospital? Matt asks. I look down at her once more. She's pale and sweaty, but she's definitely alive and warm in my arms. Nah, probably just needs to sleep it off. Is that what Naomi would do? Matt asks of my ex-girlfriend. Just sleep it off? I snarl and don't bother answering. Matt knows I hate to talk about Naomi, the cunt who left me in the worst moment of my life with most of my money. When she'd pass out like this, I always assumed she drank too much. Yeah, maybe a little recreational drug use, but I never thought she'd be a full-out drug-abusing, thieving bitch. Alcohol, weed, and a few lines of coke here and there are almost expected when you're practically living in a nightclub, but I never ever thought that after 2 years I'd find my fiancé snorting meth off my best friend's cock in one of the back rooms of my own fucking club. Okay, so we're still not talking about her, he says. I clench my jaw and continue looking at the elevator door. No, we are still not talking about her. You need to let that shit go, man. It's been a year. We have bigger fish to fry, don't you think? I'm frying the fucking fish. That's why I'm not talking about her. Out of sight, out of mind, right? But you keep bringing her up. I keep bringing her up? Matt says, holding the door open so I can walk through. This is the first time her name's come out of my mouth in months. That's one time too many, I say, and then ask him, how are you getting this chick home on your bike? Matt snorts. I'm not. I have a new DJ starting today. You have to take her home or to the hospital or wherever. I roll my eyes. I don't have time for this shit. I have invoices, reports, emails. It's late. Drop her off, go home and sleep. Or get laid or do something to get that stick out of your ass. Seriously, man, I've been trying to give you some slack, and I've put up with your overall dick attitude toward everyone. But it's taking a toll on me. On you. On everyone who comes within 10 feet of you. Don't think I haven't seen you popping antacids round the clock. Matt reaches into my pocket and takes out my keys, since I don't have any extra hands. I'm so shocked that my non-confrontational, mostly obtuse, and usually self-involved brother noticed anything other than the amount of tits and ass the newest dancers I hired are showing. Even though Panic isn't a strip club, there are minimally dressed dancers on small stages in certain areas that work the crowd. I think Matt has slept with, or has tried to sleep with, all of them. He opens my baby, my black, mint-condition, hard-top 1970 Pontiac GTO, and helps me slide the unconscious woman in. She moans slightly, and as I lean inside to buckle her up, I think her eyes are about to flutter open, but instead she just rolls her head back and continues to sleep. I close the door, but apparently Matt's not finished. All the shit you've gone through, Nikki, I've been here with you. He's still talking, which is annoying me even more. I don't need him telling me that I'm being an asshole and no one can stand being around me. Hell, I can't stand being around myself. No one has called me Nikki in a long time, and it signals that the rarely serious Matt means business. I've gone through it with you. It's my dad sitting in prison, it's my club that's sinking, and I lost a girl too. I don't want to lose my twin brother, Matt says, looking at me with the same eyes I see when I look in the mirror. Take a breather. Take a day, a week, whatever the hell you need. But I want my brother back. The guy that used words instead of grunts and scowls to communicate, he says with a hard pat on the back before turning around and walking off. Before starting the car, I rifle through her purse again to see if she has anything in there I can use to call someone. I already know her phone requires a password because I tried earlier and it was no use. My mind starts to drift to all the shit from the past year, and my hands grip the steering wheel harder as I drive in silence. There's always so much noise around me. Silence is unusual and a little disconcerting, especially since it leads to thinking, which only brings back bad memories. Memories I obviously don't want to think about because there's nothing I can do about the past. But Matt's right that I need to do something to get my head right again. I'm only 34 years old, but I feel like an old man. My body aches from working too hard and not sleeping enough. All the years of partying hard at Panic, combined with the hellish past 12 months, have finally caught up with me, and I'm left feeling drained. I park in front of her building, which is one of those new high-rises that's totally fucked up the Miami Beach skyline. Kind of like my own, actually. Hey, I shake her slightly. Catherine, wake up. She stirs just a little but turns her body toward the door and continues to sleep. Annoyed, I get out of my car, hoping the sound of the door being slammed shut wakes her. But when I open her door, she's still out. Before I lift her up, I take her keys in my hand. She doesn't weigh much, and she turns her face toward my neck, making herself comfortable in my arm. She's soft and admittedly gorgeous, which makes me angrier because now my underused cock begins to stir. But all it takes is the memory of Naomi to rein in my heart-on. How many times did I have to carry her home in the early mornings when she was too drunk to walk? I ignored the signs because I'd thought she was sweet and kind, but it was all a ruse. I make sure to remember that as I ride up the elevator and carry Catherine to her apartment. With one hand, I unlock the door and feel around blindly for the lights. A small apartment with white walls and wood furniture, not too frilly but definitely feminine, greets me. It's a loft with an open floor plan, so her bedroom is in one of the corners, separated by one of those Asian-style room dividers that really hides nothing, and there's half a wall leading to the kitchen. I lay her down on her bed, and she immediately turns into her pillow. A moment of guilt stirs within me, and I feel bad leaving her here until I know she's fine. Even though I've been acting like an asshole lately, it doesn't mean I'm a bad guy. I'm not. In fact, if I was a bad guy, I would have walked away from Panic the day I was released from jail. It was a stress I didn't need or want. Instead, I'm busting my ass to make the club what it used to be, minus the illegal activities. So walking away from this woman while she's ill isn't in me. In one corner of her house, she has a wall of books. Literally. They are stacked up against the wall and go all the way up to the ceiling. She has a lot of self-help books, I notice as I walk along the room. There's also a bunch of travel books as well as autobiographies and fiction. Looking over my shoulder, I see she's still dead to the world, so I take off my shoes and socks, slide a chair close to the bed, grab a book, and make myself comfortable next to her.
Catherine. I wake up, unsure what's worse, The mortification I feel at having passed out again, or the throbbing headache, a result of the sudden surge and then drop of adrenaline. Moaning, I sit up slowly, trying to get my bearings and figure out where I am. Surprised I'm in my own bed, I squeeze the bridge of my nose, trying to remember what exactly happened.
You're alive.
The voice startles me and I whip my head to the side to see the hot guy from last night sitting on a chair in my room, with his bare feet propped on my bed, my favorite travel book in one hand and my cat, Julius, sleeping on his lap. I remember his name is Nick. He drops his feet down and leans forward as Julius jumps off his lap and onto my bed.
I didn't know the password on your phone.
He holds up my iPhone.
I couldn't call anyone for you, and you flipped out when I mentioned the hospital.
He says, his words just as terse as they were earlier at his club. So... He interrupts me, looking annoyed.
So you left me no choice but to stay and babysit you. Make sure you didn't choke on your own tongue or something.
I sit up and bring my blanket up to my neck. You didn't have to stay. I point out, but thank you. I extend my hand to shake his, even though I don't really want to. Instead, he drops my cell phone into my palm. As Nick begins to pull his socks back on, I scroll through my phone and read the numerous texts from my sister, all the while trying to ignore the fact that there is another person in my space. Damn, I say, sitting up straighter as I read the last one where she warned she'd be coming over if I didn't call her back in the next 10 minutes. That was 15 minutes ago. As I'm dialing her number, trying to avoid eye contact with Nick, my phone rings instead. Where the hell are you? You better say you're somewhere with some hot guy getting it on, my sister says by way of hello. Rose is in fact my half-sister, my father's daughter with his second wife. She's 10 years younger than I am, and even though I love her, we are very different. Rose's goals in life have always included a handsome husband and a big family. Her pastime is redecorating, and she's always caught up on the tabloid gossip. When our father passed away, he left us a rather large inheritance, and she's been living off that for years. Now she'll have a husband to manage her money and her life. I wish she would be less dependent on a man, and I wish she'd use that money for college, but who am I to judge? I don't leave the house, and if she knew this, she'd be appalled. Actually, appalled is exactly the word she'd use, I think. I'm fine, Rose. Don't worry about me. Where are you? I ask, glancing at Nick, who's not looking back at me. God, the man is intimidatingly gorgeous. The muscles along his thick neck bunch up as he laces up his shoes. I quickly divert my eyes because I don't want a chance being caught. I'm too ashamed of what happened. Hello, Rose says, bringing my attention back to the call. Oh, sorry. What did you say? I said that I'm almost home. Love you, sis. Have fun. She hangs up, thinking I'm somewhere with a random guy, which is partly true. Except it's not at all for the reason she's thinking.
You're safe, so I'm out of here,
Nick says, standing by my bed. I hadn't realized how tall he is. I look up from where I'm sitting. His sleeves are wrinkled, the tie I saw earlier is gone, and the top button of his shirt is open. His black hair is sticking up all over the place, and his beard seems longer, or maybe just messier, making him look disheveled and dangerous. And sexy. But I push those thoughts back and focus on the dangerous side. I'm sorry I inconvenienced you. I look down at my bedsheets, never having felt so humiliated in my life. Vaguely, I remember telling him I was having a panic attack, but I don't want him to know the extent of my anxiety. Barring this disastrous night, I never leave my apartment, and having him here is setting off alarms, none of which I want to explain to him. This man, this tall, dark, and handsome man with the most mesmerizing green eyes I've ever encountered, has just seen me at my worst. I want to hole up in my house and never leave again. Normally, I don't leave because I'm scared. But now I don't want to leave because I'm mortified. Just one more thing to add to my shitty life. I can feel the heat begin to rise in my cheeks.
I'm used to this shit,
he says, catching me off guard. He's already put on his shoes and is just standing there, studying me. You are? Did he once suffer from a debilitating anxiety disorder too?
Yeah. You fucking junkies are all the same.
He huffs and walks out of the small area I've designated as my bedroom. Miami is an expensive city, and I live in an 800-square-foot open floor-plan loft in Miami Beach, so really, he can't escape me. I can see him clearly even though he's no longer next to my bed. Wait! I croak as he reaches my front door. His words trigger a memory of what he said right as I passed out earlier. I stand up, realizing I'm still wearing the stupid short dress. I pull the hem as far down as I can. I'm not a junkie. Even though I don't want to have to explain myself, I don't want him to think I'm a drug abuser either. I told you about the panic, I think. Didn't I?
Whatever, lady. I gotta go.
No, seriously. He holds his hands up.
Not my problem.
I have this issue, one of many. I replay people's last words over and over in my head. I can't let him leave like this or it'll drive me absolutely insane. I obsess over things, it's what I do. I obsess over my anxiety and fears until the obsession becomes a full-blown panic attack. I obsess about the what-ifs until I've frightened myself. I can't let him leave like this. What happened to me, it wasn't drugs. I say to his back, but he's already opened the door and walked through it. Wait! Nick! I'm not proud of my anxiety attack. It makes me feel weak, and as if I'm losing my mind. I lose total control of my body and am terrified of leaving my home. I want to run out after Nick and explain, but I can't. I'm stuck, staring at the open door, unable to move. It's as if an imaginary and impenetrable wall has been planted in front of me, and after what happened at the club tonight, I don't know if I can ever leave again. I want to take the steps to explain myself, to follow him out, but the world is too big a place. Dangers lurk everywhere. I'm a prisoner in my own home. I can't leave. I stare out the door in disbelief. Say something! I yell. Please? He turns around and looks at me from the other side of the hall, already by the elevator. His eyes sweep up and down my body slowly. Dare I say, appreciatively? Then he shakes his head in disgust.
Fucking waste. Get some help.
Then he walks into the elevator and out of my life. I slam the door shut and fling my cell phone across the room. Get some help. I slide down to the floor, my back against the door.
3. Rapid heart rate. Nico. I leave Catherine's apartment feeling uneasy. Maybe because it's the first time in a year where I've had a moment to do nothing except sit and read a book. It's the first time in a long time I didn't have to worry about the bills, the press, my father, or the club. Catherine's soft voice also made me feel strange. She looked sad and scared, and for some reason I had an urge to help her. She said something about panic, but all these junkies are a bunch of liars. She isn't my problem, and I have to remember that. I have enough on my plate right now, and helping Catherine would be nothing but another problem. A problem that mirrors the last problem I'm still trying to recover from. Only a masochist would fall prey to the same snake twice. And this one would be worse because I'd be doing it with my eyes wide open. Maybe it's the moment of relaxation or the damn book, but I speed back to panic and surge in with a decision made. Matt is downstairs by the DJ booth yelling something at the new kid, something that 2 hours ago I would have wanted to know. Right now, no. Right now, I didn't give a fuck whether the DJ was playing electronica or big band. Need your keys, I yell into Matt's ear. He looks at me from over his shoulder, holding a finger up to the DJ. For the bike? Keys? I explain, holding out my hand. He reaches into his pocket and drops the keys on my palm, and I slap my car keys into his. Only call me if there's a fire. Don't fuck up my baby, I say as I turn around and head to my office to change into something more comfortable. Wait up, man. He jogs up to me, an arm on my shoulder. You're leaving me your car to drive my bike? Where the hell are you going? You never let anyone drive your baby, and it's the middle of the night. You were right, I yell over the loud music. I need a breather. Clear my head. You got this, right? I gesture at the club. Fuck yeah, I do, Matt says. He is always hounding me to give him more responsibility. Instead, I take it all on. It's just the way things are. I always take everything on and let everyone lean on me. Don't forget to have Toro sweep the bathrooms every hour or so, I remind him as I change into jeans and a t-shirt. We have a strict no drugs, no prostitution policy in Panic, and Toro checks the bathrooms periodically. Anyone selling that shit or caught using at my club is banned permanently. Same thing with prostitutes, though that's harder to pick out. The women who sell themselves at Panic don't look like your typical street corner hookers. They are beautiful, expensive-looking women who charge a lot. But I can usually tell. Men go to the bathroom, to a restaurant, to a club, to get a tattoo alone. But women can't piss by themselves. They go to most places in packs. Seeing a woman all dressed up walking into Panic alone is a red flag. Panic is now a reputable Miami Beach nightclub, which means we aren't exactly in the black right now. Apparently illicit drug use and whoring draw in a crowd. But slowly we're getting back to where we were and starting to turn a profit again. And I will never again be caught unawares about the goings-on in my club. My second home. Matt says I go overboard, but he seems to have forgotten how shitty it felt to have to explain yourself in an interrogation room, adamantly deny all allegations, and then hear and see exactly the activities that we'd denied playing out in wiretaps and undercover video right in front of us, showing how blind and stupid we really were. However, I'm tired. Tired of the stress, of the all-nighters, of everything. In order for me to tackle this beast, I need to get out of here for a few days. Regroup. And I know myself. If I don't leave right now, if I go home and get some sleep first, I'll wake up in the morning, remember all my responsibilities, and change my mind about going. Oh shit, Nick, I forgot to give that chick her wallet back. He hands me a small purple wallet that holds a few credit cards. It's well past 3 in the morning, and I should wait until tomorrow to give it to her. But like I said, if I don't leave now, I'll wind up not taking the break I need. So now I have to drive back across town to hand the woman with all that hair her wallet.
Catherine. The tea kettle whistles loudly. I can't go back to sleep. Life has become all about getting through the day. Structure. Keeping busy, trying not to think. I'm disappointed in myself, and I realize I really need help, and not the WebMD kind of help. The look of disgust I saw in Nick's eyes is one of the many reasons I don't leave my house. I can't imagine anything will help since things have spiraled so out of control. Before things became debilitating, I saw a therapist weekly, but that didn't help. I tried medication, but that didn't help either, and it made me feel nauseous and sluggish all the time. So I stopped everything when I began to feel better. And I began to feel better when I stopped leaving the house. It was a vicious cycle, and it's the seriousness of my current state of living that's made me realize that. I rarely take Xanax, because, first of all, I never leave, so I don't normally have panic attacks. And second, when I do take it, it makes me really sleepy, which means I need to be home when I take it, so really, what's the point? I still have it around, though. Even though buying drugs online is pretty easy nowadays, I don't need to resort to getting them illicitly. My psychiatrist prescribed them years ago, and when I stopped seeing her, my general practitioner continued ordering the refills, knowing the severity of my condition after reviewing my medical records. They're like my in-case-of-emergency break glass last resort. Getting in the cab before the club and then having a panic attack while being in the club was the very definition of an emergency. Since this panic attack was one of the biggest I've ever had, my hands are still shaky and I can't sleep. I pour myself a cup of tea and pop another quarter of a Xanax, hoping a nice and calming numbness will set in. There's a knock on my door, just as I'm about to turn on the television. My heart picks up speed. Who would be here at this time? Or at all? Except for my sister. No one visits me, and especially not at this time. It's almost morning. I look through the peephole and see Nick's scowl. I unlock the 5 deadbolts and chain. Nick? Like he did earlier, he looks me over from the tips of my toes to the top of my head.
You left this.
He hands me my wallet but doesn't step inside. Did you walk here? You're soaked, I say quickly as he turns around to leave.
It's raining, and I'm on a bike.
Did you want to come in?
No,
He says curtly.
just wanted to give that to you.
He begins to walk away, but I can hear the rain pelting down hard outside and his boots squeaking against the floor. Nick, I call from my apartment. He turns around, his brows drawn together. It's raining hard. You can stay here and dry off and wait for it to stop. I have tea, I add quickly, showing him my mug. He looks over his shoulder, then back at me. Apparently, getting drenched is preferable to my company. Or not. Just a suggestion, I say. Thanks for the wallet. And, well, everything. I start to close the door, but I hear his wet boots squeaking their way toward me.
You got coffee?
I can make some, I say, holding the door open to him. After I close the door, I run to the bathroom and grab him a towel. His wet hair hangs loose a little past his shoulders, and I find myself staring at it. I didn't even think I liked long hair on men, but on him, I do. He towel dries it and goes to sit on the couch, but then remembers he's soaked, so he remains standing. I can put all that in the dryer for you, if you'd like. Doesn't look like it'll let up anytime soon, I say, just as thunder cracks down hard.
It's been a shit day,
he grumbles. I make my way to the kitchen to start the coffee. Yeah, no kidding. Don't forget you're talking to the woman who passed out in a nightclub and had to be carried home. I don't really like that he's in my safe space. It's new to me, and new things generally make me uncomfortable. But I still feel in control because it's my house, my things, so I'm not completely losing it, which gives me a small sense of victory.
I was leaving on a road trip, a spontaneous one.
He shares.
Can't even do that, damn rain.
He says.
If I sit down, I'll get your shit all wet,
he says, looking at his dripping clothes. I don't really know how to respond to all this since I was about to get cozy on my couch and I can't do that if it's drenched.
Maybe I'll take you up on that offer, to dry my clothes.
Sure. Give me a second. I don't have any clothes to offer him, so I bring him another towel. Bathroom's right over there.
Thanks.
He starts toward the bathroom, but then turns back around.
You have a lot of fucking hair.
It's probably the last thing I expect him to say. I do have really long hair, and it's mostly because a haircut is one of the few things I can't seem to do myself, even after watching dozens of YouTube videos. I cut the ends when they get ragged and hope for the best. Regardless, though, it's an odd thing to say, especially coming from a man whose hair is long too, and I don't know if it's meant as an insult or a compliment. I'm fumbling with the coffee and decide it's best not to make eye contact, since the man is too attractive and too intimidating. You have a lot of fucking hair too, I say, mimicking his tone like a toddler. He laughs. It's a glorious sound. Until that moment, I've only seen him scowl. His laugh is deep and throaty, and it makes his green eyes sparkle. The corners of his mouth crinkle behind that thick beard, and I can see his teeth are perfect. He shakes his head as if I've amused him, then closes the bathroom door. How do you like your coffee? I yell a minute later when it's ready. Black, he says, finally emerging from the bathroom. I almost drop the mug when I turn to hand it to him. His body is tanned as if he spends a lot of time in the sun. His abs are defined, and I don't know why I'm so surprised to see that he has so many tattoos. Probably because of that suit he was wearing earlier. Even with long hair and a well-groomed beard, he seemed professional and serious. The tattoos, however, give him a different kind of edge. And now I'm extremely aware there's a man wearing just a towel that hangs too low on his narrow hips in my home. A man I do not know. He notices my stare and asks,
Does this make you uncomfortable?
I shake my head to clear my thoughts. No. Sorry. Just, I don't get out much, I almost say. I don't really know you. You could be a serial killer for all I know.
And I'm going to kill you with just a towel.
He looks down and shrugs.
You really should have made that assessment earlier. Kind of naive of you, don't you think?
At that moment, I decide my tall, edgy, sexy savior is kind of an ass. Earlier tonight, when he was being serious and mean, I attributed it to the inconvenience I put him through. But now, he's in my home, and I'm helping him. There's no need for him to be a jerk. Still, I try to make conversation anyway. I was unconscious during our last get-together, remember? There wasn't an opportunity to assess. I put the mug down and reach for his clothes. Sit. Your coffee's there. I'll throw these in the dryer. After I've started the dryer, I sit down on the other side of the couch. It's a small apartment, so there's no place else to sit other than my bed, and that would make things infinitely more awkward. Still, seemingly upset over my imaginary drug use, he clearly doesn't want to talk. I'm surprised when he reaches for the remote and starts going through the channels, making himself at home. But a warm, peaceful sensation begins to settle through my body as the Xanax begins to kick in. And that's all I can focus on.
Why were you still awake?
He finally says. I couldn't sleep. He looks at me again, a slow, thorough perusal. I glance down at myself. My legs are tucked underneath me, and I'm leaning away from him, the hot tea in my hand. I have on cotton shorts and a blue t-shirt I sleep in. I don't have a bra on, but I also don't have large breasts, so I'm not exactly sure what he's looking at. Even so, I pull my shirt down to cover more of my legs. He's hard to read, and he doesn't seem to care that I'm looking right at him while he's looking at me. It makes me uncomfortable, and suddenly I don't really want him in my apartment. But I also know it's just me getting myself worked up. I close my eyes and take a deep breath.
You've got the shakes,
he says with that look of disgust from earlier, tipping his chin toward my hands. I set my mug down and sit on my hands as I reply, I don't.
You do.
You think I'm on drugs, like right now. You think I'm high?
No. I think you're getting off your high, and you need a fix.
Ironically, he's kind of right, in the sense that I am on drugs, but it's a legitimate prescription drug. And the reason for the shakes is that he's making me nervous. But the Xanax is really beginning to do its job now, and my eyelids feel heavy. I'm well aware everything is beginning to feel a little slow and fuzzy. I'm not. I don't do drugs, well, not the illegal kind, that is. I yawn again. I already told you. I was having an anxiety attack.
Seriously?
Seriously. I whisper.
No offense, but I don't really believe you.
No offense, but I don't really care if you do or don't. He smirks at me and says,
None of my business, your life. You forget. But I looked through your purse earlier.
You're right. It's not your business, and I don't need to explain myself to you. My tongue feels too big for my mouth, and my arms and legs feel loose and wobbly. But you are nice enough to bring me home, and then came back with my wallet. So, I'll tell you one last time that it's not drugs. I swear it's not. I don't do drugs, never done a single illegal drug in my life. What you saw in my purse is prescription medicine for my anxiety.
What happened at Panic? You passed out. That can't be just anxiety.
It was. I wasn't feeling well. I say truthfully, avoiding the mortifying details about my level of anxiety. And I don't like elevators. I add. He looks at me as if deciding whether to believe my words.
Can I see your feet?
I'm too tired to question it, so I untuck my feet and lay them on his lap, hoping he doesn't have some sort of foot fetish. He looks at my legs, particularly between my toes. Toes are weird, I say and wiggle them. Don't you think? I mean, what's the point? They're like hands on your feet. They're feet hands. I know I'm probably slurring and oversharing, but I don't seem to have a filter at the moment. Toes are gross. He grabs my big toe and pulls.
Nothing gross about these,
he says.
They're cute.
Cute? This big, dangerous-looking man saying the word cute takes me by surprise. I pull my feet away. You have one of those foot fetish things? That's weird. He laughs for the second time.
I don't. Just correcting you on the toes are gross stance you're taking.
You were looking for track marks, weren't you? Even in my haziness, I know that's exactly what he's looking for.
I didn't see any on your arms, and I just wanted to check.
I hold out my arms. Nope, don't have any of those. I'm beginning to feel loopy. Did you want to see my thighs, too? That's the other place, right? I lean my head against the couch and roll my neck to look at him, putting my legs back on his lap just because it's comfy and I'm really tired now. His big palm trails up my thigh, bringing my long shirt up with him. I can feel the roughness of his hand and the metal from the thick ring on his index finger, and it makes all my nerve endings come alive. Can I tell you a secret? I ask, and he nods. You're pretty. He looks down where his hand is touching me and pulls away.
Never been called pretty before.
His other hand is still on my ankle and I can't help but look. I don't like being touched, especially when I'm having an anxiety attack, but I am now in a calm, fuzzy state. One where I could probably get on an elevator, or even on a plane and probably not notice. The Xanax comes in rectangular tablets called bars, scored into 4 quarters, and my tolerance level is 1/4. Anything after that, I'll completely pass out. The last quarter I've taken tonight, now that I'm home and somewhat relaxed, is hitting me hard. It's nice having company, I admit, even if the company isn't very nice. I think my eyes are closed now, but I don't know for sure. I also think I have a stupid grin on my face. He chuckles.
I'm nice sometimes.
Doubt that.
You don't have much company?
I've never had company.
Never?
You're my first, besides my sister. I say, I'm just gonna close my eyes for 1 minute, Nicholas. Okay?
It's Nico, not Nicholas. And really, it's just Nick.
Nico, I say dreamily. That's pretty too. Then I whisper, don't do anything weird to my feet hands, Nico. That's the last thing I remember until I wake up alone the next morning on my bed with a note by my pillow written on his business card.
Thanks for the dryer. P.S. You're prettier. P.P.S. I did weird things to your feet hands after you passed out.
A few days go by and green eyes still haunt my dreams. I'm certain that so many years without male attention is contributing to my fascination with Nico. Nico. I'm so pathetic that I crave human contact any way I can get it, and the little he gave me, even though most of it wasn't friendly, makes me want more. My new phone, the one I ordered online after I threw the other one against the wall, arrived. Everything I need, I purchase online, and most everything is delivered overnight, making the world an enabler to my reclusiveness. And since I'm not around people, I rarely get sick, so I don't have a need to go to the doctor. I do my job as an editor through emails and random Skype sessions. That's the great and terrible thing about living in an age where technology rules. You don't have to leave your home. Not really, not unless you want to. And I don't want to. And I do. I search online for a psychiatrist I visited years ago. I dial the number and say I'd like to talk to Dr. Cole. Immediately the receptionist tries to make an appointment, but I explain the problem. An hour later, the receptionist calls me back and says that Dr. Cole has agreed to a video chat session. We schedule it for later that afternoon.
Of course I remember you, Katie.
Dr. Cole says later that day during our video chat. She looks older, which is to be expected since it's been nearly 13 years since I've seen her. I was still living in New York when I visited her, and I was far from agoraphobic at that time. I was a nervous wreck, but the depression trumped the anxiety I felt. I went to her at the urging of my father, which was also the reason I eventually moved to Miami. He lived here with my stepmother and my half-sister, and he insisted I needed to be close to family. So after I finished my undergrad degree at NYU, I moved out of the only home I'd ever known to be closer to the only family I had left. Dr. Cole's face is still kind. She's scholarly-looking, with her thin, wire-rimmed glasses that fall to the end of her nose, and her messy hair now has streaks of gray. "Thank you for agreeing to see me like this, Doctor," I say into the laptop's microphone, and then go on to explain everything that's happened in the last few years, specifically the last week.
So, 11 months. That is very severe.
I know. I didn't realize it had been that long since I'd left my apartment. I thought I had just been too busy to leave, or that I didn't have a need to leave. I know that doesn't even make sense, but that's the way I was justifying it, I guess. And before that, I only left when I truly had to.
When was the last time you went anywhere? I don't mean to run to the grocery store, but something like visiting your sister, or going to the movies, or going out with friends. Before the club, of course.
Friends. I don't have any of those anymore. I shake my head and quickly wipe away a tear that's leaked out. 3 years? I say, looking down at my hands.
So, 11 months since you set foot outside your apartment, but 3 years since you went somewhere you wanted to go, as opposed to needed to go.
I nod.
I see,
the doctor says while writing something down.
"Katie, I want to set a goal for you," she says. "I have a colleague down in Miami, Dr. Glantz. I want you to see him, in his office, in person. He's great, and I think he'd be a perfect match for you, but he's on a sabbatical at the moment. Anyway, you aren't ready to step out yet, so it gives us a little time to work on that first. Let's plan on chatting Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays for the next 3 weeks, and then the week after, you'll continue your therapy in person with Dr. Glantz. He's doing wonderful things with EMDR. It's a little controversial, but I think you'd benefit from it. I'm going to email you some links with some information on it."
Okay. I make a mental note to research EMDR.
"By the way, we can't do actual sessions through Skype because of HIPAA laws. I'm going to also send you a link to a HIPAA-approved program that works like Skype. I agreed for today because I remember you, and this is just a short introductory conversation, but in the future, we have to use the other program."
"Okay, doctor, no problem," I say. After a pause, I add, "What if I can't meet Dr. Glantz in person?"
"And what if you can? Your life will be so much better if you can leave that apartment, don't you think?"
She does that thing therapists do. They tell you the thing you know, but which you need to hear from another person's mouth. I suppose.
"I'll contact Dr. Glantz's secretary as soon as we hang up and get the ball rolling. He'll probably contact you directly as well," she says. "And Catherine, I'm only asking for 10 minutes at his office to start, that's all. Okay?"
"Okay."
"Any night terrors?"
When the anxiety and the nerves are especially high, I know I wake up in a cold sweat. But I don't have anyone to tell me whether it's a true night terror. My dreams are only of darkness, an all-consuming darkness. In the dreams, I wait for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, but they never do. And I'm sitting for hours and hours in that darkness, while things I can't identify touch my legs, my neck. I hear loud voices, but I don't know where they come from. When eventually I step outside the dark room, I don't recognize anything. I'm on a different planet. When I look up at the sky, I see Earth, and I'm alone, in a barren place. Yes. Not all the time, but yes, sometimes.
I'm also going to call in a prescription for Lexapro. It'll help with everything. It's a mood stabilizer. You may feel somewhat odd at first, but we can adjust the dose. I want you to monitor how you feel on it. A lot of new drugs have come onto the market since you were last on anything.
Okay, Dr. Cole. I'll email you my pharmacy information, and I'll have them deliver everything today. I want to get better.
I am also going to send you some breathing and visualization techniques you can practice. We'll work on each phobia a little at a time for the next few weeks, and then you can continue with Dr. Glantz. I won't sugarcoat it. It's going to take a lot of work. It won't be easy, and it'll take time, but I'm willing to put in the effort if you are.
I am.
You were stuck on that train for hours, dear. and you were young at the time. It's not unusual that you're still exhibiting these symptoms of PTSD all these years later.
PTSD? Thank you for working with me again, Dr. Cole.
No problem. See you on Wednesday.
I log off and sit back in my chair. It's been years since I thought of the day. PTSD? Isn't post-traumatic stress disorder what military personnel get? I start Googling PTSD and my mind wanders to a dark place it needs to avoid. I'll call you later, Mom, I'm running late, I said, hoisting the strap of my messenger bag higher on my shoulder. I had just started my first semester at NYU and was about to hop on the train. I'd gone to my first sorority party the night before and was definitely feeling the effect of it that morning. I'm about to lose you, Mom, I said as the doors shut.
"'Kay, Katie. Make time on Saturday, okay? Love you always, my heart."
Love you too, Mom. I remember rolling my eyes at her sappy words. Sappy words she said all the time, but I never truly appreciated. She had always called me my heart. She said her heart started beating the moment I was born. Whenever I was sad growing up, she'd press the top of her palm against her heart and tell me that when I hurt, her heart hurt too. See you on Saturday, Mom. I closed my flip phone and stuffed it in my pocket. My mother was the CEO of a big bank, and I hadn't seen her for about 2 weeks. She'd been on my case to visit her since I moved out just 2 weeks earlier when school had begun. I only moved a few blocks away, but with school having just started and pledging into a sorority, I hadn't made time for her. I wish I'd seen her the previous week. I wish I'd told her how much I loved her. To this day, I don't remember the last thing we said to each other in person, but I'll never forget the words she said over the phone. Love you always, my heart. Because those were the last words she said to me. I press my hand to my heart where there's still a painful void. 10 minutes after I got on, the train screeched to a halt. The lights went out and I heard a series of loud noises. And for the next 16 hours, everything stayed pitch black. It wasn't until the next day, September 12th, 2001, that I saw light again. But by the time I stepped out, my life and the city I called home were irrevocably changed forever.
4. Trembling. Nico. "You're the only man who leaves for a vacation and comes back looking worse than when you left?" Matt says as he unloads a shipment of liquor from the truck. I push his helmet onto his head, slide the visor down, and then shove him aside. I can faintly hear him chuckle as I lift a case from the truck. He takes the helmet off. "So I guess you didn't get laid?" "Shut up," I say, picking up another box. "How'd you hold up here?" "Well, except for the fire, public orgy, and armed robbery, it was an uneventful week." I stop dead in my tracks because none of the things he says is out of the realm of possibility when dealing with a nightclub in Miami Beach. Kidding, he says, holding his hands up. "Well, I did catch Jason forgetting to put a 20 in the register." "Did he put it in his pocket instead?" "Yep, together with 7 more 20s. "Motherfucker," I say, slamming the box down too forcefully. "What did you do?" "Fired him? Called the cops too?" "Good," I say. "The police are basically just sitting and waiting for us to fuck up, but when we catch something like stealing or drugs, we always report it. We want them to see we're fixing up our act, that we are not our father. Hired a new bartender. She's cool, I like her. Seems to keep to herself. I'll introduce you tonight," he says. "Oh, and Joe and David are in town. We're going to grab a quick bite to eat tomorrow before they fly out. Want to join us?" David is my closest friend. He lives in France with his fiancée, Joe. They come back and forth often because of David's work, but I always like to catch up with them when they're in town. "Sounds good," I say. "I went to see Julia." We both have a soft spot for our sister. "Jake and Laura are huge," I tell him, about our twin niece and nephew. "Man, I miss them. Maybe I'll take off next week for a visit." "Yeah, you should. Thanks for watching the club." "Why do you do that?" he says, his voice thick with irritation. "I'm half owner. You're not more in charge of this place than I am. You don't need to thank me. It's what we do. We help each other out." I run my fingers through my hair. Yeah, I know. So what's with the shitty face? Why aren't you all fresh and ready to work? I shrug, walk behind the bar, and take out a beer. It's Saturday midday, and the club's empty except for a few employees. I lean my elbows on the bar. Don't know, I admit. I take a drink of the cold beer and think. What is my problem exactly? I'm mad, Maddie. I'm mad at Dad, at Naomi, at the world, and I can't shake that shit off. I drove all the way up the coast and almost got to Georgia. It's spring break, and I stopped in Daytona. You know how easy it would have been to hook up with a college chick? Why didn't you? Don't know. And that's the truth. It's not that I can't get it up. It's not that I'm not horny. It's that I'm mad. When I see an attractive woman, I remember how much I hate Naomi, and that makes my dick shrivel up. It's been a year, so I should have gotten over that shit by now. I can't stand myself most days. When I look in the mirror, I see a man who's so mad at the world. Running my father's club was not in my plans. I was stuck here after a bad situation. But Panic was a legacy, a Miami landmark, and for years it had been practically my home. I couldn't see it close down, especially not with the way shit went down. Negative publicity tainting decades of class and worldwide fame. The Moreno name would not blow up in a cloud of smoke if I had any say in the matter. That's why I was putting heart, soul, and an ulcer into making it what it once was. Minus the drug trafficking and prostitution, of course. Then, and only then, would I consider selling it and trying to go back to my old life. Or maybe staying to run it permanently. You still in love with Naomi? He asks, taking me out of my thoughts. It's a good question. A question I've asked myself over and over. But no, I am absolutely not in love with her. Not even a little bit. No, I can say that with absolute certainty. When's the last time you got some, man? None of your fucking business, I say, tossing a crumpled up napkin at him. Aren't you tired of all the bitches who come in here night after night? Same tight dress, same big hair, same big tits? No, he says incredulously. That's bullshit. You were really into that chick. What was her name? June? Yeah, June. She was hot. Yeah, and she's also fallen completely off the fucking grid. One day she's all over me and the next she's gone. That's weird. Tell me about it. He sighs and I look at Matt for the first time in a long time. Really look at him. He looks sad. I think he really liked that June chick. I finish off my drink and think about those big brown eyes that looked sadly at me a week ago. I can relate to Matt's feelings. There are women you screw and forget. They feel good for a moment, but they're just a blur of tits and ass. After Naomi, I've had some random hookups, but they've been of the one-night stand variety, and I've always left feeling unsatisfied somehow. Then there are women you see once, and they are burned into your brain. You connect with them almost immediately, and you can't fight it. It's beyond your control. It's as if your soul and hers are somehow connected. I'm not a deep person by any means, but connection is the only way I can describe my reaction to meeting Catherine. Every time I blink, I see her eyes looking back at me, her too long hair that halos her face, those huge, vulnerable-looking eyes. Ethereal. That's how she looks. I wonder if June was that for Matt. Well, I'm tired of all the women who walk in here. I need something new. Something different, I say. You're full of shit, man. What you need is a nice long fuck. Or maybe a short hard fuck, he retorts before walking away and leaving me leaning against the bar. Is that all I need? Maybe I should just screw the next bar bunny who shows me her tits for a VIP pass to the club. I've never been that guy, though. The womanizing asshole, that's not me. Even my recent hookups involved a conversation regarding expectations and was followed by breakfast or prefaced with dinner. There may not have been a follow-up or a date, but I was never a dick to them. I spin my phone on the bar top. I wish I had gotten Catherine's phone number, though I'm still unsure whether to trust her or not. I refused to date another Naomi, but Catherine didn't look like she was lying when she said she wasn't using drugs. On the other hand, she seemed so out of it as I was staring at her cute feet, and she passed out again while we were talking, which made me think maybe she was lying. Still, she had been up all night, So maybe she was just deliriously exhausted. I'm the worst judge of character, so I don't know what to think. I finish putting away the liquor and decide to head home for a shower and a quick nap before I have to come back to work later tonight. To get home, I have to drive right past Catherine's apartment. I contemplate dropping by, but then think better of it. I go home and unpack the things I had to purchase on my trip since I didn't take anything with me when I left. Before heading back out, I rummage through my refrigerator and find nothing there but a few cans of soda. Since I don't cook and rarely do groceries, this is not surprising. Tonight, I put on my black suit and decide against a tie, leaving the top button on the shirt undone. My hair and beard are still wet by the time I leave my apartment. Like I do most nights, I swing by the drive-thru of the closest fast food joint and order food, more than I'll probably eat. I'm about to unwrap a burger to eat while driving when I pass Catherine's building again. I don't know what comes over me, but I pull into the parking garage and get out with my bags of food. For all I know, she has a boyfriend or a girlfriend in her apartment right now. Hell, she could be married. I know nothing about her. But she seemed so alone. She said she never had visitors and she really seemed to want me there. So I take the elevator to the 5th floor. As soon as the doors of the elevator slide open, I see Catherine. Down the long hall and directly in front of the elevator is Catherine's apartment, and she is standing a few feet in front of her door. Her head is down and her hands are fisted to the side. She doesn't notice me. What the hell is she doing? I stand by the elevator and observe her take a step forward and stop. When she looks up, her eyes are tightly shut closed. The elevator dings behind me and closes, causing her to open her eyes. Even though I am standing directly in front of her down the hall and she's looking directly at me, she doesn't actually seem to see me. She's sweating a lot, and again she's shaking. God damn it, I mutter to myself. I was right about her. She's fucking high as fuck. She can't even get out of her apartment, and it pisses me off. I want to turn back around and just leave because I don't need this shit in my life. I shouldn't have come here. I turn to call the elevator, but guilt washes over me. Junkie or not, she could be hurt wandering around alone in the hall, disoriented. With a huff, I turn toward her and take long strides until I reach her and grab her forearm. That seems to shake her out of her trance, and she finally notices me. I can tell by the look of recognition in her eyes. Get inside. You're going to get yourself hurt, I say and pull her in. As soon as she's inside and I close the door, she slides down to the floor, her back against the wall. I put a straw into one of the sodas and hold it to her lips, and she takes a sip, then closes her eyes and thumps her head against the wall. I hear her counting to 10 slowly. What are you doing here? Her voice is hoarse and she has tears in her eyes. I don't know. I shouldn't have come. I hold the straw against her lips again. Drink, she does. I'm going to go. Promise me you'll stay inside. A tear slips out, and it does something weird to me, but I ignore it. This is the crux of my problem. I feel bad and I want to help, but I can't. It's not my problem. At least with Naomi, she was my girlfriend, but this woman is nothing to me. I just met her. Maybe you should eat something. No, she says, her hands on her face, her elbow on her knees. I'm leaving. You'll be okay? I ask, knowing my voice is curt, but unable to help it. I also can't help that I care. I'll be fine, she says into her hands, and I can tell she's crying by the way her shoulders shake. It's not what you think? I snort. It's exactly what I think, I say as I open the door and look down at her. Take care of yourself, Catherine. I hand her my sister's card. She's a psychologist who specializes in addiction. Get yourself some help. Since she won't look at me and she won't take it, I place it on the table by the door and leave, feeling like a complete asshole but also upset. I know with 100% certainty that all the women I meet are cut from the same cloth, mostly because I'm meeting them at my own club. I need to start going elsewhere to meet women, I think.
Catherine. The wind is howling. The white-capped waves are slamming down on the empty beach, and the sky looks angry. The world outside looks as miserable as I feel. I don't want to think about what happened the day before or why Nico came by. I'm embarrassed and mad at myself. I open the bottle of Xanax and take a whole bar, downing it with a glass of wine. I don't give a shit about moving forward right now. I don't give a fuck about the doctor's recommendations. I don't care that I've taken a high dose of a strong medication or that the wine combined with the pills is a recipe for disaster. I just want to stop feeling. Numbness seems perfect right now. I slide down my back to the bed so I can continue looking out the glass door. I don't even feel like crying. I just want to sleep. I just want to forget everything. I just don't want to feel. With an aching neck, I wake up hours later. Parts of my hair are wet from drool, and pins and needles shoot up my arm. Julius is kneading his little paws against my face and purring loudly. Painfully, I push myself up. What time is it? I ask Julius, who just continues to rub himself all over me. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Shit, my head. I can see through the window that the sun is out, shining brightly, and the birds are chirping. Miami weather is unpredictable. It can look like the world is ending one minute and the next it's breathtakingly beautiful. Carefully and painfully, I stand and stretch. My phone says it's 1 in the afternoon, which means I've been passed out all day. My stomach recoils from the mixture of alcohol and meds, and I have to bolt to the bathroom to throw up. I don't know how long I sit there holding the cold porcelain, or how long I lay my head against the tile, but it's a while. Rubbing his furry little body along my arms and legs, Julius reminds me I have to feed him. When I have the strength to get up, I pour him some food and then go take a shower. As I wait for the water to heat, I see my reflection in the mirror. I don't know the person staring back at me. I'm not the same person I was 15 years ago. I'm not the same person I was before setting foot in Panic. I see the bottle of Xanax on the vanity staring back at me. So many feelings start to surface now, the most prevalent being that I want to get better. My hair is a mess, my eyes are bloodshot, and I have an indentation on one side of my face from where it was pressed against the floor where I passed out. Maybe this is what rock bottom feels like. I don't want to be defined by my illness. I'm not a crazy person. I'm a person who has fears. But if I hole myself up in here and stop living, then the illness is who I am. I don't want my anxiety to win. I didn't realize it was winning until that moment at Panic. But going to Panic changed something in me. I can continue on my current trajectory. I can take a Xanax, maybe a glass of wine, and numb the fears. I could do that indefinitely and no one would know. I'd die in this apartment, and it could be months before anyone ever comes looking for me. But I wouldn't feel, I wouldn't be scared. Or I can live. Really live, not just exist. I can connect with another person. Life is just a series of curveballs thrown at you. Some knock you down, some you hit over the fence, making you feel like a winner until the next one comes barreling by. It's how you react to those that knock you down that define you. I've not gotten up and dusted myself off and prepared for the next ball. No, I've opted out of the game completely. That is not how my mother would have wanted me to live. That's not how I want to live. I want human interaction. I need it. I crave it. It's the one thing technology can't give me. That and a decent haircut. I grab the phone and call my sister. Mostly, I need to hear another human being's voice. Hi, sis. I'm about to take off. If I lose you, I'll call you in about 9 hours. Rose says, all in one breath. Flight? Where are you off to? Madrid. Frank's been there for a week, and he asked me to come meet up with him. That's exciting, Rose. I say. Her chipper, worry-free positive vibe tends to be contagious, and I can use a huge dose of positivity right now. You sound off. You okay? Me? Yeah, I'm fine. Just wanted to check in, see how things were going. I got your email about the wedding, and I like those flower choices you made. My sister, the ultimate perfectionist and people-pleaser, likes to get everyone's input on things before making a decision. You did? She shrieks over the phone. I'm so glad. I'm gonna call the florist as soon as I land and give her the okay. I'm so excited. Oh, damn. I have to go. Listen, if you need anything, call or text. I know you said you're fine, but you don't sound fine.
Don't you worry about me. Nothing new or exciting happening over here. You have fun in Spain. I love you.
I love you too, sis. Bye.
She disconnects, and I toss the phone aside, feeling a little tiny bit better, until my mind drifts to the impending wedding. It's been nearly 2 weeks since the disastrous night at Panic, and a week since Nico saw me walking out of my apartment like a zombie. I told the doctor everything that had happened, and I'm on my new meds. Also, I'm working on all the techniques Dr. Cole has given me in addition to our online sessions. Every day, I've tried to walk out of my apartment, and my goal is to take one more step than the day before. Simple enough, right? For the most part, I've succeeded. Yesterday, I made it all the way downstairs to the front door, a major accomplishment for me. But it's not always a step forward. Sometimes I take a step forward and 100 back. There have been days I can't make it outside my apartment door, much less downstairs. This may seem silly to most people, but when you haven't set foot outside your apartment for as long as I have, these are monumental accomplishments. Still, I have new determination. I make it a goal that not only will I go in person to the appointment with Dr. Glantz soon, but I will leave my apartment and explain myself to Nico. I hardly know him, but I can't get him out of my mind. Maybe that's weird, since we're not friends or anything, but for some reason, having him know the truth feels important. He was so flirty with that note, and I think he may have believed me about the anxiety, but all that went to hell when he saw me outside my apartment. That night, I have a horrible nightmare. In the dream, I lift my hands to my face, trying to see something, anything. But it's just complete darkness. And for a moment, I think I'm blind. I hear voices all around me, and I'm in some sort of small space. A casket or a box. It's hot, and it's hard to breathe. Things rub against me, and I hear banging, cursing, children yelling, people praying. But I can't see anything. As soon as the door opens and there's light, I wake up in a cold sweat. It's not something that happens often, like I told Dr. Cole, but when I'm very stressed, I tend to dream vividly, and it's always the same dream. Night terrors, she called them. I turn on all the lights and the television. I don't want any darkness around. In the last session I had with Dr. Cole, she expressed surprise I hadn't engaged in any of the usual forms of self-medication. Illegal drugs, alcohol, cutting, sex. The night I downed the Xanax and wine, I just wanted to forget. But the next morning I realized how quickly that could spiral into addiction. I have enough issues as it is, I don't need to pick up another one. She did say it wouldn't be unusual if I felt worse before I start to feel better. Mostly because I'm bringing out old feelings and memories I've been burying deep inside, and I'm exerting myself by trying to go outside. She's right. Things are definitely worse. I am, however, so damn lonely it hurts. So I'm determined, more determined than ever. I pick up Julius and put him on my lap where he nestles close, and I rub my hand on his soft fur over and over. By the time the light starts to come in through the window, I'm exhausted and want to sleep, but I refuse. Julius, today's the day. I have my hand on the doorknob, and Julius looks up at me and tilts his head. The damn cat doesn't think I'll make it. I can see it in his judgmental, beady little feline eyes. Every day, I've made it a little farther outside my apartment. Yesterday, I went as far as the parking lot of Panic. Today, I'm going in. I sit in my car for an entire hour. Rarely do I use my car. I'm not afraid of driving, but since I don't go anywhere, I don't normally need it. Last time I came to Panic, I took a cab because of the Xanax I'd taken, but today I'm sober and I'd rather be alone in my car than in the back seat with a stranger. For the most part, the parking lot of Panic is empty, but the streets of Miami Beach are bustling. Every time I open the door to get out, I close it again. I shut my eyes and thump my forehead against the steering wheel. Why does life have to be so hard? Why can't I just walk outside like everyone else? A pounding on my window startles me.
I turn my head to see the same green eyes I've been thinking about for the last 2 weeks. Agitatedly, he shakes his head and mouths for me to open the door. Instead, I open the window.
You've been sitting here for the last hour.
He points up at the cameras by the building.
What are you doing?
I came to talk to you.
From inside your car?
No, I was going to get out.
We have nothing to talk about. You don't know me, I don't know you. Go home, Catherine.
He turns around and begins to walk away. Inhaling deeply, I swing the door open and run after him. I reach for his arm, but then pull my hand back. I want to touch him, but I just can't. Wait, please? He stops and turns around. His eyebrows are drawn together in a frown and he looks me up and down. I follow his gaze to my cut-off shorts that stop right above the knee and my loose t-shirt. I hadn't thought about dressing up. Stupid Katie. I berate myself, but then I stand up straight as my frazzled nerves allow. This isn't about how I look, it's about being able to leave my house, which I did, and explaining myself. Please, just listen to me. It's not drugs. I know what you saw looked bad, but it wasn't what you thought. I have PTSD.
Pardon?
PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder.
I know what it stands for,
he says, exhaling loudly.
One day it's anxiety, the next it's PTSD.
Give me 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Come on.
I follow him out of the parking lot and onto the sidewalk that leads to the entrance of the fancy nightclub he owns. A group of men are walking in our direction, and as they near, my heart begins to palpitate. I move to the side to allow them to pass, my hands in front of me. Nico gives me an odd look, but then says,
I don't have all day.
He doesn't know I'm almost paralyzed by terror. I close my eyes and count to 10, feeling only slightly better. When I open my eyes, his green eyes are studying me curiously. The street is empty again and I take a reluctant step and then another one, until I'm once again moving. I look up at the big buildings and think of 101 things that can happen. One can come tumbling down, or someone can throw something down and it can hit me and knock me out, or... I shake my head and force myself to get all the obsessive what-if thoughts out of my head. He's staring at me again, of course. I've just had a revelatory moment. I was scared, and I got through it, and he hasn't noticed. Of course he hasn't. He doesn't know me. He certainly doesn't know how much progress I'm making by not bolting straight home.
Hurry up. I have shit to do.
At the entrance to the club, which is closed during the day, thank God, Nico enters the combination into the door and holds it open. It's pitch dark inside, and I gasp and come to a dead stop. This is my damn nightmare coming true. Except the lights turn on a second later and the empty nightclub lights up. Seeing the trendiest club in all of South Beach empty without any music and strobe lights is eerie. I look around for a moment before he tips his chin toward the other side of the enormous first floor of the club. Assuming it's his signal to follow him, I hesitantly will my legs to move. At another set of doors, he once again punches something into a keypad. As he swings the door open, I see 3 people walking toward us.
We were just heading... Hey, I know you. You're that chick from the other night. Katie, right?
Yes. Well, Catherine, but yes. I clear my throat. Hi, Matt. I say from behind Nico and wave shyly. Matt reaches for my hand, startling me, and pulls me around Nico.
Katie, these are our friends. Georgette, or Jo for short, and David. Guys, this is Catherine. Nikki's friend.
He says that last part looking right at Nico and then winks cheekily. Wearing a black suit, a white shirt, and a beautiful lilac tie, David extends his hand, but instead of taking it, I quickly wave and smile awkwardly. He shrugs and pulls his hand back. Jo, on the other hand, pulls me to her by my upper arms, almost causing me to fall forward, and gives me a kiss on each cheek. Flabbergasted, petrified, and unsure, I just stand there, like a statue. But if she notices, she doesn't react. Instead, she starts talking to me as if we're old friends, in a thick French accent I can barely understand. Darling, you're coming to eat with us, no? She lets me go and steps back and clasps her hands in delight. Jo is the epitome of chic. She's dressed in tight black pants that stop at her ankles, high nude heels, and a canary yellow blouse made out of thin material. Next to her, I feel like a slob, and I want to scream at myself for not at least putting on a little bit of makeup. But there's nothing I can do about it now. And she doesn't seem to care one way or another because she continues talking. Nick, darling, you didn't tell us you are seeing someone. And so pretty. Before Nico can respond, she looks back at me and runs her fingers through my hair. I'm a hairstylist, you know. If you ever want a new style, you tell Nicky. He tells me, and I fly right over. So much hair. With flaming red cheeks, I avert my eyes because I don't know how to react. It's a lot to take in. She's a lot to take in.
I'll meet you guys at the restaurant. Give me a few minutes. Let's go, Catherine.
Nico says and begins walking. Apparently he's done with the conversation. It was nice seeing you again, Matt. By the way, thank you for, I glance at Jo and David, who are both eyeing me, and turn my face quickly back to Matt. For, all your help. The other day, you were very kind.
No sweat. You ever want to come back for a drink or something, let me know. On the house.
That's probably never going to happen, but it's nice of him to offer. Thank you, Matt. And Jo, David, it was very nice to meet you both. Smiling, I quickly turn to follow Nico before Jo tries to touch me again. I'm trailing behind Nico and he doesn't talk or look at me as he walks briskly down the long zigzagging hall. There are countless pictures of famous musicians and celebrities who have visited Panic hanging on the walls. Surprisingly, I don't feel nearly as anxious as I did a few weeks back, although the fact that I'm not sure how to get back to my car, and I don't know the code to open all these doors, raises my anxiety level significantly. It makes me feel trapped. I'm so deep inside my head, willing myself to breathe slowly, to understand that my fears are irrational, to picture myself on that stupid little beach that I don't notice that we're standing in front of those dreaded elevators. Oh, God. I whisper. Do you have stairs? Can we talk here? I mean,
Afraid of elevators. Yeah. You told me at your apartment. Plus, I noticed when you fainted at the sight of it last time. Come on.
He points to a door off to the side.
Emergency stairs. The only thing is, we never use them, and the lights don't work.
They don't? The panic begins again. What the hell? It's like a cosmic joke. All my triggers are surrounding me in one shitty afternoon. I'm locked in a place I can't leave, and I have two choices, an elevator or a dark stairwell. I don't know if I want to cry, laugh, or faint. He takes a step toward me, which surprises me, and holds out his hand.
Here, give me your hand.
I reach out with one of mine and allow him to take it.
It's fine. Just one set of stairs.
He says. I nod and follow him into the stairwell. Well, it's more like I allow him to drag me behind him. Surprisingly, he's patient, as I slowly follow behind him, squeezing his hand as if it's a lifeline.
I won't let you fall.
I know. And I do. If there's one thing I know, it's that this man, the same man who's completely repulsed by me, won't let me fall. I know this in the depths of my soul. I don't know how I know it, but I just do. When I hear the sound of his hip hitting the metal bar on the door, causing the heavy door to swing open and light from outside to flood in, I finally breathe. He releases my hand and walks into a room with a couch, a humongous television set, and an even bigger bar.
Sit.
He motions to the couch. I sit down, crossing my legs and sitting up straight. He pulls a chair from the table, sets it right in front of me, and sits.
Talk.
My hands are still shaking, and I'm seeing spots in my peripheral vision. I didn't have a panic attack, thank God. I'm actually proud of myself. Nevertheless, my anxiety levels are high. Looking down at my lap, playing with a loose string from my cutoffs, I try to summon up words I've never said out loud. Dr. Cole has said them to me, but I've never had reason to say them to anyone.
I don't have all day. You've got 5 minutes.
He says tersely. I look up and see him staring pointedly at my shaky hands. I shove my hands under my butt. I don't do drugs. I say for the millionth time. I've never done a single illegal drug in my entire life. He sits back and crosses his legs, ankle to knee. Wow, this is hard, I say with a humorless laugh. Like I said, I have PTSD. I thought I suffered from a major anxiety disorder, but it turns out I misdiagnosed myself, and what I have is PTSD.
Why are you telling me this?
I shrug. I don't know. I guess I just liked that you left me that note. But then you came back and saw me trying to walk to the stairs, and I know what was going through your mind. I don't want that to be how you think of me. Not that you're thinking about me or anything, but I shake my head.
I know what you mean, Catherine.
Look, it's just, I had something very stressful happen to me, and as a result, I'm really scared most of the time. I'm scared of, well, everything, it seems, and what happened to me at Panic, what you saw, was me having a panic attack. Yes, I did take a pill. The other half was in my purse, which you found, but I wasn't abusing drugs. It's something I take to calm my nerves, and it was prescribed to me by a doctor. And even then, I don't take it often. What made me act that way was not the pill, it was me. The stress of being here was what got to me. He leans forward, his bulging forearms on his lap.
So, PTSD and panic attacks.
Yeah. With another self-deprecating laugh, I say, I've never said that to anyone before. Except my shrink, but I don't feel the need to share that last part. He sits back again and doesn't speak for far too long. Finally, to fill the silence, I say, because I get these panic attacks, I've avoided leaving my house. I hadn't set foot outside my apartment in a long time. It's just you were nice enough to help me when I was in a very vulnerable state, and I didn't want you to think I was a junkie. For some reason, he still doesn't quite seem convinced. Okay. Well, you weren't that nice, actually. I rush on. Nonetheless, you didn't hurt me, and you could have. You could have left me in a hospital, which scares me to death, or in an alley, which also scares me to death. There's a lot of things that could have happened, but none of those things happened because, well, you helped me. He still doesn't say anything. I think he's assessing me, but the twitch in his jaw isn't setting me at ease. It's an affliction. My condition. I don't want to be this way. I'm in therapy. I'm trying to get better.
Why would you come to a crowded nightclub, if that's true?
He still doesn't believe me. I came because it was my sister's engagement party, and it wasn't easy. I tried really hard to psych myself into believing I would be fine. And since I don't get panic attacks that often anymore, mostly because I don't do things that make me panicky, I stupidly thought I'd be okay. As the time to leave got closer, I started to freak out and popped a pill right before I left, which made me a little bit calmer, enough to get in a cab and continue to delude myself I was going to be okay. That lasted about 10 minutes, the time it took me to get into the club and find my sister and her friends. For the next 15 minutes, I tried to ignore the signs that would have saved me the embarrassment of passing out. And as you and your giant bouncer know, that didn't work out so well for me.
And your sister was okay with you going to a nightclub knowing this?
She doesn't know. No one knows.
No offense, Catherine, but you're a mess. If they don't see you've got problems, they're fucking blind.
Wow. That's harsh. I swallow down the lump at the back of my throat and stand. Slapping me in the face would have hurt less. I don't know what I expected. I hadn't really thought it out, I guess. Well, anyway, that was all. I just needed to say that, and again, thank you for your help. I'll get out of your hair now. His chair is close to me, and I have to sidestep him to leave. I want to cry. Every time I'm around this man, I leave feeling mortified. But I'm proud of myself for coming here and for telling him. So I'm not going to cry and ruin this moment, which was so monumental for me. I don't need his approval, or anyone else's for that matter, to feel good about myself. Plus, I've shown him too much already. I don't want to add tears to that. He reaches for my arm, but I pull away.
Wait. That didn't come out right.
He says, his voice rough. No, it's fine, you're right. I'm a fucking mess. It's hard to hear it when someone else says it, but whatever you think about me is not going to change the fact that I was able to come here today and do what I sought to do. I try to hold my head up high as I hustle out of the room, and am confronted by the dark stairwell. At this point, I'm not sure what's worse, the darkness or the humiliation. I close my eyes and push the door open.
Catherine, wait.
I continue to move forward and feel around for the railing. Then slowly, I take a careful step down. I hesitate when I feel a strong hand grasp mine, his big fingers entwined with my small, sweaty ones. Slowly, he leads me downstairs and opens the door. Once we're out of the stairwell, though, he doesn't let go. He continues to hold my hand through the maze that leads back to the main floor of Panic.
I'm sorry I said that.
He says at last.
What I meant was that your condition is kind of obvious. How could they possibly miss it?
I avoid them. Besides, you didn't know, so it wasn't that obvious, actually.
But I immediately knew there was something wrong.
He looks down at me.
So what? You just don't see them?
Something like that. Finally, we reach the front door of the club. He leans against the door frame at the front of the club. He's wearing jeans and a t-shirt and looks younger than he's looked the last few times I saw him.
It must have taken a lot of courage to get here today, didn't it, Catherine?
It warms my heart he actually understands that. It did.
Aren't you lonely?
For some reason, I feel compelled to answer his intrusive question truthfully. Sometimes, I don't have any friends.
Maybe if you get better, you can come by and have a drink.
I give him a non-committal nod.
Will you be okay driving home?
Yep.
So, really, it's not drugs?
He asks once again. It's really not, I say. Obviously, that doubt is still there.
Since you're being so honest with me, I should be honest with you. I don't want to think the worst about you.
Which means he isn't convinced. But there's nothing more I can do. Today, I've done more than I have in a long time. I'm proud of myself, regardless of what Nico thinks of me. And I find I have a big smile on my face. Then don't.
5. Chest pain. Nico. Why was Katie there? Matt asks as soon as my ass hits the chair at the restaurant. I filled him in on Katie and what happened at Panic, he tells me, tipping his chin toward Joe and David. Why didn't you bring her? Joe chimes in. Signaling to the waitress, David says, Would you let the man order a drink before you start the Inquisition? The waitress comes by, and I ask for a scotch on the rocks and look over the menu. You've been here a dozen times, you always order the same shit. Matt takes the menu from my hand and waves his hand for me to talk. Fine. What do you want to know? Why was she there? She's kind of jumpy, but now that I've seen her again, she doesn't look like a junkie. Putting the tumbler down, David says, Tell me she's not like that other one. Where do you pick up these women? She didn't look like a druggie, Joe adds. I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to tell you this. It's her business to tell. The three of them look at me like I've lost my mind. We are very good friends, and we don't hide much from one another. I relent. Okay, fine, I say. She says she has PTSD and it gives her panic attacks. That's why she's a user? Joe asks. No, woman, she's not a user, I reply, then look at Matt. She wasn't using that night. She was having some sort of anxiety attack, or so she says. You sound weirdly happy about that, brother, David says, reaching for a dinner roll. I shrug. No, not happy, just surprised, I guess. Joe points at me and waggles her finger smugly. No, I know that face. It's a smile. It makes you happy she's not a user. What kind of asshole wishes for someone to be a drug addict? Matt leans forward and looks me in the eye. What kind of asshole wishes for someone to have some sort of mental disorder? Okay, he has a point. She's still a mess. But one is something she actively chooses to do, and the other one is a medical condition. Well, I know that drug addiction is a real disorder, and my sister has told me a number of times addicts can't help it. The rational part of me understands that, but the other part of me can't get past Naomi fucking my friend and stealing my money. I'm not happy she has anxiety, I say, but they continue to look at me knowingly. I drop my head to my palms, elbows on the table. Okay, fine. Maybe I'm a little relieved. So how bad is this anxiety thing? David asks. Not really sure, but it seems bad. She doesn't leave her house. Joe looks at me warily. What exactly does that mean? She never leaves, or if she does, she doesn't do it often. I reach across the table, grab Matt's drink, and down it as he scowls at me. Never. And I think she's also afraid of being touched, because she puts her hands out a lot, like a shield. And she's afraid of elevators. Their eyes are bugging out. Oh, and of the dark too, I think. Oh my God, I touched her. A lot? Joe looks mortified, and David chuckles and rubs his palm down her bare arm. Ignoring Joe's little breakdown, Matt says, Nick, that's not bad. That's fucking awful. Why would she come to a crowded club? This is why we're twins. That was my exact question. Because it was her sister's engagement party or some shit, and she took something to calm her, but it didn't work. Anyway, she came all the way here because she didn't want me to think she was a user. Pretty brave, David puts in. My thoughts exactly. Looking concerned, Joe asks, What are you going to do? Nothing. Nothing? Joe asks, her voice higher pitched than usual. She's beautiful. You should have asked her out. I don't know, I say. You don't believe her, do you? Matt asks. I spin my fork around on the table. I don't know. I mean, PTSD? She's not in the military as far as I know. It's probably bullshit. Why is it bullshit? Because Naomi was a liar doesn't mean every woman is? David says. You have to call her Nick? Joe chimes in. I don't know, I say hesitantly. She was nice. Most women, they just want shit from me. She's very... As I try to think of the right word, I take a sip of my own drink. Real. She's very real. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, Matt says, snatching my drink and finishing it off. Well, she's hot, I'll give you that. Maybe you can fuck the anxiety out of her and she can fuck the bad mood out of you. Joe and David snort out a loud laugh. You're an asshole, you know that? I signal for the waitress to bring us another round. I've had enough crazy women to last a lifetime. I'm not interested in another one. Yeah, that smile says you're not interested? Joe says as her phone begins to ring. Oh, it's the wedding planner on FaceTime. I'm going to step outside for a minute, she says. David stands up and shakes his head. It's all wedding talk all the time, he chirps as he walks after Joe, leaving me alone with my brother. Anyway, I'm a changed man. That trip made me realize I need to slow down. Well, carefree Nick, you never told me what you did during your little sabbatical besides visit Julia and the kids. Because judging by your mood, you don't seem all that changed. I just drove mostly. I hit the beach, did some stand-up paddleboarding, met Iggy over on the West Coast for some sparring and some MMA Jimmy trains in. Iggy's a real good friend of mine I rarely get to see. The only friend, other than David, who didn't abandon me when my name was dragged through the mud. He's usually traveling, so when he's in town, or at least in the continental United States, I try to catch up with him. Then I had some drinks with him and his buddies, drove some more, did some more paddleboarding, and then came back. Sounds to me you did a lot of physical shit, got tired, slept, got tired some more, then came home. Very relaxing and carefree, Nicky. He rolls his eyes and pats my shoulder. It was relaxing, I say, a little irritated. You don't have to worry about me, I'm good. How can you be good? You're not having sex, you're not going out, you're up my ass and driving everyone insane. You need other people in your life. You need something other than panic. I have friends. I have other things going on. With a raised eyebrow, he asks me, Really? Name one. Iggy. If you don't know what a person does for a living, he's not your friend. Shut up, man. I know what Iggy does for a living, I say, glaring at Matt's irritating smirk. He's a mercenary, or a hacker, something secret. I'll reluctantly give you Iggy, but you see him 1, maybe 2 times a year, and David lives abroad. Any other friends I don't know about? All of my other friends abandoned me when times got tough. Turned out they weren't really friends, and truthfully, that was fine with me. Lesson learned. You know I love you, Nikki, but you've become such a dick that the first thing you did when you met Katie was treat her like shit. If you keep this up, you're never going to meet anyone. You give off an asshole vibe. Women love the asshole vibe, I retort. She came all the way here to explain herself. Obviously, she doesn't hate me. He snorts. That says more about her than you. She must be really out of her mind. Ha ha. The food arrives, but we're still waiting for our friends to come back inside. Whatever, Matt says. I'm starving, and this conversation's getting boring. All I know is, if you want her to be your friend or fuck you, either way, cut that fucking ridiculous hair and shave your face. No woman, no matter the level of crazy, wants to be around a douchey hipster. Fuck you very much. You're just jealous because I got the man genes. For some odd reason, Matt can't grow a beard. It's just a patchy, weird-looking thing on his face. I see David and Joe walking back, holding hands and smiling about something. Last thing, Matt says. This is just a warning, because I do care and I'm sincerely concerned. His expression has changed and he looks serious. He leans closer to me, as if he's going to drop some serious knowledge. I read once that if you don't use your cock, it just falls off. Poof, just falls right the fuck off, and then all you'll have left is a vagina. Just putting that shit out there, man. He flicks my ear, which he knows annoys the shit out of me, before grabbing his fork and knife and digging into his food.
Catherine. I wake up with a renewed sense of accomplishment. I'm feeling great, with a skip in my step that was missing. I look in the fridge and see that I'm low on orange juice. Normally, I'd wait for Roberto, the kid who delivers my food, but today I decide to get dressed, go down to the corner store and buy myself juice, like a normal person. I need juice, I go get it. What you think, Julius? You think I can do it? He yawns, looking unamused, and walks slowly back to his bed. Yesterday, I went to see Nico. I was able to do that and I didn't get hurt. I didn't get into a car accident and the world did not implode. Nothing happened. Very anticlimactic, actually. I survived and it was worth it. I grab my purse, lock the door, and walk out of my building feeling brave. Just making it this far is an accomplishment. When I pass an elderly woman on my way, instead of sticking my hands in my pockets and moving aside, I wave and smile. The need to run isn't there. It's a downright miracle, and I'm feeling better than when I left my apartment a few minutes ago. By the time I open the door to the store and take the carton of juice from the cooler, I'm practically humming. It's been so long since I've been able to do everyday things, such as going to the store, that I feel like throwing my fists up in the air and doing a little jig. I want to call the doctor and tell her about my monumental breakthrough. In fact, tomorrow I'll call Dr. Glantz and finally set up that appointment. He's back from his sabbatical and he's emailed me twice. I'll get to tell him in person how much progress I've made. Maybe I don't need therapy after all. Maybe I just needed to get back out there and start living. I'm standing in the line to pay. It's a small corner grocery, and people come in and out. Everyone seems to be minding their own business, but it's getting a bit crowded. I moved to the side to allow a woman to pass, and she accidentally brushes against me, causing me to flinch. The man standing behind me is just a bit too close. But I take a deep breath and think of all the positive things around me, like the fact I'm actually here. I clutch the juice close, the cold feeling good against my skin. It's Miami, so it's hot, and the little market is not much cooler. The number of people doesn't help, and I feel sweat begin to trickle down my spine. I look around. I can hear people speaking around me. The ding sounds from the front door opening and closing. The sound of the cash register. It's a warm September morning. I'm standing in the subway. My messenger bag on one shoulder and a copy of my favorite book, The Count of Monte Cristo, in the other hand. Distracted by the phone call from my mother this morning, I almost missed the train, so I don't get a seat. I'm holding the steel pole, not paying much attention to anyone or anything around me. The train takes off, catapulting me slightly forward and then back. The hum of the train and the chatter of the passengers serve as a background noise I've learned to ignore. The truth is, most people are still half asleep and the chatter is pretty low. I don't notice much when I'm sitting because my nose is usually in a book. But since I'm standing today, I notice a pregnant woman with a stroller and a baby inside. She's holding the baby's little foot and wiggling it. Sitting right next to her is an elderly man who looks like he's too old to be out of his house. He's holding a cane and his eyes are drifting closed. Sometimes when I'm on the subway, I like to wonder where people are going. If I had to venture a guess, I'd say that the pregnant woman is taking the baby to the pediatrician and maybe the elderly man is going to visit a grandchild or a great-grandchild. Suddenly, the train shakes in an unusual way. The woman standing next to me, who's dressed in a pair of white pants and shirt, a uniform, furrows her brow. It's the first time I notice her and the last time I see her clearly, because the train comes to a sudden halt, catapulting me forward and against a young guy holding a skateboard. The sound of metal on metal as the train screeches to a stop makes my heart begin to pound. And then the lights go off. It's the kind of darkness that only happens when you close your eyes in a completely darkened room. I can't see a single thing. I try to focus on the pole I'm holding, willing my eyes to adjust, but they don't. I don't panic right away because trains stop sometimes. I've lived in New York most of my life, and I've been in a broken-down train before. There's no noise coming from the passengers, probably because we're all collectively holding our breath, waiting for the lights to turn back on and the train to begin to move again. The baby cries first. The wail is so loud that I startle. I can see shadows as my eyes begin to adjust, and I can tell that the pregnant woman has taken the baby out of the stroller and is now trying to calm her child. But it's not working. As the minutes tick by and the train still doesn't begin to move, the darkness combines with a crying baby and my nerves begin to fray. 5 minutes turn into 30. After an hour, the heat feels like it's searing my skin and I'm still holding onto the pole as if my life depended on it. The horror of not knowing what is happening inside the steel tube is a palpable living organism inside the train. I can still see faint flickers of light as people flip open their phones, but there's no reception. Over the course of the next few hours, those flickers die out along with our sanity, and we're left in complete and total darkness. And what I didn't know at the time was that I'd be there long after the phones all died. My heart begins to accelerate at the memory. The customer in front of me moves back a little and I jump away. Then the room begins to spin and the sound of the refrigerators coming from the back are suddenly deafening hums. I feel my throat tighten and I see spots in my vision as my stomach begins to churn. "Hold this, please." I shove the juice into the hands of the woman behind me and run out of the store without a second thought. By the time I'm locked safely inside my apartment, I'm out of breath and feeling hopeless. As I heave air in and out, I just know that I'll never leave that front door again. I took one giant step forward yesterday and a huge leap back today. After spending the rest of the day ruminating over my shitty morning, I make a decision to have a better tomorrow. My balcony is as tiny as my apartment, but it overlooks the ocean. I'm only on the 5th floor, but it's an unobstructed view. That's one of the reasons it was so expensive for such a small space. I have a comfortable chair and a small table where I love to eat on days it isn't unbearably hot. Today is one of those evenings. The sound of the ocean makes me feel a little better as I take a bite of my fettuccine on the balcony. But then I think about how my life is so small, so insignificant. The loneliness is a blanket suffocating me day in and day out. I want to be better. I want to live. What would my mother think if she were still alive? She'd be so disappointed in me. That evening, I'm lying in bed, staring at the ceiling when my phone chirps to signal that a text has arrived. "Hi." I sit up quickly, not recognizing the number. "Who is this?" I text back. "Your favorite club owner." I'm fairly certain it's Nico, but something makes me type. "Matt?"
"Matt is your favorite? You wound me. It's Nico."
Grinning hugely, I text. "Hi, Nico. Hey, how'd you get my number? Are you some sort of stalker?"
"Can't divulge all my secrets." A few seconds later comes another message from him. You said you didn't have many friends. I think we should be friends.
You do?
I do.
Friends. With Nico. Okay.
I text. That was easy. I thought I'd have to do lots of groveling.
I almost feel silly, but I can't help it. I'm not good with texts. It's not something I do often. My sister, mostly. A few authors I work with will text me on occasion, but that's about it. Another chirp.
What are you up to?
In bed already.
Party animal, aren't you?
Well, I am enjoying an exciting book on the history of the Tudor dynasty. Good times. I reply.
You're kind of funny.
With a smile, I answer, was that kind of a compliment?
Kind of.
What are you up to? I ask.
About to start a busy night. There's a big event here tonight.
I'm not sure what else to type, but I wish I could talk to him, hear his deep voice. All I can think of to say is, sounds fun.
I'd invite you, but...
Even through the phone, I feel how the conversation has turned somber. But I don't do well with crowds. Don't worry about it. It hits me how truly different we are. He's the owner of a nightclub, always surrounded by people. I'm always alone, afraid of people. How could we possibly be friends? Just then, my phone rings. Hello?
That was weird.
Comes Nico's voice.
I made it weird. You said you're trying to get better, and I just assumed you couldn't or wouldn't come.
He takes a breath.
Sorry. Let me try that again. Hi, Catherine. How are you?
I laugh at the realization that he's feeling a little awkward, too. I'm okay, Nico.
As I was trying to say, though I came across as an insensitive asshole, Catherine, there's a thing at the club tonight. A spring break thing, hosted by a vodka company. Would you like to come? Might be fun.
I lean my head back on the pillow. He's sweet. I can't.
You sound... What's wrong?
His voice holds concern for me. Bad day, that's all.
Want to talk about it?
Not really.
I spent most of the day researching PTSD.
That surprises me. What?
Yeah, I really didn't know anything about it, other than that it affects a lot of military personnel.
I've never been in the military. Through the phone, I hear his deep laugh.
Figured that. Anyway, it can get very severe.
I know. I say. You believe me now?
I'm getting there.
How'd you get my number?
I knew your address and your name, and I have a buddy who... I don't really know exactly what he does, but Iggy can easily get information. It took 5 minutes.
That's scary. He laughs again.
I know.
If we weren't friends now, I'd have to hang up and call the proper authorities. You know, the creepy factor and all of that.
Well, luckily we're friends now, and now you have my number. Use it. Hey, I have to run. Matt hired a new DJ, the second one in the last week, and I'm pretty sure he's getting blown by one of our regulars in the booth. The DJ, not Matt.
Then I hear,
oh, shit. He is. Gotta go, Catherine.
A day in the life of a club owner. I say with a laugh as he disconnects. The next day I'm editing a book in which the hero works in a tattoo shop and makes a comment to the heroine that tattoos aren't painful. Thinking that he did tell me to use his number, I pick up my phone and send Nico a text. Is getting a tattoo painful? A few moments later I receive a reply.
Depends where on your body you're getting tattooed.
I ponder that for a moment. Before I can reply, he sends another text.
Why? You planning on getting a tattoo?
I insert an emoji of a surprised face, then add, no. I have a lot of other things that I have to do before I can sit in a tattoo shop with a bearded guy named Bubba who has a gauge in his nose and is wielding a buzzing needle.
My guy's name is Jason, and he has no beard and no gauge on his nose. He does have them in his ears, though. And anyway, what's wrong with beards?
With a chuckle, I type, nothing whatsoever. Have you always had a beard?
Yes, since birth. Otherwise, my mother wouldn't have been able to tell me and Matt apart.
Ha ha.
I grew it when I was in college in New Hampshire. It was cold as fuck up there in the winter. Miami boys freeze easily. When I moved back, I just kept it. Same with the long hair, if you were wondering.
I thought you were just trying to be cool.
Do I look cool?
I laugh out loud, then type, fishing for compliments?
Maybe a little.
A second later, he adds,
So what's up with the tattoo question?
I'm editing a book, and the hero tells the heroine that tattoos aren't painful. It made me wonder, and since you have them, I thought you'd be a good source to ask. And by the way, the tattoo is on her foot.
Oh, ouch. That's a very painful place to get a tattoo. It's so bones and cartilage.
Glad I asked then. I begin to make notes on the manuscript. A few days later, Nico texts me again.
Are you afraid of sharks?
No. Weird question.
I love to paddleboard. He replies, Matt won't come with me because he's convinced a shark's going to eat him.
The nerd in me texts back. Even though shark attacks are on the rise, it is rare to get eaten by a shark. Bitten, maybe. Eaten, not so much.
Wasn't aware you were such a shark aficionado.
Grinning, I answer, ha ha. I edited an oceanographic textbook last year, and I love Shark Week.
I love Shark Week too. Matt cowers under the bed.
Aw, poor Matt. I fall asleep that night while watching a video on how to paddleboard. Maybe one day I'll be brave enough to try it. While I'm tidying up my apartment a few days later, my phone chirps with another text from Nico.
What are your thoughts on tequila?
Tequila? Like the drink?
Is there any other kind?
I don't really have a stance on tequila. I remember making bad decisions after drinking it when I was in my early 20s.
We've all made bad decisions while drinking tequila. It's a rite of passage. Anyway, we had a big mix-up with liquor, and I have a shitload of tequila we can't use.
I start looking online for recipes on my laptop. I can make tequila lime shrimp and tequila-infused pineapple for dessert. Nico's response comes quickly.
I have so many questions. 1, you cook? 2, are you asking me out, in, for dinner?
Did I just ask Nico out? Is that what I did? I throw my phone on the bed like it's a snake and begin to pace around. I don't know how I'd feel with him in my space for a prolonged period of time. Oh, God. Oh, God. My phone starts to ring and I reluctantly answer it, knowing exactly who's calling.
Catherine.
I forgot how deep his voice was. I cook. It's something I love to do, make fancy dinners for myself. It's not a date. You have all this tequila and I can make dinner. What's the big deal? Not a date. I know I sound nervous and I'm talking a mile a minute. He stays quiet for a moment. Then he says,
Listen, Catherine, you're really nice and I like talking to you. I really do. That's not some sort of line, but I have a lot going on now. The club is just barely hanging on. Matt and I are at each other's throats.
He takes a deep breath.
I just don't want you to get the wrong impression.
My cheeks flame. I'm glad he's not here in person. I have no impression. Right or wrong, Nico. You just said you wanted to be friends. I could use a friend. I'm not looking for more either. Just because I don't get out much doesn't mean I'm dumb. I know what this is. I know who I am, and I know what kind of baggage I drag around. I don't expect anything from you, or from anyone for that matter. You want to bring tequila? I'll cook. You don't? I won't. Not complicated. No dating. I hope I sound more confident than I feel. Right now, I feel like an idiot, and all I want is to hang up the phone and forget this entire embarrassing conversation. My short-lived non-relationship with Nico has been nothing but a slew of humiliating moments.
I just don't want to lead you on in any way.
He tells me,
But I also like you, and I want to.
he lets out a breath.
So, about the tequila. You really going to cook then?
Yeah, whatever you want, just let me know. Hey, I need to let you go. I'm getting a call from one of my authors. I lie.
Okay, I'll text you about dinner.
'Kay, bye. And I hang up. I don't cry because it's not like we were anything but two people who've just met. I mostly feel sorry for myself because I do want more. Not necessarily from him, but one day I hope to find a man who will want more with me. But I can't do that from my apartment.
Nico. Every time I have a free moment, I research PTSD and panic attacks. Interesting how most of the symptoms are similar to those displayed by a drug addict. Sweating, nausea, fainting. I almost call Julia to ask about a few things, but then I hesitate because she'll start asking me a bunch of questions I don't want to answer. I see that there are a lot of medications and different types of therapy used to treat PTSD, and I wonder what Catherine's on and what she's doing, and if she is, in fact, getting better. Through the phone and texts, she sounds perfectly normal. Even though I want to believe her, I'm still a little hesitant. Having been completely blindsided by Naomi has fucked up my ability to trust people, and the similarities between Catherine's symptoms and Naomi's are just too big to ignore. My mind is full of all the things I read today, and I'm completely distracted at work tonight. It's almost 4 in the morning and I'm behind the bar serving drinks with Jace. I've long ago lost my suit jacket, taken off my tie, and unbuttoned the top button of my white shirt. Panic has been a madhouse tonight, but it's finally dying down. As I tend to customers and mix drinks, I'm eyeing a woman in a tight white dress, straight black hair that goes to her jaw, and high as fuck heels. She looks classy and beautiful, but I also notice she bought a single drink more than 2 hours ago and has been sidling up to single men. She hasn't danced once, and she's clearly here alone. At the same time, I also have my eyes on a man, early 20s, in a pair of dress pants and a black shirt. His hair is slicked back and he keeps looking around. Every so often he sat at the bar with a group of guys and said something, but I couldn't figure out what was going on because each time the guys walked away. But now the current group stand and follow him. I tap on my earpiece. 4 guys headed to the bathroom west side. Keep an eye out. Shady shit for sure. Also, white dress, black hair, walking by the green bar. Watch her. Got it, boss? Toro says into my earpiece, and I see a group of my bouncers mobilizing. They know the rules and how I feel about anything shady going on in my club. From the corner of my eye, I see Matt stalking over. He worked late yesterday, and a few hours ago he went upstairs to catch a little sleep. He slams his palms on the bar top, causing a customer nearby to jump. Luckily, the music is loud and everyone goes back to their business. "You fired Heidi?" Matt is yelling at the top of his lungs. "She was a horrible bartender. How so?" The vein on his neck is throbbing. He must be really mad. I finish mixing buttery nipple shots for a bachelorette party and slide them over. That shit's disgusting, but hey, I ain't the one drinking it. "She went to the bathroom 4 times in 1 hour when we were slammed," I finally respond. "You fired her because she had to piss? What the fuck is wrong with you?" Jace let 2 customers walk out without settling their tab because he was busy on the other side of the bar because Heidi wasn't here. And come on, man, no one has to piss that much. You know she wasn't in the bathroom peeing. You have problems, Nick. Big, serious fucking problems. The chick could have had diarrhea, or maybe she drank too much water. Maybe she was on the rag. Could have been anything, and you think she was in the bathroom getting fucking high? She's been missing work, and has been late twice this week. Then you call her into the office and have a chat. You don't fucking fire her. We're losing all our best people." He turns around and walks away, fuming. I don't remember the last time I saw him so mad. I jump over the bar and signal to Jace to take over. It's relatively quiet now, and I know he can handle it alone. Relax, she wasn't the best, I say when I catch up to Matt in the back room. Why, 'cause I hired her? You do realize everyone I hire ends up fired, right? Not my fault you aren't screening them enough. I swear to God, I can't deal with you right now. He is livid. He turns and begins to box up the cases of tequila we don't need. Wait. I take 3 bottles and set them aside. What? He asks, annoyed. I told Catherine I'd take her a few bottles. I haven't talked to Catherine in a week, and I feel like a complete shit about the things I said the last time we spoke. I mean, I don't think I was harsh, but I think that she thinks that it's her mental issues that are stopping me from wanting to date her. And well, it is and it isn't. It's because I don't know if I can handle all of that right now, but it's also the fact I'm too busy to commit to anyone, much less someone who I think would require a lot of attention. Or deserves a lot of attention. You still talking to her? I'm surprised she wants to talk to you, being that you're a total dick to everyone. Fuck you. He closes the boxes and turns. The next person you fire without talking to me first, we're gonna have real problems, Nikki. This is my goddamn club too. He walks away with the box in one arm and slams the door with the other.
6. Dizziness. Catherine. My appointment with Dr. Glantz is set. If the appointment is set, I can't back out, right? I've stooped to negotiating with myself. Luckily for me, he agreed to see me tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon. I set my alarm clock for 7 to give me plenty of time to make it to his office. 10 minutes, that's all I committed to, and I hope I can at least do that. I'm starting to get jittery. Even though I've made a lot of progress, I have yet to leave the building after the juice fiasco last week. At least I can go all the way downstairs, which is more than I could have done a month ago. Still, I need to get out of the front door in order to get in my car and go see the doctor. It's 12:45 the next day, and I'm sitting on my bed, fully dressed, tears streaming down my face. 10 minutes ago, I sent Dr. Glantz an email telling him I can't make it. Dr. Cole already called me. There's disappointment in her voice, which just adds to the deflated feeling I have. I don't bother to lie about the reason. Julius is eyeing me from the corner of the room by the front door. Both the door that leads to freedom and the cat seem to be taunting me. I'm reaching my limit of frustration, so I'm surprised when my phone dings with an incoming text. It's Nico. You never called again. We haven't texted since our last awkward conversation. I'm happy to hear from him, but I don't know what to expect. You never brought tequila. I was a dick last week. I smile and sniffle away the tears. Maybe a little. Wasn't my intention. I'm sorry. It's okay. What fun things do you have planned for today? He asks. Nothing much. Had a bad morning. You did? What happened? Tried to go to the doctor. And? And I'm sitting here, on my bed instead. Shit, Catherine. I'm sorry. He seems to understand, or at least he understands enough that he's not prying, but still being empathetic. Yeah, it sucks. So you're an editor, huh? I love that we're back to this getting to know you text thing. Yep, I work from home. Of course you do. Are you making fun of me? I might be. Before I have a chance to come up with a witty retort, he texts me again. You want to hang out this week? I'll finally bring the tequila. The phone falls right out of my hands. I know I'm acting like I'm back in high school, but the newness of knowing Nico together with my inexperience has me rattled. I look at my phone, scared to touch it. Hang out? If I can't leave my house to go to the doctor, there's no way in hell I'll be able to meet up with cool, sexy Nico. The phone dings. You're freaking out right now, aren't you? Hastily, I pick up the phone and type, no. Then a second later, I add, okay, yes. Would it make you less nervous to hang out at your place? My place? I look around. I'm a very tidy person and the apartment is impeccable. I was going to make paella from a recipe I found last week online, and I have all the ingredients neatly on the counter. I'd already started some of it this morning, thinking I could finish it when I returned from my doctor's appointment. I don't know, Nico.
Oh shit. Something just came up. I have to call you back.
And just like that, my texting session ends and I'm left wondering if it's because I didn't agree to hang out. And yes, I'm back in high school. Late in the afternoon, I hear a knock at my door. No one ever visits me. Well, my sister does, but usually only after I make way too many excuses and too many months have elapsed. I'll bribe her with some very extravagant meal and she'll visit me instead. But I know it's not her. And I don't have any deliveries scheduled. That only leaves. I look through the peephole and my assumption is on point. Sort of. Nico is standing outside my apartment with Matt. I unlock all the deadbolts and chain and open the door.
I took a chance.
Matt smiles sheepishly and walks right inside, elbowing Nico. And before I have a chance to invite them inside, Matt adds,
Smells good.
Hi. I say to Nico. He's got on worn jeans and a black t-shirt that's too tight around the biceps. His green eyes look like emeralds against his tan skin. His hair is up and pieces of it are falling out haphazardly. His beard is just as I remembered, full and neatly trimmed. His brother doesn't have the beard, so he looks younger than Nico.
Hi.
He smiles back. In my eyes, the man is beautiful. The only physical flaws he seems to have are a scar over his eyebrow and a slightly crooked nose.
And hi to you too,
Matt says, taking me out of my hypnotic stare down of his brother, but surprising me with a kiss on my cheek. It's so sudden, I don't really have a chance to freak out.
Mateo.
Nico scolds his brother and pulls him away from me.
Oh shit. Sorry. No touching, I forgot.
Matt says, holding his hands out.
I don't have germs, I promise. What do you need? Antibacterial cream, rubbing alcohol? Shit. I'm so sorry.
He says in a rush, seemingly worried I might bolt right out of my own home.
Great job at not making this weird, man.
Nico says. It's okay. I'm fine. I say, but my hands are still up and I'm feeling anything but fine. I'm hurt that Nico told his brother about my affliction, and it makes me wonder if they both feel pity for me now or if they laughed at me. I'm also confused as to why they're here in my apartment.
You sure?
Nico asks, looking contrite. I nod in response. No, I'm not sure, but I'm also not feeling the need to run out of the room, so there's that. Still, this sort of thing doesn't usually happen to me. Matt walks straight into my kitchen as if he's done it 100 times, lifts the pot lid and sniffs.
You're cooking?
Yes, I say as I watch him touch my things I've cleaned and recleaned a dozen times.
Don't be mad at my brother. Nick didn't want to tell me.
He calls as he sticks his finger into the pot and then licks it. He says.
After you came by Panic, we hounded him until he finally told us. I can be relentless, trust me. Anyway, he told us all about you, and I have to say, you are one brave chick.
Brave?
Yeah, brave. You went to a club full of people. Then you went back a few weeks later. That's brave. If it were me, I'd probably hole up in here and never leave.
I cock an eyebrow. That's exactly what I intended to do.
Anyway, my brother's quiet. I'm not.
Matt says. Obviously. I say wryly, making the guys chuckle. Matt smiles.
You're a little cheeky, aren't you? Nice. So, what's with the food? Are you expecting someone?
Nico asks. Nope, it was just for me.
Fancy.
Matt says. I like to cook.
And you didn't invite Nikki over here? I thought you guys were friends.
I look down, unsure what to say. Then I blurt out, you guys want to stay for dinner?
Nick does, don't you, Nikki?
Matt answers immediately, and Nico's face contorts into anger.
If it's not an imposition, of course.
Matt adds, it's not ready. It's gonna take at least an hour more.
Ah, well, look at that. I don't have an hour, but Nick here does, Matt says, patting the back of Nico's shoulder a little too forcefully. Matt, Nico warns. Full disclosure, Katie. My brother has a huge stick up his ass. Huge. Don't really know how he walks, it's that big. Never bothered me much, except that he's all doom and gloom these days, and it's really starting to bring me down. We can't have that now, can we? You can't run a club where people are supposed to pay big bucks to be happy when you have a scowl on all the damn time. He doesn't have many friends, and apparently, and don't take this the wrong way, neither do you. I have an afternoon of interviews ahead of me since Brother Dearest has fired almost every employee. Not true. Nico practically growls. They quit, or tomato, tomato. The issue is, I need him out of my hair so I can hire an actual staff of people. So, you stay, I go, he says to his brother. Does that work for you, Katie? I begin. Matt's like a tornado, and even though he's in your face, loud and presumptuous, he's also funny and sweet about it. This is ridiculous. Nico interrupts and rises from his seat. But Matt pushes him back down with a hand on his shoulder. All of a sudden, he seems serious. Enough. That club is half mine. You made yourself king of that kingdom and I let you. But enough is enough. I'm not going to let you run it into the ground by being a paranoid dictator. Stay the fuck here. He looks over at me and gives me an apologetic smile. You think you can do better? I'm looking out for you in the fucking club. Nico stands up again, causing Matt to take a step back. They're in each other's faces and I'm mesmerized. These two men arguing in my house. How quickly my afternoon has changed. You're going to hire the first set of tits that comes through the door. Don't come running back to me when they're stealing or selling smack in the bathroom. Don't call me to bail you out of fucking jail. Nice way to talk in front of your new friend, asshole, Matt says. And thanks a lot for your faith in me, man. Really appreciate it. Matt takes his keys from the table. Katie, sweetheart, kick him out or keep him. Don't care. Sorry to bring trouble to your doorstep. Didn't expect it to turn out this way. He startles me again with a loud kiss on the cheek before storming out, slamming the door behind him. I glance at Nico, then avert my gaze. This is really awkward. It's not like I can pretend I didn't hear their argument, but it really isn't my business to ask questions. I head to the kitchen to give him space and to finish dinner. Nico takes long steps from one side of the room to the other, running his hands through his beard and mumbling something I can't quite understand. I'm sorry about this. I'll just go, he says at last. You can stay if you want. Damn it. I don't have a car. He drove. And I have a lot of shit to do. Nico says. He wants to leave but doesn't have a ride. Well, just because I'm an anxious mess most of the time doesn't mean I don't have a backbone. And with the day I've had, I don't need anyone's unwilling company. You can call a taxi, I say, not bothering to look up. And you can wait outside. No one's forcing you to stay here. I add for good measure.
Nico. Shit. One fuck up after the other. Catherine, I wasn't implying I had to stay because I don't have a car. I correct her and take a step closer. You know how we ended up here? Matt and me? She doesn't reply, busying herself in the kitchen instead. While I was texting you, a bartender screwed up on a shipment and Matt was arguing with him. My head was in the conversation you and I were having. The guy was a shit bartender, so I didn't think. I just fired him. Anyway, Matt blew up. He was the maddest I've ever seen him. But even as he was chewing me out, I was thinking about what you'd said about not being able to go to the doctor. When he realized I wasn't paying attention, he grabbed the phone out of my hand to see what was so important. Anyway, he read our texts and then announced he was going to visit you. I thought he was. I shrug. I don't know. Trying to set us up, I guess. He doesn't get that men and women can be friends. At any rate, I didn't want him to come over here without me and badger you into going out with me. So I came along. It's true. Every single word. I was worried that she was at home, sad about missing her appointment, and I wanted to finish the conversation, but the fucking bartender issue got in the way. And then I just wanted to stop Matt from annoying her, so I came along. But when she opened the door, dressed in jeans and a tank top, her cute little feet bare, I was speechless. Every time I see her, I get the same punch to the gut feeling. It's as if I'm seeing her for the first time every time. It bothers me because this is the opposite of what I need in my life right now. But damn, she's beautiful in an understated, natural kind of way that I rarely get to see. It's as if I've been living my life in a world where women wear masks. Literally. Heavy makeup, teased hair, uncomfortably tight clothes. She's the opposite in every single possible way. And she's older. Not that it's a problem, but it's new to me. I mean, I'm 34 and she's only 32. But usually the women I meet at the club are in their early to mid-20s. Naomi was 25. I like that Catherine seems comfortable in her own skin. I mean, I know she's not comfortable with her emotions, but she seems okay with herself in every other way that counts. Like the way she lets it all hang out is refreshingly honest. Also, an anomaly in my life. Even when I was being a dick that first night at the club, I noticed her. How could I not? But I was so blinded by my stupid conclusion that she was a junkie that I didn't take a moment to appreciate those long as fuck legs, those big brown eyes. I did notice the hair, though. That fucking hair. I've never seen so much hair. It goes down to her ass, and there's a lot of it. Right now, I'm standing behind her as she makes every effort not to look at me, and I want to touch her. I've never wanted to touch a woman so much. The weird thing is, meeting women and getting them to sleep with me has always come easily. I've never been scared or nervous around a woman. I'm usually determined and confident. But with this obviously inexperienced woman, I'm fucking terrified. Can you look at me, please? I ask. She doesn't, though. She continues stirring and seasoning. I'd like to stay for dinner. Can I stay? I want to reach for her, but I don't want to scare her, so I keep my hands at my sides. She drops the spoon she's holding into the sink with a loud clank. Still not looking at me, she says, I've had a bad day. Don't stay because you feel sorry for me. I don't need your pity, especially not today. Fuck it. I put my hand on hers, unclasp the death grip she has on the counter, and turn her around. With my other hand, I reach forward and take a strand of her hair between my fingers. It's soft and silky, and I can't help but imagine it wrapped around my fist as I fuck her senseless, which is absolutely not something someone should be thinking about their friend. I release her hair quickly. Please, look at me. She slowly looks up. Her eyes are wet, and I can tell she's trying to hold back tears. The depth of her sorrow and torment are laid out bare on her face in a way that takes my breath away. Matt told me I hadn't smiled in a year, except when you and I were texting. He said I should check up on you, that you would never willingly ask me over. That's true, she whispers. I wouldn't have. She shakes her head. I don't even know if I want you here now. And there's that honesty again. Ouch. Sorry, that came out harsh, she says quickly. Not what I meant. Given all the stupid shit that comes out of my mouth when you're around, I think we can call it even, I tell her. She heads over to the couch, sits down, and gestures for me to sit too. I sit down at the other end, my body turned toward her. She opens and closes her hands. It makes me nervous that you're here. I wouldn't hurt you, never, I say quickly. Oh, I know, she says just as fast. I'm not scared because of that. I'm scared because I'm always scared. I don't do well with change. I get that. Although 2 men barging into your house and fighting in front of you shouldn't be strange at all. That gets a laugh out of her. So how about you feed me, woman, and then I'll leave. Of course, if you want me to leave now, just say the word and I'll go, no questions asked. If you want to talk about what happened today with the doctor, we can do that too. Or not. Up to you. We'll use a safe word if you're uncomfortable at any time. She snorts. A safe word? Yeah. That way there's no confusion or weirdness. I think a safe word makes it weird in and of itself. Nah. Okay, then, what's the safe word? For the next half hour, while I drink a beer and she finishes cooking, I throw out word after ridiculous word. Maybe eggplant? I say. No, what if I'm making eggplant parmigiana and I say that? You'll think I want you to leave, but I'm just offering you dinner, she says. I throw my head back and laugh. Good point. How about dishwasher? Dishwasher? She shakes her head. I look around her apartment, saying the name of everything I see. Table, laptop, red, blue, window. I grab a box she has on the counter. Are you going to bake a cake? She looks over her shoulder at the cake mix box I'm holding in my hand. This looks good. I wasn't planning to do it today, but I can if you want. With the box in my hand, I jump up to sit on the counter and start reading the ingredients as she finishes cooking. Eggs, water. Oh, this is a good one. Dextrose. That's not something that comes up in everyday conversation. That's a perfect safe word. She snorts in laughter. I can't remember the last time I laughed so much or felt so at ease. I will never remember that. She takes the box from my hand. Let's see. Oil, flour, bake, easy, chocolate, oven, moist. With a disgusted face, she looks at me and then begins to laugh uncontrollably. I hate that word, she says between fits of laughter. Moist? I always change it on the manuscripts I edit, she says as she starts serving the salad. It should only be used when describing the consistency of baked goods. It should never be used to describe any part of a woman's anatomy. You mean... Inadvertently, my eyes drift to her crotch, and then I shake the thought away. Wait, what? Yes, I've seen it used to describe women who are... She looks up, apparently trying to think of the best word to use here, but I see where this is going. Turned on. They must not be that turned on if they are just moist, I point out as I place the 2 plates of salad on the table. A man should be able to get a woman wet, drenched, not moist. I want to add that I'd give my right nut to see how wet I could make her. But I keep my thoughts to myself, because we're supposed to be keeping things friendly. But fuck friendship, I think. Maybe I want a little complication. Turning a pretty shade of pink, she looks away. So, moist will be my safe word? She scrunches up her face. Nah, I won't be able to take you seriously. And even though we're messing around now, I want you to feel safe. How about tequila? That's a good safe word. Tequila, she says as if she's testing the word. Okay, that works for me. She begins to eat her salad. So, are you really mad at Matt? She asks. I lean back, stretching my legs. Am I mad at Matt? I roll the idea around in my head. Yes, I'm mad that he aired out our dirty laundry here. I'm mad that he thinks I'm doing a shitty job. I don't know exactly what he's talking about, but it didn't sound as if he thinks you're doing a shitty job. He thinks he could do better, ergo I'm doing a shitty job. Ergo? She lifts an eyebrow and smirks. I think maybe you both just need to cool down, or maybe you're together too much and you need a little space. That's a great idea. Space. I'm going to give my ungrateful brother all the space he needs. That's not what I'm going to let him hire whomever he wants to hire. Fuck it. I won't go in tomorrow. Let him figure shit out. He's right. I took the reins and all the burden fell on me. Let him see if he can do better. I say, feeling smug about my decision. Once he falls flat on his ass, I'll have to fix everything. Then he'll see he was taking me for granted. I've been talking and eating, and when I finally look up, Catherine's looking at me and shaking her head. What? She holds her hands out. I didn't say a word. I don't know the whole story, she says, standing to take away the empty salad plates. I don't want to talk about Matt. It just gets me in a bad mood. I understand, she says, and brings the main course to the table. I like that she listens and doesn't seem to judge. I haven't had any experience with women listening. They definitely talk, and talk, and talk, and talk. But listen? No, never. Catherine, however, seems present and engaged in what I'm saying. She's not interrupting me. She doesn't change the subject or make it about her. She's actively listening, and it's refreshing. Do you mind if I grab another beer? I ask. No, of course not. I should have asked if you wanted another. I'm a terrible host. You're not. Not at all, I tell her, and get up to go to the refrigerator. Hey, Nico? Catherine says from the table, and I look over my shoulder. Thanks for not acting like I'm strange. It didn't really occur to me until now just what my being here probably means to her. I mean, I knew it's not a normal everyday thing for her, but I guess it's much more than that. Are you feeling better? I know you were upset earlier when we were texting, and then when I came in you looked like you'd been crying. I'll be fine, she says as I look down at a huge plate of fantastic-smelling paella. I don't remember the last time I ate a real home-cooked meal. I've been told I'm a pretty good listener, I say, because I'm hoping it's her turn to unload some of her shitty day on me. She nods shyly and begins to eat. It's funny, she seems so reserved at times, like now, but I can tell this woman has a real backbone. It's obvious by the way she stood up for herself a few minutes ago and the way she went to the club those 2 times. I take a bite of the paella. This is so good. Glad you like it, she says, delicately cutting the shrimp and carefully mixing it with the gooey yellow rice. I, on the other hand, am shoveling it in my mouth like a starved man. You cook a lot? Almost every day. It's a hobby, and it keeps me entertained. How do you get all the ingredients if you don't go out? There's a kid, Roberto, who delivers food for me. I have a standing order with the grocery store, plus I'll add things if I want to make something special that week. So you plan your meals weekly? For the most part, she says, as if it's the most natural thing in the world. Don't you? I snort. No, Catherine, I don't. I ate a leftover donut for dinner yesterday, and the day before I probably went to a drive-thru or ate whatever takeout Matt brought in. Which reminds me. I point to the brown paper bag I left by her door. That's the tequila I promised to bring. Now that I have that tequila, I'll add some other things to the list for next week. Planning's good, I say, taking another delicious bite. Then I change the subject. You have Netflix? She laughs. Of course I have Netflix. Do you want to watch something after we finish eating? I ask, looking down at my plate. I don't want to leave yet, but I don't know if I've overstayed my welcome, and I don't know why I'm so concerned about it. Sure? She smiles, and the tension starts to leave my body.
Catherine. He's in my house, eating my food. I've never cooked for anyone besides my sister before, and I'm a little nervous, but also excited. This must be what the doctor describes as good anxiety. Anticipation. Hope. Not all nerves are bad, or so the good doctor keeps saying. The conversation is a little stilted, but I think it's mostly because I don't know what to say. I used to be social. It's as if all the years of staying inside have turned me into some sort of cave woman who's forgotten how to act like a normal person. I can't help but look at him as he eats. It's not just that he's handsome, although he is. Not in the traditional sense of the word, but in a sexy and dangerous-looking way. And even with his moodiness, he's also a little laid back. Like he just hasn't had a chance to get a haircut, so he simply twisted it on his head without giving it a second thought. It's the I don't give a fuck attitude that intrigues me. He obviously gives a fuck, though. A lot of fucks, judging by the argument he just had with his brother. You and Matt look so much alike and yet so different. I think it's the hair.
He can't grow a beard, he's tried.
I guess only one of you can be in style, I say, pointing my fork at his beard. He leans forward.
Do I look like someone who's trying to be in the front lines of style, Corazon?
He says, and the endearment makes my heart race, but not as much as his next statement.
I'm a man. I can grow a beard, simple as that. Not trying to prove anything to anyone, and definitely not aiming for fashionable.
I'm a man. The last time I dated, it was a guy, mostly because I was young, and when you're in your 20s, you date guys, not men. I don't think I've ever been around a man before. An honest-to-goodness man through and through. And because he is, in fact, a man, and he's here in my space, looking the way he does, I have to turn my flushed face away. Nico finishes eating and sits back for a minute, rubbing his stomach. His shirt inches up just a little, and I can't help but look.
That was so good.
He practically moans. He's so manly and sure of himself, and I don't want to sit here thinking about how long it's been since I've had male attention. So I stand and begin to clear the table, but he grabs my wrist.
Wait, I'll help.
he says, and then looks at his hand on my wrist and lets go.
Is that, you have an issue with touching?
It's a genuine question, and I think about it for a moment before I answer. I lied when I told him I wanted to be friends. You can't be a woman and be friends with someone like Nico. Someone who exudes sex appeal the way he does. It's not like I want a husband or anything, but every time I look at him, my skin tingles. He's brought out all the sexual frustration I didn't realize I had. To be honest with you, I have an issue about most everything. But my mysophobia, or germophobia as you'd probably call it, and even my agoraphobia worsen when my anxiety levels are high. The touching, I say, looking at where he just touched my wrist, was okay.
Agoraphobia is fear of crowds, right?
Yes, I say.
I thought that was your main thing. What you fear most?
I shake my head. No, my biggest hang-ups are being in an enclosed area and not being able to escape. Claustrophobia, that's what makes me really nervous. Also, the dark scares me.
So you're afraid of the dark too? I figured that, when you didn't want to use the stairs in the club that had the broken light.
Terrified. I sleep with the lamp and the bathroom light on. The elevator scares me more, that's why I went with the dark stairs instead.
So it was the dark that scared you at Panic when you were there for your sister's party. It is kind of dark in there.
No, it was the claustrophobia, I say, and he looks at me funny because Panic is a huge place. Most people don't understand that it's not just being in a tiny room. No, it's the fear of not being able to get out. All those people packed together tightly made me feel claustrophobic. I couldn't find the door, there's no windows. I needed to escape and couldn't. Add the darkness to that and it was a recipe for disaster. And then also everyone touching me didn't help.
So you're pretty much only good when you're in here.
Seems so, I say, and once again start to clear the table. Nico stands up and starts to wander around my small apartment.
Where's your cat? He kept me company the other day.
He's probably under my bed. He likes to hide, that's his favorite pastime. I open the cabinet and take out a box of treats. As soon as I shake it, Julius comes running full speed, the tiny bell on his collar jingling. I give him a fish-shaped treat and he scampers over onto the couch. Turning on the television, Nico picks up Julius and pets him, which makes my cat very happy, if you judge by his loud purring. I've never been jealous of my cat before. I'm still looking at Nico when our eyes meet and I feel the blood rush to my face. I quickly turn back around and busy myself with the dishes. I remember that he drinks coffee, so I put on a pot as I finish up. Remembering I have my mother's good china cups, I open the cabinets above the stove and get on the tips of my toes, but I still can't reach the cups. I'm struggling to get to them when strong hands grip my waist, startling me.
Let me.
Nico's husky voice reverberates down my spine as he moves me aside, reaches up, and brings them down. His eyes are on me.
I'm glad that touching isn't an issue.
Me too. He's looking at my mouth and I think he's going to kiss me. We are standing so close in my small kitchen, I can see the way his eyes are dilated and his Adam's apple bobs in and out. Instead, he clears his throat.
Maybe I should go.
Why? I mean, you don't have to. I point to the coffee pot. I made coffee. You like coffee, I remembered. I'm talking too fast now, and it's obvious that I'm nervous. He runs his thumb down my cheek. Breathe, he says, and I exhale and inhale, but our eyes are still connected.
You have such a pretty mouth.
His thumb is now swiping across my lip. I can't help but release a tiny little whimper, and my hand goes to his chest because I need to hang on.
I think the shit I said about being friends flew out the window when you opened the door today. I'm a fucking idiot.
I won't hold that against you. I respond. My voice is raspier than I intend it to be. I feel like I'm outside my body, looking down. My head gets fuzzy and my heart begins to tattoo against my chest. It's similar to the beginning of a panic attack, but instead of wanting to run away, I want to cling to this feeling forever. It's as if excitement newness, and hope are all swirling around the pit of my stomach like butterflies. His hand leaves my face, and I don't know what possesses me, but I grab his wrist. No, I say, but I don't know what I'm stopping him from doing.
What is it?
He asks softly, taking a step closer to me. Don't go.
I'm not going anywhere.
He takes another step, pinning me against the counter. This is where I should be scared. I should want to run, but I don't.
What do you need, Catherine? What do you want?
His eyes are searching and he looks tormented. I think he wants to kiss me, but isn't sure if that's what I want. Or at least that's what I'm hoping is on his mind. So I don't answer.
This is what I think,
he says huskily, getting closer. His body is now pressed against mine.
I think you want to kiss me.
I nod tentatively because, hell, that is exactly what I want. Again, he swipes the pad of his thumb across my lip, and the sensation of his closeness and his skin on mine is making me heady.
Good. Because even when I was confused and angry and carried you home, that damn mouth of yours, I wanted it.
And then he's on me. No reprieve, no gentleness. His soft beard brushes against my face, and his leg is pressed between my thighs as his tongue slides into my mouth. It's wanton and intense, and he's holding onto the back of my neck in a way no one has ever held me. Possessive, aggressive, exhilarating. It's the best feeling in the world. I grip his shirt and open my lips so that he knows I want this as much as he does. Our tongues battle as I press against him. He wraps my hair around his hand and pulls back, exposing my neck, which he quickly begins to kiss.
And this fucking hair.
He growls against my neck. Julius takes that opportunity to jump on the counter behind me to watch.
Motherfucker!
Nico yells and leaps back. Shoo! Go away, Julius, I say to my cock-blocking cat. To Nico, I say, don't stop. Ignore him. Nico leans his forehead against mine and my fingers go into his beard, caressing his face.
I should stop.
He's breathing as fast as I am.
I should go.
Or you could stay.
I really shouldn't.
But he doesn't make any effort to leave. Our breathing is ragged. You want to get out of the kitchen? I ask.
Give me another second.
His eyes are closed and we are still pressed together. I can feel his hardness against me.
I'm going to go, Catherine.
He says as if he's made a difficult decision. You are? I know I'm pouting as I say this, but I really don't want him to go.
I have to. If not, I won't be able to stop.
So don't. He groans.
Don't say shit you can't handle. I'm the first person you've had contact with in months, maybe years. We can't just start having sex, not yet at least.
Okay, I say, not certain what it is he wants. He kisses my nose and steps back.
Thank you for dinner.
Thank you for coming.
I wish I had.
He mumbles, sounding frustrated.
Can I see you on Monday?
I'm sad that he says Monday. That's 2 whole days away. Okay. He kisses me less passionately this time.
Good night, Catherine.
Good night, Nico. At the door, he looks back.
You're not at all what I expected.
He kisses me again. You're quite unexpected, too, I say softly. That night, I sleep a peaceful, dreamless sleep.
7. Faint. Nico. I wake up the next day feeling like shit. I tossed and turned all night. Catherine surprised the shit out of me with that kiss. For some reason, I expected her to be shy and inexperienced. Instead, she was eager and demanding and... experienced? That thought doesn't sit well with me. From seeing her driver's license, I know that she's 32, so it's not like I expected her to be a virgin. But since she rarely leaves her house, I guess somewhere in my perverse mind I thought maybe she would be. That kiss, though. That kiss told a different story. It showed me that she knew exactly what she wanted and how she wanted it, and fuck me if her assertiveness didn't make my dick hard. But even so, I need control in the bedroom. It's the way I'm built. So even if she's assertive, I need her to let me take charge. If I really think about all her issues, control seems to be the common denominator. Feeling out of control frightens her. I don't want her to be scared of me, but if we ever do have sex, I need her to let me take charge. I'm worried that'll be a hard no for her, though. I'm probably jumping the gun even thinking about sex, but after that kiss, I know that's where we're inevitably headed. Our busiest day at the club is Saturday, and I'm supposed to go in early and begin setting up, just like I've done for years. After my morning run and subsequent swim, I look at my phone and don't see anything from Matt. I want to know how last night went. It's the first Friday I didn't show up at Panic. I can't stand not knowing. No, Catherine isn't the only one with control issues. But I'm also too mad and too proud to call my brother. I'm pacing around my house like a maniac when I get a text from Catherine. Hi. I feel my mouth go from a scowl to a smile with that one simple word. Instead of texting back, I dial her number. Hello, I say when she answers. I wasn't sure if I should text or call, she admits, and I'm happy she's thinking about me in the first place. Either's good so long as you do one or the other. What do you do during the day? I assume you don't start at Panic until night? Normally I work out in the mornings and then head to the club and get things ready, do inventory, wait for shipments, stuff like that. During the week I usually have meetings with different vendors, and on weekends it's just the craziness of making sure everything's ready for when the doors open at 8, although it doesn't really get busy until 11 or so. So you're getting ready to leave then? She asks. I look at my watch. It's 2 in the afternoon. I should have been at the club a long time ago. I decided not to go in today, I tell her and quickly change the subject. And you? What's your day like? It's the same every day, pretty much. I wake up, shower, have breakfast, sit and work, eat lunch, work some more, work out, have dinner, watch some television or read, and then go to sleep. Even on the weekends? Yeah, pretty much. Jesus, Catherine, I say, running my hand through my wet hair. Her life is so dull and monotonous, it breaks my heart. It's not so bad. Which part of your day am I interrupting right now? The part where I figure out what to make for dinner? I skipped lunch and I'm starving. I was just going through my fridge. What are you going to make? Usually I have all my groceries delivered on Monday and I plan everything so I have enough ordered, but today, I have to admit, I don't have much planned. And I don't have the makings for anything elaborate, so I'll probably make some spaghetti or something. Did you say all of that in one breath? She laughs, and her voice is a little raspy through the phone, making my dick stand to attention. Sorry, I'm not so good at small talk. You're doing just fine, I say. So tell me about your workout. I saw a treadmill. Yes, I do 5 miles on it every day, and then an hour of yoga. Wow. I used to be on the track team in high school. Where was that? I was born and raised in New York, but after my parents divorced, my dad moved to Miami, so I'd spend some time here, but mostly New York. I loved running in Central Park. So you used to be an outdoorsy person? Yep. I wasn't born like this or anything. In fact, I've been fine most of my life. I want to take you out. Out? Like on a date? Exactly like that. But I don't want to pressure you into anything. I want you relaxed. She doesn't say anything, and I don't know her well enough to gauge what she's thinking. The only things I know about her are the little things I've learned through our text sessions, and that she scares easily, and that she's a fantastic fucking kisser. The rest I don't know, but damn if I don't want to find out. She intrigues me in ways no one ever has. She's drop-dead gorgeous, but has absolutely no clue. She's shy yet feisty, scared but fucking braver than most. If you met her in a random place, she'd seem like the most normal person. And yet she's by far the oddest person I've ever met. And I don't mean that in a negative way at all. I mean she's odd in a way that caught my attention and makes me want to know more. We don't have to go anywhere, I add. I'll order a pizza and we can stay in. Maybe watch that movie we never got around to watching. I want to get to know you. I'd really like a chance to do that. Nico, what if you don't like the person you get to know? My heart breaks for her. I think that's impossible. But Nick, I'm not going to let you push me away when we've barely just started getting to know each other. Plus, I'd really like to kiss you again. I'm coming over, I say, not giving her the chance to make up a million excuses or work herself into a frenzy. Now that I've spent countless hours researching her condition, I feel as if I know enough to understand that she spirals out of control when she starts thinking too much about something that may give her anxiety. Dialing my favorite pizza joint with one hand, I lock up my apartment with the other.
Catherine. I'm in soft leggings with a crazy print, sneakers, and a t-shirt that used to have a neck but has stretched so much it falls to the side, leaving my shoulder exposed. I need to change before he gets here. He lives close by, from what he's told me. Quickly, I begin to tidy up my apartment, but in less than 10 minutes there's a knock on the door. Shit, I didn't change yet. I say to myself, hopping in place and flapping my hands. Julius, what do I do?
You open the door, Corazon.
I hear his deep voice through the door, and that word, Corazon, makes me feel discombobulated. My mother used to call me my heart. From living in Miami this long, I've picked up a few Spanish words, and I know that Corazon means heart. I also know that in Spanish it's a common, almost throwaway term. Even knowing this, my heart can't help but flutter. I unlock all the bolts and the chain. That was fast.
You know I live close. I ordered the pizza, and it should arrive soon,
he says, and comes right in. I'm fidgeting with my shirt, and he takes my wrists and stops me.
What's going on? Tequila?
He asks, using our safe word. No tequila, I wanted to change. I admit, looking down at my frumpy attire.
I wouldn't change a thing,
he says, and lifts my chin with his hand so I'm forced to look at him. He brushes his lips against mine, and it's nothing like yesterday's kiss, but yet it's everything. Yesterday was hormones, lust, and uncertainty. Today it's promise, tenderness, and familiarity. Still standing by the door, he laces his fingers with mine and tugs me into my apartment.
I hope you like everything on your pizza. I should have asked before I ordered.
Works for me, I say as he sits on my couch and tugs me down next to him. He surprises me by reaching to the top of my head and pulling the hair tie out. Yesterday we were sort of pushed together by Matt, and before that I wasn't sure if he even believed me about the PTSD. Now it's as if he's made some sort of decision, and I'm what he's chosen. He's sure of himself and of what he wants, and there's no pretense or awkwardness.
I like it down,
he says. It's too long. Once I get myself together, I'm getting a haircut. It's my first order of business.
Not too much. It's the first thing I noticed about you,
he says, wrapping a hank of hair around his fingers. There's an intimacy in the way he's sitting close to me, touching me, talking to me, that's exhilarating. You didn't go to the club today? Does that mean you're still mad at Matt?
Yes, but I don't want to talk about Matt. I mean, he hasn't even bothered to call.
He starts.
After everything I've done for him, for the club, all the sacrifices, he could have called. He could have apologized.
So we are talking about it then? I smirk. He leans in and gives me another kiss on the lips, but this time he lingers a little longer, and his big hand tightens around the back of my neck.
Don't be a wise ass.
Look, I don't know the whole story, but it seems to me that you don't like to argue with your brother. It also seems to me, based on the little that I know of you, that you have a lot of pride and don't want to be the first one to call. He guffaws and leans back.
I'm not calling him.
Rolling my eyes, I say, exactly. So maybe he's at the club or at home thinking the same thing. Yesterday he sounded hurt, from what I gathered. He's upset that you don't have any faith in his ability.
I do have faith in his ability.
You sure about that? Have you told him that? When he doesn't say anything, I continue. I don't know you all that well, and I know Matt even less well. But I do know that you will feel better if you forgive him. Forgiveness is about you, not him. You don't want all that weighing on you. Plus, he's your brother, and it's not good to leave things in an argument. God forbid something happens to him. You'll always have that guilt and regret lying heavily on your shoulders. It's not worth it. There's a knock on the door, and he stands up and motions for me to stay where I am.
Maybe you're right. I'll think about it.
He says as he opens the door and pays for the pizza. He brings it over and puts it on the coffee table right in front of me. Smells so good.
You have beer?
He asks, walking to my kitchen. In the fridge.
You want one too?
Sure. I hear him rummaging through my kitchen. He seems so comfortable in my house, and it feels so natural that I'm a little taken aback. I mean, it's only been a few weeks since I met him, but it's not as if we've been on the best of terms for most of that time. He comes back with some napkins and beers.
Tell me, you're not a fork and knife pizza eater.
I chuckle as I pull out a slice and fold it in half. I'm a New Yorker. Of course not. He smiles and takes his own slice, and we eat in companionable silence as he fumbles with the remote control.
Nico. I'm stuffed, she says, and pats her flat stomach. I can't believe the woman ate as much as I did. Hey, I baked that cake today. You want some? You did? You sound surprised. Do you know the last time I ate an actual home-cooked meal, other than yesterday? I don't wait for her to answer. Years. Well, no, Christmas and Thanksgiving at my sister's house, but other than that, years. I eat fast food and takeout every day. Really? She looks at me, her eyes drifting down my body. But you're in great shape. Because I work out a lot to counteract my horrible eating habits. That's terrible, Nico. She gets up and goes to the kitchen to serve me a slice of cake. I like that you call me Nico. No one calls me that. She smiles at me. So how was your day? I've been walking out into the hall every day. My goal is to get out of this building in the next week. I realized after I missed the doctor's appointment yesterday that I'll never get better if I can't even see him. It's so frustrating. So how far did you make it? Almost to the end of the hall. But I'd been going all the way down the stairs, and I even went as far as your club. It's as if I take one step forward and then I retreat and have to start all over again. Why do you stop? Can you tell me what you feel? I ask, truly trying to comprehend. For me, I just take a step and then another, and then I'm where I need to be. But obviously there is some sort of short circuit between her brain and her feet. I hope that doesn't sound intrusive or insensitive. I just really want to understand. It feels like I'm being crushed. The weight of my fear makes me feel as if I can't breathe. When it gets really bad, it just feels like I'm dying. My heart starts to go 100 miles an hour. I break out into a cold sweat. I get spots in my vision. Complete and total shutdown and loss of control over my body. Damn. But I'm trying really hard. I'm on medication and I'm doing video chats with a therapist. I need to go in person to meet my new therapist, though. That's the most immediate goal. Baby steps. Exactly, she says. I just wish my baby steps were a little bigger. And me being here, it's okay. You're not, like, secretly dying to use the safe word, are you? I reach for a lock of her hair, which is hanging all the way down almost to her lap, and twirl it around my fingers. Truth? Always. I get a little worked up every now and again, but then you distract me with conversation and I calm down. It's getting easier, though. It's weird that I feel as comfortable with you as I do. I don't normally feel like that with anyone. I'm glad, because I don't think you could get rid of me that easily, I say. She smiles and shakes her head as she says, I don't want to get rid of you. Not even a little. Even though I'm scared of that, too. What? Why? I don't want to frighten you off, she admits. I'm a lot to take in. Why would anyone want to deal with all my issues? I don't scare easily. Besides, we all have issues. I take her plate and put it down. We're sitting on the couch, turned toward each other, our knees touching. Since I don't know when or if we will be able to go on a real date, I'm treating this as such. Close your eyes. She does, without hesitation, and this pleases me immensely. Let's be somewhere else for a little while, I say, and she smiles, her eyes shut tight. We just finished dinner at the Rusty Hook. You had lobster and creamed spinach. She crinkles her nose and I chuckle. Corn on the cob? She nods, so I continue. Okay, you had a steamed lobster tail with corn on the cob, and I had the surf and turf. We're sitting outside, overlooking the bay, and the night is full of stars. There's a rock cover band playing. It's a great first date. She smiles brightly, her eyes still closed. We're on a date? She asks. Yeah, why not? I say. Taking my phone, I scroll through my playlist until I find Just Breathe by Pearl Jam. Then I stand and pull her up with me. Her eyes remain closed, so I continue my little game as Eddie Vedder sings about living through hurt and pain, but still breathing and loving. We dance a little in the hot, sticky night. People stare, especially the men. They wonder how I, with this caveman beard and long hair, snagged such a beautiful, sweet woman. I'm left wondering the same thing. With the song playing in the background, in the middle of her small apartment, I wrap my arms around her waist and we dance slowly. I don't know where all this is coming from. I'm not normally this guy. Romance? I've dated, taken girlfriends to nice places, but I've never considered myself romantic. Catherine rests her face on my chest and we sway back and forth, both of us lost in the moment. I can feel her heart against my chest and it's beating calmly against my own. Ironic, usually you want your date's heart beating rapidly. Passion, excitement, lust. But everything about this is the opposite. I want her to be relaxed and calm. I want her to feel safe and in control. Just breathe, corazón, I say into her hair. Because it's really that simple. Strangely enough, even though she's tormented inside, she's actually a balm to me. Her presence is calming, and when I'm with her, I forget the million problems awaiting me at the club. When the song finishes, she looks up at me. That was the best date I've never had, Nico. I chuckle. We did have it. It was just a little different, but it was still perfect, don't you think? Absolutely. Are you the kind of girl that kisses on the first date, Catherine? I think we're past that, don't you? Couldn't agree more. Instead of going for her lips first, I pull her close, wrap my fist around her hair just the way I fantasized, and pull back, giving me complete access to her beautiful neck. Beginning at her collarbone, I kiss across and up to the little space behind her ear, earning me a little whimper. As I move up and nuzzle right under her ear, her hand clutches my biceps, so I keep going until I'm finally at her lips. Just like yesterday, she kisses me back fervently. We're still standing, so I gently push her down onto the couch. Do you do more than just kiss on the first date, sweet Catherine? I ask as I lift her up and over my lap so that she's straddling me. Nico, I'm 32 years old. It's been a hell of a long time since I did anything physical with a man. But I'm not a 20-year-old virgin. Don't treat me like one, she says, stroking my beard. I growl into her neck like a fucking animal because I like this side of her, even though I don't particularly like the thought of her with other men. You may have some experience, but I'm not going to let you take control, and we are not going to have sex tonight. Why not? Because I don't want you to fuck me just because I'm here? If it were someone else here, would you fuck him? She shakes her head, looking stunned. No, it's you. I want you. You don't even know me that well. I like you, Catherine. If we have sex tonight, you'll regret it in the morning, and I don't want you to regret it. I want to get to know you. Right now, you're just horny. She groans in frustration. And I have to tell you something else that may be a turn-off for you, but I think I should be up front. I like sex a little rough, and I like control. She leans back a little to look at me. What does that mean, exactly? Just that I like to dominate. Sometimes I like to use restraints. I like control. It turns me on. It's just the way I like sex. Not all the time, but some of the time. And I don't think you can handle that if you don't trust me. But trusting me will take more than one date. I snake my hand around her and pull her against me, and this time I kiss her in earnest. My tongue thrusts in her mouth, and she nibbles my lip. As she rubs herself against me, I slide my hand under her shirt, find the waistband of her leggings, and move my hand down. You're kind of scaring me, but you're kind of turning me on, too. she says pantingly. Just keep an open mind. Her arms wrap around my neck and she's plastered against me. I move my hand lower and my fingers hover right by her pussy, waiting for her to stop me. I wonder if maybe she was just talking a big game and maybe, when it comes down to it, she's not ready for this. Except she doesn't stop me. Instead, she kisses me harder. I want my fingers inside you, I say into her mouth. I want them inside me too, she says, and with that, I don't hesitate. Just because I've taken sex off the table for tonight doesn't mean I can't make her feel good. I can feel how wet she is, and when I slide one finger in, she moans loudly. I slide a second finger inside, and she grabs my hair. Her eyes are shut tight, and she's biting her lip as if she's savoring the experience and taking what she needs from my fingers inside her. It's a spectacularly erotic sight, and I want to make her come, to feel her tighten around me. I want to do all that, and then I want to taste her. My fingers thrust in and out of her as she pulls my head forward and starts kissing me again. She's completely lost in lust and sensation. When you're ready and we do have sex. Fuck, I don't think I'll last. You're so fucking tight and gorgeous. The way we're positioned, it's hard to do all the things I want to do to her, but still I work my fingers as we kiss. I can feel her begin to tighten and I know she's close. So close. I'm going to tie you to that bed, sweet Catherine, I whispered into her ear. I'm going to spread your legs apart, and I'm going to eat your pussy over and over again, and there's nothing you'll be able to do about it because you'll be tied up and spread open for me. For my fucking pleasure. And nothing would give me more pleasure than to see you fall apart with my tongue inside your tight little cunt while you're helpless to do anything about it. With that, she comes around my fingers with a long moan. I know that I'll have half-moon marks on my shoulders where she clawed me. The first thing she says when she's caught her breath is, I hate the C word. Made you explode? Pretty sure it was your magic fingers, not the word. I chuckle into her neck. So good, she says as she relaxes against me. It's been a while. My chin rests on top of her head as she cuddles into me. She's warm and sweet, and I just felt her fall apart on me. I want to do so much more to her, but I know I have to take it slow, even if she says she wants to. I think it's too soon. She settles in even closer and my arms tighten around her. My cock is rock hard, but I shut that shit down. This one was all for her. Hey, Nico? Yeah, baby. I'm so glad we went on this date. So am I. I kissed the top of her head. So am I.
8. Shortness of breath. Catherine. I can't believe Nico was here 2 days in a row, and that last night we sort of had a date. A date in which he played the most beautiful and perfect song and danced with me in my living room. A date on which I let him give me the best orgasm of my life. In my defense, it had been way too long. 7 years to be exact. So maybe it's that fact alone that's making me feel giddy and tingly this morning. We talked for 3 hours after that, and the 2 times I tried to touch him, to show him that I wanted to reciprocate, he gently shut me down. So I went with it and basked in the afterglow for as long as I could. At some point, my eyelids started to droop and he tucked me into bed. I wanted him to stay so badly, but he didn't. He said staying would break his resolve, which I was 100% on board with. This morning, I have a video session with Dr. Cole, and I tell her about Nico. She says to be careful because sex can sometimes be a coping mechanism with the potential for turning into an addiction. But she also says that allowing Nico into my life is a good sign. Definitely forward progress. Feeling determined, I decide I'm going to walk all the way down to the front door of my building. It takes me an hour to get down all 5 flights and to the door, but I'm able to do it, and I feel proud of myself. When I look through the glass door and see all the people on the sidewalk outside, I want to run back to my apartment, but I don't. And that is actually what I'm most proud of. I walk calmly, taking breaths and reasoning with myself, all the way back up. I'm closing the door of my apartment when my cell phone dings. It's Nico.
Why isn't there sunblock that doesn't blind you when you sweat?
I think there is. I text back. The one that says sport on it. A picture comes in of a tube of sunblock whose label says that it's sweatproof. Nico's typed a comment under the photo.
Bullshit.
I laugh out loud. Then another picture comes in and it's of his face, a finger pointed at his reddened eye. Oh, wow. I type. It's really irritated.
I know. Happens every time. I feel like I'm going blind.
I think you'll live. Beach?
Was in the ocean paddleboarding. Working off the pizza and homemade cake.
I look through my window. It's a beautiful day out and I can't help feel a twinge of envy. Nico's texting again.
You know how to swim?
Yes. Even did a triathlon once.
Damn.
What are you going to do today? I ask.
Might take your advice and go to the club. Talk to Matt.
Good. I tell him.
And you?
I sigh and text back. Nothing as exciting as being blinded by sunblock.
Ha ha.
But, since the day is so beautiful, I think I'll sit on my balcony for a while. Then I tell him just because I want to share it with someone. I went all the way to the front door of the apartment building just now.
Proud of you.
My heart pounds and my smile is huge. Thanks. I'm kind of proud of me, too.
Hope you have a nice day today, sweet Catherine.
Hope you have a nice day, too. And that you don't lose that eye.
Nico. It's early in the day when I walk into Panic, so I know it'll be empty. I don't know what I'm expecting, but everything is just how I left it. I know Matt's in because I saw his bike parked in the garage. Everything looks to be in order, and I'm about to pull up a sales report, but decide against it. When I get upstairs, Matt's in his office, his feet on his desk, and he's reading something. He looks relaxed, but I can see that he's working. He and I are so different. Our posture, to begin with. I could be doing the same thing, but I'd probably have both feet on the floor, my head bowed down, my shoulders slumped, and my brow creased. Good weekend. Upsold Kettle 1, he says, looking at what I assume is the sales report. Shrinkage low, breakage a little high. I have to talk to the staff about this. He finally puts the report down and looks up. I didn't even think he knew I was in the room. Glad to hear it. I take the report and sit down across from him. He's right. It was a hell of a weekend. New DJ and new bartender did real well, he adds. Good, good. I'm still reading through the report, and damn, everything is as it should be. Maybe better. I finally put it down and look at my brother, who's sitting right across from me. His feet are still up, his hands resting casually behind his neck, and he doesn't look smug or stressed. Thanks for taking care of things, Matt. He puts his feet down and leans forward. You don't have to. I'm sorry, force of habit. I know you're an equal owner. I know I don't have to thank you. Listen, I'm sorry, okay? You were right. He waves me off. My brother doesn't like to have deep conversations. For that matter, neither do I. Ain't even a thing, he says. You're my brother. We're cool. Always will be. He reaches across the table and squeezes my hand. I want you to be happy is all. You can't be happy if you're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Just asking you to share some of the weight and trust me. I know that you didn't want to come back and run Panic. Neither did you, brother. No, but I made the decision before Dad got arrested. I was already here. You're here because of the shit that went down. You were left unemployed and without a choice. I have choices, Nikki. If I didn't want to be here, I wouldn't be. So stop feeling like you need to take on all the weight, okay? Okay, I say, because you know what? It feels good to be able to share the burden, to not feel as if I have to do it all by myself. Good, he says, and I know that is the end of this conversation. So how's our little Katie doing? Catherine's fine, although I don't like him saying our. She's mine, not ours, but I figured it's best to keep this crazy little tantrum to myself. I like her, he tells me. When I involuntarily growl, he chuckles. Relax there, Tiger. I like her for you. I like that she makes you all crazy. It's fun to watch. I like her too, I admit, and my shoulders relax. Good. I'm happy for you, he says. His phone buzzes and he takes it and starts typing into it. Having a twin is like having an extension of yourself. There's never uncomfortable silence. There's nothing he doesn't know about me or vice versa. It bothers me to argue with him, even if I want to pretend it doesn't. It weighs heavily on me, and I can't relax until I know that things are back to normal, which they seem to be now. I stand up and head out to get some inventory done. It's what I normally do, and I want to get back to my routine, even though I will loosen the reins and let Matt take on more of the responsibility. You did good, Matty. He looks up from his phone and smiles. And right there, I know that everything's going to be okay.
Catherine.
I have an idea.
Text Nico. Should I be worried?
Yes. I'll tell you when I see you.
I answer with an emoji of a scared face, but he doesn't reply. When you hide yourself away from society, you miss things people take for granted, like being outside in the fresh air and sunlight, or even the rain. Last night was so great, and then all the texting from Nico today has made me want to climb mountains or go out to the beach and run in the sand while it rains. But I know that's not something I could do, at least not yet. Oddly enough, I love rain. I don't mean a light drizzle, I mean torrential downpours. I love the way the world looks when it's raining. I love the smell that comes along with it. The loud bang of thunder scares me, but since I know exactly what it is, it doesn't send me into a tailspin. So once in a while, when I'm in a certain mood, nostalgic mostly, I'll stand on my balcony and let the rain beat down on me. That's what I do tonight. I've been outside on the balcony for 15 minutes, eyes closed, letting the rain fall on me when a noise from inside the apartment registers. I turn around and see that it's Julius purring loudly and scratching at the door, which is weird. As I'm opening the sliding door, I hear a pounding at my front door. At the same time, my phone is ringing. What the hell? I say aloud. Julius runs to the door as if he's trying to tell me to open up. I look at my phone and it's Nico calling. I start to say hello as I open the door, but he cuts me off.
Are you okay? What happened?
It's also Nico at the door. He's looking me up and down, taking in my soaked clothing and dripping hair, and then around my apartment, his eyes are frantic. Hey, I say, cupping his face so that he looks down at me. Hey, I didn't hear the door, I was outside.
Outside?
He looks to the open door that leads to the balcony.
It's raining.
Yeah, I know, I say, pulling at my drenched shirt.
Catherine?
He scolds, and I know exactly what he's thinking. Oh, relax, I'm not high. I roll my eyes. Come on. I pull him by the hand and we walk out to the balcony. Leaving him under the overhang, I walk toward the railing, extend my hands and tip my head back, letting the rain fall on my face. My mom was a very proper and scholarly banker, but she loved the rain. I remember this one time we were having a picnic on a Saturday afternoon in Central Park. The sky started to get dark, and you could smell the rain coming. Everyone was scrambling to pick up their things to leave, but not us. I was 9 years old, and when the rain began to pelt down, we lay back on our blanket, closed our eyes, and held hands. It's one of the best memories of my life, I say, my eyes still closed. That's the most I've shared with him about my past. It's also the most I'm willing to say out loud, because if more words come out of my mouth, the moment will fall apart with a rush of memories too painful to fit inside my body. The pain is so consuming that it chokes me. I turn around and look at the ocean. Lights from ships off in the distance line the horizon. I push the hair off my face and rest my forearms against the railing. When did life get so hard? How I wish I could be 9 again, playing in the rain with my mother. Love you always, my heart. I can hear her say those words to me. There are nights I wake up startled because I think I hear them being spoken out loud. The last time she said that to me is on a constant loop in my mind. I can feel the tears escaping, but with the rain, I doubt Nico notices. Thinking about my mother always makes me cry.
Corazon.
He says as he steps toward me. He wraps his arms around my waist and rests his chin on my head.
Just breathe.
He tells me, using the words of the song we danced to. You're getting all wet. I tell him.
It's okay.
And we stay like this for a long time. Me deep in my memories, and Nico. I don't know what Nico's thinking. But I do know it feels good having him here with me. It gives me a reason not to get too into my head. A reason to stop before I spiral down. His strong arms around me, the way his thumb absent-mindedly moves up and down on my stomach, the way his heartbeat is in sync with the rain pounding against the metal railing, the way he smells of fresh soap, the way his beard tickles my ear. I love the way he makes me feel.
I've been researching.
He tells me after a few minutes.
Some people need space, wide open space, to feel better when they're having a panic attack. And others need to be in tight, confined spaces. Tell me what you need. I want to help.
I turn in his arms and look up at him. He did research? God, he's wonderful. Pull me close and hold me tight. I whisper. He brings me in even closer and tightens his arms around me, my face tucked into his neck, his wet beard soft against my skin. We're closer to the door now, so the rain isn't hitting us directly any longer. In his arms, with the sound of the rain and the smell of the ocean all around us, I feel the thoughts that were about to send me crashing start to melt away. I need him. I want him. I get on the tips of my toes, pull his head down and kiss him. I'm practically climbing up his body, but he has so much control, it blows my mind. Maybe he's been getting some, but I certainly haven't, and I want to feel numb with ecstasy again. I know he wants me, it's written on his face, and I can feel it pressed against my stomach. But he takes control of the kiss, swiping his tongue over my lips, then inside my mouth. I break away and sweep the hair out of my face. It's not because you're here. I know this for a fact. It's because it's you, I say as if he can read my mind. I'm referring to what he told me yesterday, the reason he said we had to wait. I wouldn't want to jump just any man, I just want to jump him. Without letting me go, he reaches behind him, slides open the door, and pulls me inside.
Good,
he says with a cocky smile.
You're shaking. You're all wet and cold.
No, it's you. You're making me shake. I feel bold, so I pull off my wet shirt and let it fall to the floor. Then I wait to see what he's going to do. Maybe I can seduce him into sleeping with me. Yeah, I'm that desperate. He pulls his shirt off and lets it fall to the floor too. And damn, he is just as gorgeous as I remembered. My eyes roam up and down. I hook my fingers into the waistband of my shorts and slide them down my legs. And then he does the same. We're a few feet away from each other and most of the lights are on, so we're getting a good eyeful of each other.
Cute pussy.
His words startle me and I look down, only to notice I'm wearing white cotton panties that have a kitten's face on the front and its tail on the back.
What do you want, Catherine?
He takes a step forward. You. I want you.
Go dry off, and then hand me a towel. We're soaked and I want to talk first.
Seriously? Talk?
Yes, seriously. Talk.
He swats my ass and pushes me gently toward the bathroom. Ow! I yelp, and then come back a moment later with a towel for him and one for me. I take all of our wet clothes and throw them in the dryer. When I come back, I say, "So, what would you like to chat about, Nico? And I would just like to add that you are a hard guy to have sex with. If I didn't see or hear from you often, I'd think you're not interested. Mental illness isn't contagious, by the way, and having sex won't hurt me."
Let's start off by making one thing perfectly clear. I want you.
He takes my hand and places it over the towel that barely conceals his cock.
See how much?
I nod because what the hell else can I do or say?
The thing is, I don't think you should use me to feel better. You need to feel better first. I've had a dysfunctional relationship and I've had meaningless sex. Now, I want real.
I'm trying to get better. I want real, too.
What are you so afraid of? Can you tell me?
I told you, I'm afraid of small...
I don't mean that. I mean, what do you think will happen? You sit in here in the dark with me and what, the boogeyman will come?
Don't make fun of me,
I'm not.
he says, his tone completely serious.
I'm trying to understand.
I can't explain it, Nico. I'm just scared. I think of a million things that can happen, and I psych myself out, I guess.
Nico. You have to let the fear in, Catherine. You let it in and do the thing you're afraid of. If you let it in, it can't hurt you. Easier said than done, Nico. I know that, but you have to. You sound like you can relate, but I know that's impossible. I won't say I can relate exactly, but I know what it is to be afraid. To be so terrified that you become paralyzed. I'm afraid to tell her the truth about me out of fear that she won't understand. I saw the look of disgust on the faces of my alleged friends right before I stopped hearing from them completely. But at the same time, I'd rather know now. It's obvious that we like each other, and if she can't accept this now, what's the point in continuing forward? If there is one good thing about the shit Naomi put me through, it's that it taught me that knowing the ugly parts of a person isn't always the worst thing. In fact, knowing the ugly parts and looking past them is what makes a relationship solid. I learned this the hard way. Naomi didn't stand by me through the worst. In fact, she added shit to my already shitty situation. So I think it's best to just pull off the Band-Aid and see where I stand with Catherine. Plus, if Catherine ever got really curious and Googled my name, she'd know the whole ugly story in a minute. Last year I was arrested, I tell her, and wait for a flinch, a twitch, something. But I don't get anything other than her big round eyes boring into me. So were Matt and my father, I add. Might as well get it all out. Tell me. I shake my head. This woman is a fucking conundrum, always doing the opposite of what I expect her to do. Let me back up a little and start from the beginning. I want to know it all. Please, she says, her big eyes still looking at me as though I hung the moon. My father, Victor Moreno, was a legend in Miami Beach. He opened Panic in the early 80s when he got here from Cuba, and it's been a landmark since. Every star who's visited Miami in the last 30 years has stopped at Panic. And if the star was female, my father probably fucked her. Anyone who's anyone has gotten drunk at Panic, danced at Panic, gotten a top-notch blowjob in the bathroom at Panic, or snorted some coke on the tabletop in the exclusive VIP area. I sneak a look at her to see if she's freaked out yet. The truth is, in the 80s, drug use was rampant and very much out in the open. It was mostly before my time, but still, it's a fact and part of the notoriety of Panic. Unfortunately, that reputation got my father in trouble with the feds. When I was 10, my parents divorced. My brother and I fought to stay with my father, our hero, and our sister Julia went with Mom. You would love my mother. She lives with my aunt in Savannah. She's all about manners, respect, and Southern hospitality. Now, looking back, I see that's where I got any good in me. But of course, when you're young, you want fun and charm, and that's my father. Matt and I grew up at the club, coming over every day after school and staying until it was time to go home in the late evenings. We knew about the club's reputation, but growing up, we never saw the drugs. My father was serious and strict and kept us sheltered from the unsavory shit. We would do our homework in his office, where we heard him barking out orders, demanding the best cigars, the best liquors, the best glasses. No plastic cups for his guests. When Maddie and I turned 15 and started really noticing the tits, we started sneaking out of the office and into the club. By the time we were 18, we were always there, and there wasn't much my father could do to keep us away. We'd get our friends into the VIP area, we'd get plastered, and on more than one occasion we got thrown out on our asses for being obnoxiously drunk. I knew about the drugs. Hell, I used them on more than one occasion, and I vaguely remembered seeing the same women every weekend come in, then disappear with different men every night. But we were too busy with college and our own partying to really notice all the shit going on in the club. When you grow up used to a certain lifestyle, it's hard to know when something's off. By the time I turned 24, I started getting my shit together. I went off to get my MBA at Dartmouth, and Maddie went to law school at the University of Miami. Matt's a lawyer? She asks. He hates it. Always did. Dad pretty much made him go to law school. Long story. Anyway, we calmed down a bit after graduate school. Yeah, we own a nightclub and we occasionally partied pretty hard, but I graduated at the top of my class. I lived in New Hampshire for a few years and worked at an investment firm, and Matt worked at a law firm in Fort Lauderdale that specialized in intellectual property. Then, about 3 years ago, my dad started talking retirement, and I relocated here to help him out. My dad was beginning to seem tired, and I tried to help him with the running of the club, but he wouldn't let me do much. Then, a year ago, the club was raided and my father indicted, and that's the abridged story of how I became the owner of the most exclusive, most famous nightclub in a town where there's a nightclub on every corner.
Wow. And how did your dad end up in prison?
The feds had been conducting an undercover operation in Panic for 7 months. Wiretaps, video surveillance, undercover agents, and none of us knew. Apparently my father was involved in a drug trafficking ring. He wasn't selling directly, but he facilitated the sale. Our club was swarming with drugs. He would get expensive trips, jewelry, and courtside seats to sporting events for turning a blind eye to the goings-on. The employees were in on it too. There were a lot of arrests made. He was charged with racketeering and some lesser counts involving prostitution.
You didn't know,
she says matter-of-factly.
Why did they arrest you?
How do you know that I didn't know? I could have known. My dad was busy jet-setting around the world those last few months, and I was in the club even more than I am now. I could have been using myself for all you know.
No way. I don't believe that. You wouldn't do that. You're a good man.
I lean in and kiss her because there's nothing I want to do more at that moment. She believes the best of me. Her blind faith in my character is a little unnerving, but it's so welcome after everything that's happened in the last year. Most people, even people who'd known me my whole life, just assumed I was guilty. But this woman, a woman I only just met, does the complete opposite. You're right, Catherine. I didn't know anything, and neither did Matt. We got off right before the trial prep got underway. My dad didn't. He's serving the minimum mandatory sentence, which is 20 years.
Holy shit, that's a long time.
I know. When I was arrested, I was mad as hell at first, but then the thought that I might not be able to prove my innocence or that Matt might not, I was petrified. The evidence was so overwhelming I didn't see how we would win, even though I knew we were innocent. I thought my father was too. I didn't want to serve 1 day in jail, much less 20 years. This scar, I say, pointing to my eyebrow, is from something that happened after only 3 days in jail. Some asshole tried to show me who was boss and came at me with a fucking razor blade. We fought for God knows how long before they stopped us and took us to the medic. They stitched up my face and reset his broken nose. That almost crushed me, to think that would now be my life. I thought I would never hold my niece and nephew or see sunlight. I thought the worst, I say, looking at her. I know what it is to be scared, sweet Catherine. So, to some degree, I understand.
I always think the worst.
I know. That's fear. You think the worst and you forget to see what is right in front of you, I say. Feeling fear isn't bad, but letting it stop you from doing the things that you want to do is bad. When I snapped out of it, I went into action. With David's help, I found the best attorney, let go of all the people who'd turned their backs on me and Matt, and moved on. So the point is, don't fight the fear anymore. Just roll with it, baby. It's the only way you'll get through it. You breathe, and you roll with it.
Roll with it,
she says, as if she's testing out the way the words feel in her mouth. So now I spend my days fighting everyone, it seems. I fight with the old clientele, the ones that have been loyal to Panic for over 3 decades. There can't be drugs or prostitution or anything that's illicit in my club. The FBI and the DEA are still up our asses, convinced that Matt and I knew or were involved and somehow got away with it. Apparently the new rules make the nightclub a little dull to some, and we're not quite in the black yet. But it is what it is, right? The easy thing would have been to close the club and do something else. Instead, we decided to roll with it. Fast learner, I say with a wink.
So how were you found innocent?
One of the undercovers vouched for us. I don't even know who, but that's what our lawyer told us, I say. But that doesn't seem to matter to the damn papers and paparazzi. They still linger around waiting for a screw-up of some sort. If a movie star leaves my club drunk, they spin it to make it seem she was in a drug-induced orgy in the VIP section of the club. Wow. Yeah, so my life hasn't been easy the last year. Most of my friends bailed when they saw the shitstorm that was brewing. I can't even go back to my old job because everyone I know saw me get arrested on television, plus they know about my father. Besides, someone has to run the club. She inches closer and takes my hand. I'm sorry you went through that. Must have been hard. But it seems like you have it all together now? I laugh, a humorless laugh. I don't have anything together. I'm doing the best I can day to day, but we get by. At least you have your brother, right? She says. She's right. Yeah, I guess things could be worse. So that's the reason why you were so weird about the whole drug thing that first night? That's why you have issues with drugs, I guess. I exhale loudly. No. May as well get it all out. That's all thanks to Naomi, my ex-girlfriend. Fiancée, actually. She flinches. Of all the things I've told her, that's what gets her to react. For some reason, that small glimpse of jealousy makes me feel 10 feet tall. I dated Naomi for a year. She was my first long-term relationship. In retrospect, I proposed too soon. How did you two meet? At Panic? I think back on that day. Naomi was a force. Short blonde hair, so blonde it looked almost white. She was always the life of the party, the girl who stood on tables and danced seductively and without apprehension. When she looked at me with those blue eyes, it felt like no one else was around. We couldn't get enough of each other. But Naomi always wanted something. Nothing I gave her was ever enough. I'm not one to be pushed around by anyone, including pussy. I mean, yeah, I'm a man and Naomi was hot, but you can find a hot piece of ass anywhere, and that's not the reason I was with her. I liked her. I thought I loved her, actually. I never liked her drinking or her recreational drug use. She promised she'd stop, that she wouldn't do it anymore. I suspected she was taking money from my wallet every now and again, but I wasn't completely certain. And when I was at work and I thought she was at home sleeping, sometimes I'd find her in the VIP area getting shit-faced. The day the club got raided, my first thought was getting to Matt and Naomi. When I saw Matt being handcuffed at the other end of the club, I ran all over, avoiding the cops, looking for Naomi. You can imagine my surprise to find her snorting meth with my good friend Roger in one of the back rooms. Oh my God. Her eyes are huge. Yep. And they were naked. I didn't even get mad enough to kick his ass. I realized immediately what trash she really was. And Karma's a bitch because she was arrested too. She was out in a few days charged with possession. She never called to apologize or to see whether I was out of jail, and neither did Roger. You make it sound like you weren't mad at the time, but you sound mad now, and you were so angry and disgusted when you found me at the club. I'm mad. Fucking furious. I wasn't terribly mad at the time because, like I said, she was trash and I felt sorry for her and I had my own shit to deal with. She was an attention-seeking bitch. But when she got out of jail, she cleaned out our joint account and skipped town. That fucking pissed me off. I needed that money to pay for the shitload of legal fees I had coming my way. And a lot of our funds were seized and frozen after the arrest. Thank God that David stuck by us. He paid for mine and Matt's bail and legal fees. Everything's been settled since and we paid David back. But he was like a brother to me during those months. David sounds like a great guy. He is. He lives in France with Joe and they're getting married soon. They'll be down here again in a few weeks. Catherine is quiet for a few moments, idly running her fingers through my beard. I've learned that she thinks before she speaks. She doesn't blurt out the first thing that comes into her mind. She listens, processes, and then comments. I can see she's thinking, so I give her some time. Meanwhile, my palm plays with her skin, and my mind wanders to all the things I want to do to her body. At last, she says quietly, Nico, are you over her? Naomi? I ask, and she nods. Yes, absolutely, I say with complete certainty. I'm just pissed about the money. Couldn't give a shit about her, she's fucking crazy. She draws back a fraction of an inch. Not much, but I see it. Oh shit, I shouldn't have said that last thing, I think. Out loud, I add, plus I'm very much into this other woman who's smart, funny, sweet, and has the longest fucking hair I've ever seen. She smiles brightly at me, but then says, I'm fairly certain I'm crazier than your ex. Might be, baby, but you're my kind of crazy. I lean toward her and kiss her softly on the mouth. So tell me something about you. You have a sister. I remember that's why you were in my club. Half-sister, yes. Her fiancé Frank travels a lot for his job, and she goes with him most of the time, so I rarely see her. If she's in town, she'll come over for dinner. She knows I like to cook, so it's not hard to convince her to come to my place instead of going out to a restaurant. When's the wedding? Her shoulders slump. End of the year? I have to get myself together. There's no way I can miss it. You'll get there. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but I'm not so sure. I couldn't even make it to my first doctor's appointment. But you went all the way to the front of your building today. You've been to my club now twice. I know you'll go to the wedding. I hope I can be your +1. I'd love that, Nico. Then I get an idea. I'll make you a deal. I'll let you keep cooking for me, and you let me try and help you. She laughs. And how exactly am I benefiting from this? You get to see me. She shakes her head. I don't know, Nico. Come on, what's the worst that can happen? We'll take it slow. You want me to be honest? Always. I don't know if I want you to see me that way. At my worst? What's your idea of your worst? That you cry, that you pass out? Yeah, and maybe throw up all over you? I laugh, but I look deeply into her eyes. I want her to understand that I want her to get better not just for me, but for herself. She deserves to get out of this apartment and live a normal life. I don't think that's your worst. I think your worst is when you just sit here and accept that you can't leave. Or yesterday, when I asked you to dinner and you hesitated because you were afraid of leaving this apartment. Throwing up and passing out? That's probably your best, because at least you tried. Damn, she whispers. And I like you, Catherine, and you like me, and I think we both want to see where this thing goes. But I don't want to date a woman who just sits around and gives up. My woman would try. She'd also do triathlons and dance in the rain. I reach out and rest my hands on her shoulders. Plus, I'm adding one more thing to our deal. What's that? Eventually, kissing won't be enough. Not for you. Not for me. It's barely enough now. I'm good at sex, Catherine. I'm not being cocky, I'm being honest. I want to make you feel good. I want to take my time and play with every single inch of that body of yours over and over again. My tongue, I say, kissing right under her ear, has magical powers. You're going to want to see and feel that. She nods as if she's ready right there and then. It's been a while for you, hasn't it, sweet Catherine? Yes. Her voice is a little hoarse. I'm making her nervous, but in a good way. Too long. And you want me as much as I want you? You want to see if I'm just being arrogant or if it's true, don't you? She nods again. So this is the other condition, I say. I'll only have sex with you in my apartment. All those things I want to do to your body, I'll only do them on my bed. The first time, at least. She sags against me, which makes me laugh. But then her hands slowly move down my chest and come to rest, pressed right up against my bulge. Oh, baby, that's not a good idea. Not at all. I groan as she begins to rub. Why don't we do all those things right here? She suggests, waggling her eyebrows. I grip her wrist and, even though it kills me to do it, pull her hand away from my crotch. I'm serious about this. I kiss her knuckles and step away. But the gauntlet has been dropped, and I can tell by the fire in her eyes that she's going to try.
9. Palpitation. Catherine. What are you doing here? I say as I open the door the next morning, still half asleep. Nico has a box of donuts and a huge cup of coffee in his hands. I don't know if the coffee is for me, but I don't care. I take it out of his hand. You got this for me, right?
You know it,
He says as he closes the door behind him. I run to the bathroom and brush my teeth very quickly and look in the mirror. I know I look disheveled this early in the morning, my hair tied up in a messy knot, but at least I now have minty breath. If he expected to find me all dolled up, he is sorely mistaken. He sets the box of donuts down and hands me one as he shoves an entire one in his mouth. You don't eat very healthy, I note. With his mouth mostly full, he says,
not true.
He grabs the coffee out of my hand, takes a sip to wash down the donut he inhaled, and then hands it back to me.
I eat paella.
I chuckle, knowing that apart from my cooking, all his other meals are of the processed fast food variety. I push him down and hand him another donut. Eggs and bacon, I say from the kitchen.
You're going to make eggs and bacon?
He moans.
God, woman. You're a fucking dream.
I begin to rummage through my fridge. Damn, I don't have bacon. He startles me when he takes my wrist.
That's actually kind of perfect.
I look at him with puzzlement. Maybe it's the early hour, but I'm not processing what he's saying. What? You don't like bacon?
I fucking love bacon. Almost as much as I like watching you cook in just that shirt.
I look down. I'm wearing a loose shirt and shorts, but the shirt is longer than the shorts, so it looks like I'm just in a shirt. I have shorts under, I tell him, lifting the hem of the shirt to show him.
Don't ruin the fantasy,
he says with a smirk.
What I was going to say is that I'm here to start on our little arrangement.
Already? We just talked about it last night. I begin to sweat.
Exactly.
I thought you'd give me some time, I say, taking a step back. He is leaning against the counter, his arms crossed over his chest. A few days, a few weeks, maybe? His eyes are roaming my body.
I can't wait a few weeks to be inside you, Catherine.
His deep, husky voice makes me all kinds of excited.
Plus, I'm not giving you time to overthink things. Go get dressed.
Where are we going? My voice is quavery.
To get bacon.
You didn't know I was out of bacon until a minute ago.
I came by to go for a walk around the block. Get you out of the house. But this is even better. There's a market only 2 blocks away.
He takes a predatory step toward me and my mind starts going all fuzzy.
I need to kiss those lips first.
Okay. He takes my face in his hands and pulls me to him. He tastes like donuts and coffee and something all Nico. It's funny how I've never really thought of myself as a sexual being. I mean, I have needs, and I met them on my own when I needed to. The trusty vibrator in my nightstand always does the trick. But usually I have too many things running around in my cluttered mind, and sex isn't one of them. In fact, even when I'm trying to get myself off, it's not easy because I'm too preoccupied with 1,000 unimportant things to concentrate on the task that's literally at hand. But when I'm around Nico, there's a low sexual charge always in the background, and his tongue is the catalyst that sets me on fire. Maybe it's all that pent-up sexual need, or maybe it's just him, but I can't seem to get close enough. He lifts me onto the table. Nico. I whimper into his mouth. I should be embarrassed by how needy I sound, but I can't seem to care. With his arm, he blindly swipes away whatever's on the table. Things go flying to the floor, and right now I don't care. He pushes me down on the table and pulls down my shorts and underwear. Then he grips my thighs so high on my leg that his thumb brushes against the lips of my pussy, and he spreads me open. He looks feral, just looking at my most intimate part. And the more he looks, the wetter I get. Again, I should be embarrassed by this, but I'm past the point of caring. I need some sort of relief.
I bet that pretty little cunt needs my tongue as much as my tongue needs that pretty little cunt.
I'm not sure whether to slap him for being vulgar or push his face into my pussy.
God, look how much you want it.
He's not even talking to me now. His eyes are zoned in on my dripping core. He leans in and blows right on my clit, his beard rubbing against my thigh. I almost roll right off the table at that. I've had sex before. Not a lot, but enough. I'm also obviously not as experienced as this man who seems to be more in tune with my vagina than I am. He leans in, and I'm sure he's going to put his mouth exactly where I need it most. But he doesn't. He moves up, hovering close to my face.
You're beautiful, Catherine.
Then he pushes 2 fingers into me, his eyes fixed on mine.
Don't fucking close your eyes.
Oh, God, Nico. I yell as he moves his fingers in and out of me. When I'm about to lose all control, he moves down my body, kissing down my chest, my stomach, focusing on my belly button for a minute as he continues to move down, until he clamps his mouth on my clit, and I swear to God, he sucks the life right out of me in a fast, unexpected, mind-numbing orgasm that causes my entire body to tremble and my heart to palpitate. I think I'm about to pass out from pure bliss. After the tremors subside, he continues to lick and suck my now super-sensitive clit. I want to tell him to stop, but I can't. And somehow my hands push him closer to me, not away, so I'm obviously not sending him any sort of signal to stop.
Fuck.
He groans into me, still not releasing me.
You're fucking delicious.
I've never had multiple orgasms, but just as I'm thinking this might happen, he stops, lifts me off the table and tosses me onto the bed. I bounce once, and as I try to get my bearings, he grabs my legs, flips me over, lifts my ass high in the air, and roughly pushes my face onto the mattress. Who knew I'd love being manhandled, is my only thought as he spreads my ass cheeks and continues to lick my pussy from this angle. And because I'm now super sensitive, it's a completely different experience. Maybe it's my ass in the air, his fingers digging into my skin, my face against my comforter, his tongue piercing into me, or that soft beard against my most sensitive parts. But this time my orgasm is so intense it's almost painful. I melt into my bed, unable to move. He kisses up my ass cheeks, up my spine, and behind my neck.
I knew you'd be delicious,
he says into my ear before pushing off the bed and going to the bathroom. He walks out a minute later, towel drying his beard, and then he combs it with a small comb he takes from his pocket. I still haven't moved.
Ready to go?
He asks.
Huh?
He smacks my ass and I jump up.
Get dressed. Time to go.
I rub my ass and scowl at him as I get dressed. What about you? I say, looking at his uncomfortable-looking bulge. We can stay here. I can take care of that. I begin to move my hands up and down his shorts, but he takes my wrists and pushes me slightly away.
No,
he says through gritted teeth.
In my house. You can only do that in my house. You owe me a few orgasms, Catherine, so I'm hoping we make some progress on getting out of the apartment today.
I deflate. What we just did was spectacular, and it leads me to believe that if his sex skills are anywhere as good as his oral skills, I may never leave his bed. I also realize that there are a lot of facets to this man. The sweet man who brings me coffee, the demanding man who tells me what to do with a scowl, the sexy man who makes me come over and over, the dickish man who wants me to leave my house. He's only been inside my apartment for half an hour and I've seen at least 4 very different sides of him. It's a lot to process. Getting a bearing on what he's planning and what we just did, I stand up and compose myself. You're a cock tease, I hiss.
Me?
He laughs and adjusts his pants with a pained look on his face.
You just came twice on my face. My cock is actually throbbing. All you have to do is get in my bed. I think the cock tease here is you, sweet Catherine,
he says, kissing my nose. I go into the bathroom. When I come out, I grab a pair of jeans and a t-shirt and change. Then I look at myself in the mirror and switch out the t-shirt for another one. After that, I start applying some makeup.
Enough,
he says sternly.
You're stalling. I'm not going to let you work yourself into a panic.
He takes my hand, grabs my keys, and puts them into his pocket. He leads me toward the door, but I can't move past it. Cupping my face with his hands, he presses his forehead against mine.
Here's where we're just going to roll with it,
he says, and closes his eyes. I do the same. He takes 2 deep breaths, and again, I copy him.
You're afraid. That's okay. But it's not going to stop you.
He laces his fingers with mine and pulls me gently through the doorway.
Nico. I still have the taste of her on my tongue. It was mind-blowing, the way she let me take total control of her body. I've come to understand that her terrors come from situations that make her feel as if she doesn't have control, yet here I am fantasizing about tying her up and fucking her until there's no room for fears and anxieties, only pleasure. I know I could make it so good for her if she just shuts her mind off and is in the moment. I know for a fact she's not thinking about her anxiety when she's in the throes of an orgasm, which is why I want to wait. I want her completely present when we have sex, not worrying about other things. Sex is just the vehicle I'm using to try to get her to feel better. I know it's not a cure. So, tell me something, I say to distract her. How'd you end up with Julius? She doesn't answer. She has her eyes closed and is concentrating on walking and breathing. I've never had a pet, I go on. I'm thinking of getting a Great Dane. She stops and looks at me, her brows raised. Couldn't think of a bigger dog? I probably could, I say. Slowly she resumes moving forward cautiously, as if one wrong step means that the ground will crumble beneath her. Our hands are laced together, but I know this needs to be at her pace, so I don't rush her. It's beyond fucking difficult, since I have absolutely no patience when it comes to most anything. But lifting her over my shoulder and forcing her outside isn't going to work in this particular situation, I'm sure. You're never home. You eat crappy food. I don't think you'd be a good dog owner, she says. No offense. You know, I don't like that term, no offense. That's a backdoor way of offending someone. If you're trying to tell me that in your opinion I can't take care of a dog, I think that you're offending me, sweetheart. I'm just messing with her, trying to shift her emotions to something else, whether it's anger, lust, confusion, the intricacies of being the owner of a giant dog, anything but her terror. She shrugs. Do you prefer I lie? No, I say. How about you? You only like cats? No, actually, I prefer dogs. That has me stopping momentarily to look at her. Cats are self-sufficient companions. Dogs require going outside to walk them, she explains. Gotcha, I say. We are at the door to the stairwell. We made it, and I know this is a victory for her. I open the door and the lights in the empty stairwell automatically turn on. She takes a tentative step, then stops. What if the door locks behind us and the one leading to the first floor is also locked and we get trapped inside, Nico? No one would know where we are. You're scared, I get that. Just breathe, baby. I cup her face and look into those big doe eyes. You're confusing fear with danger. You're making shit up in your head. Are you in danger? Think about it. What is happening to you physically right now? What can happen to you? Think about it with me. Let's reason it out. She looks into the stairwell. I told you, we could get stuck in there. I let her go and step inside the stairwell, closing the door to make a point. I can hear her worried gasp as the door shuts. A second later, I open it again. Nope, it's unlocked. Being trapped isn't an option. And you've done this before, so you already knew this. But the building manager could have come at night and accidentally locked? No. Your mind's making it up. The worst that can happen is that you get winded from all the steps you're taking. The elevator would be easier. I see her eyes widen in complete panic. But we're not there yet. Stairs first. Fear is a feeling, I add, like sadness or happiness. You feel it and then you go ahead and do the thing you're scared of anyway. But you panic because you're fighting that feeling. Danger is real sometimes, but there's no danger here. I extend my hand to her. She takes it and I pull her through the doorway into the stairwell. Plus, you're with me. I won't let anything hurt you. We walk down the stairs. Her first step is slow and careful, but she's so desperate to get out of there that there's no fighting it, and she runs down the 5 flights. Pushing the door open at the bottom, she inhales deeply, as if she's been holding her breath the whole way down. You did it, I say. But I don't want to make too big a deal of it either. She needs to get over this shit. I'm not trying to be insensitive, but she has to. It's not healthy, and she's too young and vibrant to live the rest of her life in that apartment. She's distracted by her victory, so I take advantage of that and guide her through the double doors of the apartment building. It's either that or go back upstairs or hang out in the lobby. It's early in the morning and the street is bustling with people. I look up, inhale the salty ocean air, and let the sun's warmth envelop me. I'm a born and bred Miami boy. I love the heat, and even when it's stifling, I prefer it to the cold. This particular weather makes me want to hit the beach or go for a ride on my boat. It's been months since I've been on it, and that's what I'm thinking as I begin to walk forward, pulling her with me. But this time she isn't budging. In fact, she is pushing away from me and moving backward, her hands up as if she doesn't want to be touched. Her eyes are completely unfocused, and my heart fucking plummets. I've never seen a person look so utterly petrified. I don't know why she is the way she is, or how exactly she feels, but I can see that this is a matter of life and death for her. Her skin is completely pale. There is a drop of sweat falling down her temple, and her breathing is so rapid and shallow that I fear she's going to hyperventilate. "Catherine?" I get closer to her, but she just steps back. A man walking briskly down the sidewalk toward us says, "Excuse me." She jumps back like a wounded animal. "Corazon." She isn't even running inside. She is still against the wall of her building. She was scared when she was hiding in her apartment, but real fear makes you unable to move. "Catherine, let's go inside." There's a group of kids walking this way with skateboards. They're loud and obnoxious, and she's staring at them as if they're going to hurt her. But I doubt that they even notice she's there. The thing with Miami is there is always traffic on the streets, people on the sidewalks, cars honking and people yelling aren't uncommon. And unfortunately, neither is the loud pop of a car backfiring. But that last sound is apparently the breaking point for her, because she turns, throws the door open, and runs inside, moving so fast I have to jog to keep up with her. She's up the stairs and in front of her apartment faster than I can take the keys from my pocket to unlock her door. As soon as the door swings open, she does the oddest thing. She quickly, almost instinctively, turns on all the lights. Every single one. Even the insignificant light on the extractor hood above her stove. She takes a flashlight from her night table and sinks to the floor by the sliding door that leads to the balcony. With the flashlight in her hand, almost like a weapon, she balls up, her chin on her knees, her eyes shut. I have no fucking clue how to handle this situation. And now I'm the one who's scared. This right here should be the line in the sand for me, I think. I can leave, walk away. This is way more baggage than I need or want. I've already been in a high-drama relationship, and I don't need this in my life. These thoughts run through my brain quickly, like one of those silent movie reels, and as quickly as they enter, they leave. Because instead of running as far away from this woman as possible, I slide in behind her, pushing her forward slightly so that I can wedge myself between her and the wall. I wrap myself around her, pulling you close and holding you tightly, I whisper. Invested, that's what I am. Maybe it was the silly texts or the scared look on her face that first night, or the determination she has to get better. Maybe it's all those things combined. Yes, she's reclusive, but that doesn't define her. She's Catherine, a beautiful, intelligent, self-assured woman who happens to have this terrible affliction. But I like Catherine. A lot. And it's too late to walk away. For so long I've been in a daze. Even with Naomi I was just going through the motions. I didn't realize how deep into drugs she'd gotten, that my father was associating with a drug cartel underneath my nose, or that my club had been infiltrated by narcs because I was mostly concerned with myself. I never wanted for anything, and I never had to concern myself with anything but doing well in school. My father gave me everything I wanted or needed. So when shit went down last year, it was not only scary, it was a huge wake-up call. My friends were shit, my girlfriend was a bitch, and my father was a liar. The only one I could count on was my brother, and once I jumped headfirst into reviving the club, I stopped letting myself feel anything and I stopped letting anyone in. Then this waif of a woman falls into my life, and even though it's been a matter of just a few weeks, I can't untangle myself from her. It's like she's brought light and purpose back into my life, even though she has a dark cloud hanging over her. I think it's because she herself is so alive and lively. She's created this imaginary perfect world inside the 800-square-foot apartment where she is happy and feels safe to a certain extent. She's sweet and soft, and the darkness ebbs and flows around her. But that darkness is not her. It hasn't consumed her. Or so I thought. Right now, she's completely enveloped in darkness, and I don't know what the hell to do to pull her out. I want her light back, even if I have to accept that she will never leave the apartment. I don't know how long I sit there holding her, but it's a long time. Long enough that my ass is numb and she has sagged into me. I move her hair out of her face and see that she's fallen asleep. I pry the flashlight from her hand, lift her up, and place her on her bed gently, making sure she's comfortable. Then I do what I should have done when I first met her. I call my sister. "Hey, Nikki," Julia says breathlessly. "You okay, Jules?" "Yeah, one sec." I hear her talking to my niece and nephew, and then she's back on the phone. "Sorry about that, I had to put them down for a nap," she says and exhales. "Okay, I'm all yours. What's up, little brother?" "How've you been? The kids?" "They're good. They're still playing with the toys you brought them and are asking when you're coming back." "I missed them. Maybe I'll drive up in a couple of weeks on my way to visit Dad. Take 'em fishing." "They'd love that. Bring Maddie with you. I miss him," she says. "How are things in the high-powered club life?" "Nothing new on that front. But I did want to talk to you about something." I look over my shoulder and see that Catherine is still fast asleep. I go out to the balcony, sit down, and perch my feet on the railing. "Tell me how to cure PTSD, I say. My sister is a psychiatrist. I figure she'll know what to do." She chuckles into the phone but doesn't speak. "Julia?" "Oh, wait. You're serious?" "What the hell? Of course I'm serious." "You got an MBA from Dartmouth, so I know for a fact you're not stupid, which makes me wonder how you could possibly ask the absolutely stupidest question ever. Like in the history of questions." "How is that a stupid question?" "Back up for a minute and start from the beginning, please?" "No. You're going to try and psychoanalyze the problem, and that's not what I need." "Do you think you have PTSD?" she asks. "No. Can you just answer the question, please?" "No, actually, I cannot. There's no cure. Not the way you're thinking. There's no magic pill or formula. It can be as simple as some medication, as complicated as intensive therapy, or somewhere in between with a combination of both," she says. "But you're making me nervous. Why are you asking this? Is it Maddie? Was it the arrest last year?" I'm seeing this woman and—" "A woman?" she sighs, and I can hear her cynicism over the phone. "First Naomi with the drugs, and then it's different, completely. Naomi was a lying-stealing, manipulative bitch. Catherine—" I stop and look over my shoulder. She looks so peaceful, her hands tucked under her chin, and her chest rising and falling with each breath. Catherine is honest and good. Too honest, maybe. She's never lied to me. She told me from day one what I was getting into. Well, she tried at least. "And what exactly are you getting into, Nikki?" "She doesn't leave her house, like ever. She says she has PTSD, according to her doctor, who she sees over some sort of video chat thing. She's claustrophobic, afraid of the dark, agoraphobic, has panic attacks." "Jesus, Nick." "You're not supposed to judge, Jules. That's why I called you. You're a doctor, you see these things every day. You're supposed to be objective." "Sure, but I'm your sister and I don't want to see you hurt. I don't know her. She's not my patient. But if what you're saying is true, it seems pretty severe." "Yeah, it's not good. I had her go outside and she freaked the fuck out. Now she's passed out asleep." "Severe panic attacks are exhausting. Is she on medication? Does she also have night terrors?" "Yeah, she's on medication, has been for about a month or so, and she says she's better. But after today, I don't know. As far as night terrors, I don't know. She might be better, Nick. She's the only one who would know. There's different schools of thought on how to treat these kinds of things. I lean toward aggressive therapy. She needs to get her butt to the doctor. I'm happy to know she's at least doing it remotely. But she needs one-on-one, real-time psychotherapy. What was the trigger? What do you mean? The traumatic event that caused it? I never asked. Shit. I mean, I knew there was something, but... Nick, honey, you're not on your game with this girl. Focus. If you want to help her, you need to start by finding out what happened. Push her to see her doctor. When you say you would be aggressive, what do you mean? It all depends on the situation. I wouldn't treat a vet who's lost half his platoon the same way I'd treat a rape victim, for example. Rape? Shit. Was that what it was? If you really care about her, maybe you can even ask to go with her to a therapy session and see what the doctor suggests. Okay, got it. You really like this girl, Nikki? I really do. It's still very new, but she's different than all the other women I've been with. She's real. She's compassionate. She's smart as hell. She's also a fixer-upper. That's your thing, after all. Fixing everyone. Taking control. Don't start, Jules. I called you about her, not me. Be careful, Nick. All I'm saying is to make sure you're with her for the right reasons. She's fragile, and so are you. Don't be with her out of a sense of guilt or pity. I'm not. I really like her. She's not always like this. When we're together watching television, she's funny and vibrant. But she can't leave her house? She will. It's not that simple, Nikki. I know that, but she already started getting better, and now she's at least on the right path, right? Maybe. I don't know her. I don't know the specifics of her condition. But support is always good. Your being there is good. I breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe I needed some sort of validation that I hadn't completely broken her. Love you, sis. Love you too. I'm holding you to that visit. And once your girl, Catherine, once Catherine is better, if she gets better, bring her up. I'd like to meet her. If? I don't like when you talk that way. My sister has always been the most matter-of-fact person I know. She holds nothing back. You mean real? You don't like when I get real? I'm going to hang up before you get too real, Jules. She chuckles into the phone and says a final goodbye.
10. Hyperventilation. Catherine. The baby is still crying. My heart goes out to the child as well as the mom. The pressure behind my ears is mounting from the stress. I've been standing here so long that my fingers hurt from clenching the steel pole. I don't want to sit on the floor, but my legs are cramping. I sit down on the floor of the dirty train, cross-legged. Nothing's happened in the hour since the train came to a halt. I don't know what the hell is going on. I heard someone saying that there was a bomb. Others speculating that the train had broken down. Still others saying there was a fire. All these hypotheses began within the first hour when everyone still had battery power remaining on their phones. The truth was, no one knows what's happened, except that whatever it is, it's bad. Bad enough that no one's come for us. I want to scream. I need to get out of here, but I don't. I keep it inside because there's a silent collective consensus that if one of us panics, all 40 or so of us in the train car will be set off. No one's spoken these words, but we all know it. So my silence doesn't mean that I don't want to get out with a desperation that's choking me. And the heat. It's hard to breathe. I tuck my shirt under my breasts, leaving my midsection bare, and pull the bottom of my jeans up to my knees, but there's no reprieve. We're all crowded in here together in the hot car, which is just getting hotter from our body heat, and I just know I'll die inside this train if I don't escape soon.
Catherine.
A voice is calling me. That voice feels familiar, but I'm not sure whose it is or where it's coming from.
Catherine, baby. Wake up. Wake up.
My eyes flutter open and green eyes, full of concern, stare back at me.
You were having a nightmare. A bad one.
He runs his palm up and down my cheek. Shit, I say, sitting up. What happened? Oh my God. I put my hand to my mouth. An explosion, I remember that. I begin to shake.
No, just a car backfiring. Nothing happened. Well, you had a panic attack, but there was no explosion, I mean.
I close my eyes and count to 10 before opening them again. I hop off my bed and on shaky legs go to the bathroom to wash my face. When I emerge, he's sitting on the couch.
Come, sit with me,
he says, and pulls me into his lap.
You scared me to death.
I'm sorry.
Don't be.
He wraps his fist around my hair, something he likes to do.
I need to ask you something. Something I should have asked before. Is that okay?
I nod.
What happened to you, Catherine? I don't mean this morning. I mean, what happened?
I know what he wants to know, and I'm not sure I can talk about it right now. Besides, my therapists and some local reporters back then, I've never actually spoken about that day out loud. The entire story sits in my chest like cement, and I relive it over and over again. In my dreams, in my fears. I push off him and sit up cross-legged next to him, a pillow on my lap. He hands me a glass of water, which I gulp down. Maybe it's time to talk about it. Might as well. Whenever I make it to the doctor, he'll surely want to know. I don't think I've ever told anyone. Not like this, not in sequential order. Most people have just known.
Can you tell me?
He asks.
I'd really like to know.
I told you I grew up in New York, right? Well, it was my first week of college, and I was running late to class. I got on the train, and then September 11th happened.
September 11th? As in the September 11th?
His mouth is open in shock, and he doesn't even know anything yet. Yep, the September 11th. The train had just started to move, and we were in a tunnel when we heard a boom. It wasn't very loud, but we all heard it. Then the train stopped, and all the lights were cut off. We were stuck in there. For 16 hours.
What?
Absolute and total darkness. No AC, no phones, just a bunch of strangers crammed in together. Dr. Cole once said that the sensory deprivation was part of the trauma. I take a deep breath because talking about this is difficult. I'm trying to not feel as if I'm reliving it, but since this is the first time I've told the story this way, it's hard to separate myself. I thought the worst part was the not knowing. Remember, the internet wasn't readily available on all phones like it is now, so it was a matter of trying to get reception, which turned out to be impossible. Most of what we knew was speculation. Some people thought it was a bomb. Some were saying there was a fire, and some said it was just that the train had broken down, but the truth was no one actually knew what was happening.
Jesus Christ, Catherine. That explains a lot.
That's not all. I say, when we left that train, New York was changed. I mean, obviously, right? When I found out that the World Trade Center was the target, I stop and think about that moment. The single worst moment of my entire life. Firefighters were checking us for dehydration, and they were telling us what happened. I remember looking over the shoulder of one of the firemen and seeing the skyline that I had seen every single day, full of smoke and soot. I was shaking, but so was everyone else around me. There was so much confusion and questions, but all I could do was look at the skyline, ignoring all the talking going on around me. Something was different, and I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It wasn't until someone said something about the World Trade Center towers that I noticed. I can't help the way my voice breaks, or the tears that are pouring out of my eyes. Nico, you can't imagine what it's like to see something every day, and then one day, bam, just like that it's gone. I remember sobbing loudly, so loudly, and that two men had to hold me back as I ran toward the gray smoke. I push out of Nico's grip and stand, pacing the room, which feels too small to contain me at that moment.
Catherine, come here.
But I don't. I'm too caught up in the story. In that day, in the single worst day of my life. A strangled sob leaves my throat and I drop to the ground, yelling and screaming, my nails digging into the arms of the faceless person who holds me back from running to Ground Zero. My mother. I clear my throat. She worked on the 52nd floor of Tower 1. Suddenly, I'm wrapped tightly in Nico's arms again. I don't really know how I got here. The 52nd floor of a building that is no longer there. That's where she worked. Pain, like I've never felt, courses through my body as gut-wrenching sobs escape me. When I look around, I'm not the only one processing the devastation that plagued our city. Other people who were trapped with me have lost loved ones today, too. For hours, we'd been orphaned or widowed, and we didn't even know about it. Seeing the tear-filled eyes of the soot-stained firemen and police officers around me, Nico, that is ingrained in my mind. I poke at my head hard. I can't get those eyes out of my head. I dream about them sometimes.
Fuck, Catherine. That's...
He is at a loss for words and just holds me tighter. I'm not looking at him. My eyes are shut closed, my nose is runny, and I'm sobbing as I fist my hands and clutch Nico's shirt. Every single day, I miss my mother. Not a day goes by that I don't think about the last thing she said to me. My voice cracks and I can't even finish my sentence. I don't know when I whisper it. It could be minutes later, it could be an hour later. She said, "Love you always, my heart." He doesn't say anything, and I'm uncertain what is running through his mind. He grabs my blanket and puts it over my shoulders.
You're shaking.
I am, and I can't stop. My teeth clatter together. A coldness is pulsing underneath my skin, in my bones, and I can't find warmth. When he notices the blanket isn't enough, he lifts me up onto the bed and covers me with the blanket, then lies down next to me, rubbing his hands up and down my arm, using his body warmth to help me.
Sorry sounds so insignificant. But I am sorry, Catherine. I'm sorry you had to go through that. I can't even imagine what that must have felt like. What you went through, it's horrific. I have so many questions, but I don't even know where to start.
His fingers run through my hair soothingly, and he kisses my cheek over and over, wiping tears away in the process. Eventually I calm down and even feel a little better. Purging 15 years of devastation is cathartic in ways I'd never realized it would be.
I'm sorry I asked you to relive that, Corson.
I'm glad I told you. I admit as I gaze up into those beautiful green eyes. You know, at first I wasn't scared about, well, everything. I lived a pretty normal life. For a while afterward, I was sad and went into a deep depression for a few months afterward. But my mom was a strong and feisty woman, and I knew she wouldn't want me to let grief stop me from finishing school.
You amaze me, Catherine.
I don't think I did anything amazing. All I've done is survive, and barely at that. I reply, my dad wanted me to move down here right away, but I didn't. I had friends there, and my home was there, and all the memories of my mother were there. I had boyfriends and dates, and I was a functioning person. I was fun, Nico, like really fun. Sorority, homecoming court, and all that. This person here, this isn't me. This is a difficult thing to admit to a person you like, a person you can see having a true and meaningful relationship with, but I say it anyway. I feel like I'm stuck. Inside my body. Everyone's moved forward, but I've been stuck in the same place. Since I've come into all this awareness lately, the hardest part has been remembering who I used to be. The dreams that died, the years I've lost. I run my fingers through his beard as I speak. This man who somehow made me come alive, made me want to try to get out and live. I wish you could have met her.
Your mom?
No. Me.
Baby.
You would have liked me, I think. I would have had fun at your club. We would have danced. He pulls me toward him and rolls me so that I'm on him, straddling him.
I like you now. Just fine. And we already danced. I can't imagine I'd like you more. I think you're pretty great, just the way you are, in fact.
He says, his thumb rubbing against my cheek. Green eyes so full of affection stare back at me, making me feel as if I can do anything. I know that feeling it and doing it aren't the same, but at least I'm feeling invincible. It's a start.
I'm sorry I pushed you today.
He adds,
I went too far.
No, I think I need that. I need you to push me. I need a kick in the ass. My therapist says I need to do things like that because eventually I'll conquer the fear, desensitize myself to those things.
So, every day we do something scary. Something small. But every day you try.
Yes. Every day, I'll try. Every day, I'll do something that scares me.
You're pretty fucking amazing, Corazon.
I roll my eyes. Yeah, really amazing. I can't even go get bacon at the corner market.
No, but you can do something that most can't.
He says, looking at me with an intensity I haven't seen before.
You can look horror in the eye and charge forward, and you can survive.
I chew on my lip. He has a lot more confidence in me than I have in myself, that's for sure.
I'll be right there, holding your hand.
The days pass one by one, and then it's a week. Nico doesn't come by every day, but we talk and text constantly. Even while busy with the club, he always asks what I did that day that scared me. Mostly this week has been about going outside. I can now walk all the way down to the front doors without much apprehension. I don't run down the stairs anymore. I walk. I do this so many times a day, I feel like I'm leaving a trail of scuff marks on the floor. To add incentive, he tells me the most deliciously sexy things on the phone.
I can't wait to have you spread out on my bed, sweetheart.
He moaned into the phone last night when he got home after a long day at Panic. My hand slid down my torso into my panties, and his deep voice fueled a self-induced orgasm. Suffice it to say, I'm eager to get into his bed. It's like my libido is fueling me, silly as it may sound. I've lived without sex for so long, I don't know why I'm so worked up now. I think about all the young drama-free women that Nico sees every day, and even though I want to say that I'm not jealous, I am. Why would he stick around when I have nothing to offer him? But stick around he does. Even though we haven't defined a relationship, I'm fairly certain we are in some sort of monogamous relationship, especially since he often calls me his woman, which, incidentally, I love. It's early Tuesday morning and I'm on the treadmill when Nico calls.
Hey, Corazon.
Good morning.
You're breathless.
I'm jogging, I say, and he doesn't say anything. Nico?
Sorry, my mind wandered. You, breathless, naked.
I almost stumble and have to power down the treadmill. I got further this morning. I went all the way to the corner.
That's great news,
he says.
Hey, I need to ask you a favor. Remember David and Joe?
Of course.
Well, they're in town. I told them all about your cooking, and I was wondering if you'd mind.
You want me to cook for them? I ask, confused.
Just say yes. They're harmless. She's French and foul-mouthed and completely inappropriate, as you glimpsed, but she's also sweet and fun. And David is important to me. He's like a brother. I want them to get to know you.
I swipe my forehead with the end of my shirt. The thought of having people in my house makes me anxious, but it's Nico and he doesn't ask for anything. How can I say no? Yes, of course. When?
Tonight. Text me what you need and I'll run and get you all the ingredients.
Today? Nico?
I know. Sorry for the short notice, but just text me, okay? Thanks, baby.
He says, and before I can say anything else, he hangs up. I'm left thinking that maybe Nico purposely didn't tell me until the last minute, so that I didn't have time to work myself up. Clever boy. It's much later that evening when I'm standing by my door with Nico beside me.
Catherine, you remember Joe and David. Joe, David, this is Catherine. You met briefly at Panic.
His arm is around my waist and I'm tucked right next to him. Of course. Hi. Bravely, I extend my hand to them. Jo smiles, and instead of tackle-hugging me like she did the last time, she shakes my hand. It is very nice to meet you again, Catherine, she says in her heavy French accent. A slim little thing with a black and white dress that poofs slightly above her knees, black stilettos and a big Cheshire cat smile. Jo's good humor is infectious. I don't remember the last time I met someone so well put together or bubbly as Jo. I was too scared to notice much about David the last time, but this time I see that he's average height, lean, and not particularly attractive. At least, not compared to Jo, who's stunning. And in my eyes, no one compares to Nico. David is lanky and has no hair on his head. Unfortunately, I don't think it's for aesthetic reasons. He may be going bald. He has a strong Roman nose and a kind smile. He's wearing a flawless dark blue suit, and even though he isn't an ugly man by any means, he seems oddly paired with his beautiful fiancée.
Nick tells me you're quite the cook. He's been gushing all about it,
David says. Smiling up at Nico, I say, well, compared to the fast food he loves, it's not difficult to be considered a great cook.
She's being modest. Her cooking is fantastic.
Nico ushers our guests inside, and I take a moment to look at him. In another tailored black suit and a silver tie, he opted to leave his hair loose, and my fingers itch to touch it. He looks over his shoulder and catches me staring at him, and he winks and smiles. God, this man can undo me with a smile. I think it's because of how infrequently he smiles, and with his beard it can be hard to tell whether he is, in fact, smiling. Luckily, his eyes tell the whole story. I shake my head to bring myself back to the present. Please, feel free to have a seat while I check on dinner. Nico, there's some wine in the kitchen. Do you mind? I ask. The scene feels quite domestic, but I can't say it's unwelcome or awkward. More like surreal. We move around the small apartment and sink. I wonder if I'm the only one who feels it.
Sure,
he says. With his hand on my lower back, he guides me into the kitchen while his friends take a seat. Once we're inside the kitchen, he takes my hand and surprises me by whipping me around and pushing me back against the counter where his friends can't see us.
Have I told you how amazing you look tonight?
He asks in a low voice. You look pretty good yourself, I answer. His arms are on the cabinets on either side of my head, essentially caging me in. He looks predatory. Nico, I whisper as he groans against my neck. Our foreplay has been going on for weeks now. He's touched and tasted me, but the poor man hasn't had any release from me yet. And even the release he's given me isn't enough. Every time he's near me, I just want to touch him.
I love when you call me Nico.
He kisses my jaw.
Especially when it comes out breathy and hoarse like that.
Nico, I repeat, moving my head up to give him more room to work with. He can kiss that spot right under my ear as long as he wants. I think tonight should be the night. He pushes against me, his knee between my legs.
Are you going to come over to my apartment?
Yes, I sigh, rubbing myself unabashedly against his thigh. He stops and pushes away a little.
Really?
Yes. The truth is, I don't know. I want to. More than anything. The electricity between us is off the charts. He lowers his lips to mine. His soft beard rubs against my face. His tongue finds mine and I push my fingers into his hair.
Maybe you can try. When they leave, you'll try?
I'll try. I agree, wanting more of his mouth, of his tongue, of him. He winks.
Okay, baby. I'll hold you to that.
He grabs the wine bottle and gives me a final kiss on the lips before walking out.
I kind of want to kick them out now.
he whispers, and I laugh. After he's left the kitchen, I turn around and softly bang my head on the counter. God, I need to figure this shit out. I need to. He's not asking me to go to his club full of people or on a damn plane. My worst nightmare, incidentally. Just a short drive to his apartment. The sex should be motivation enough. It kind of is. I take one last deep breath before I concentrate on finishing the shrimp and lobster enchiladas I'm making. Nico came by earlier this morning after I texted him and brought me a crazy amount of fresh shrimp and live lobster. I've never cooked with live lobster and it creeped me out at first. But now, as I taste the final product, I see that it makes all the difference. And I finally got to use the tequila he brought. This is the first time I've cooked for other people, except, of course, for Nico and my sister. I always just did it for myself since I had nothing else to do. And honestly found it enjoyable. But Nico's biased, so I'm nervous about today. I hope it's good. Walking out to the living room, I find Joe and David sitting on the couch and Nico on one of my dining table chairs that he's moved over.
Thank you for the wine,
David says, lifting his glass. Dinner smells divine, Joe says. I hope you like it. It's shrimp and lobster enchiladas with a twist. I explain as Nico pulls me onto his lap. The twist is the tequila I used in the recipe.
I keep her around for cooking,
he teases.
Wait until you taste her food.
I playfully hit him on the shoulder.
Some wine?
He holds his glass to my mouth and I take a sip. We all talk for a few minutes. Joe and David are getting married and they came down for a fitting of Joe's wedding dress. The wedding is in Paris in 2 months, which is about a month before my sister's. David manages some bands in Paris, but grew up with Nico here in Miami. Where Nico has a darker complexion reflecting his Cuban heritage, David looks like an all-American boy. He doesn't have hair, but if he did, I think he'd be blonde. Eventually, I serve the food and we all eat around the small dining table. Nick, Matt is the only person who hasn't RSVP'd to the wedding. It's a little hard to understand Joe because of her accent.
We can't both go. He has to stay and work, so it'll just be me,
Nico says. And Catherine, I hope, Joe says in her beautiful accent. Oh, we both stammer awkwardly. I don't know if it's that he doesn't want me to go or if he knows I just can't. In any case, there is absolutely no way I can get into an airplane. I've made great advances, but I haven't even been able to take the trip to Nico's apartment, much less get into a metal tube thousands of feet up in the sky.
I haven't really thought about it,
Nico says quickly.
But I hope she'll be able to make it. It's in November. We have time to discuss it,
Nico says. It's only September. Maybe in 2 months I can get my shit together. I tell them about my sister's upcoming wedding, and Joe and David tell us all about their courtship. I can honestly say I've never seen 2 people more in love, not even my sister and her fiancé. These 2 can't help but touch all the time. He tucks a lock of hair behind her ears, she has a hand on his forearm, and the way they look at each other as if they share some big secret. Watching them interact is a joy. Surprisingly, David and Nico together are just as fun to watch. I hadn't realized what great friends they are until I see the ease with which they talk and laugh. There's not a moment of awkwardness or a need to fill silence.
Why do you call him Nico?
David asks me. He refuses to call me Katie, so I refuse to call him Nick, I say, smiling at Nico.
Katie is too ordinary for you. Catherine's your name, and it's perfect,
Nico says and gives my hair a little tug.
I saw a balcony out there. Mind if I go smoke?
David asks, taking out a cigarette. Go ahead, I say.
Join me for a drink, buddy?
David says to Nico, who pours himself a little scotch. Then both men walk out together. I'll help you with the table, Joe says. Oh, you don't have to.
It's not a problem,
she says, grabbing the dishes.
I haven't eaten so well or so much in a long time. The seamstress will kill me.
I laugh. I'm glad you liked it.
Liked it? I think David may propose to you.
She laughs.
I don't cook.
I didn't always cook, but now I enjoy it, I say as I wash the plates and she dries them. How long are you two in town? We'll be here for 2 more days, then we fly back to France. I'm coming back with one of my good friends in a month to pick up my dress and some wedding favors. You travel a lot? Oui. David scouts new bands and I go with him as much as possible. She pauses. I've never seen Nick so happy, by the way. Really? For the last year, he's been moody all the time, but we love him, even when he's a grump. David says he hasn't always been like that. In fact, David wanted to go down to Key West for a diving trip to see if he could cheer Nick up, but Nick didn't want to go. David was worried because Nick never says no to a diving trip. Then he suggested dinner here, and we were intrigued. Obviously, Nico set this up because I wouldn't have been able to go out. It makes me sad that he has to alter his life to accommodate my unusual one. I didn't expect to have a delicious dinner in a little apartment, she says with a smile, but she's also saying something else. Her eyes are questioning. Yeah, surprised me too. He only mentioned it this morning. Interesting, Joe says, leaning back against the counter and sipping wine. I put down the dishcloth and turn to face her. I feel as if you want to say something. No, not say. Ask. Okay, then just ask me. I don't want to be rude. She's forthright, yes, but she also seems genuinely curious. Then don't be, just ask me. She leans forward and in her very strong accent says, The day we met, you did not look good. Nick said you have a problem, that you are scared a lot. Nick did not look happy that day. I hope I do not insult you. You didn't insult me. It's a fair observation and you're concerned for your friend. I don't have any secrets, so I don't mind telling you, especially if it'll ease both of your minds about me and Nico. I see that I have her full attention, so I begin. I have an anxiety disorder that makes it difficult for me to leave my home. I'm trying to get better. I have gotten better, but I get panicked sometimes. I'm assuming that Nico, being sweet, didn't want to put me in that situation and invited you here for dinner instead of asking me to go out with you all. Okay, that answers a lot of it. The rest is not my business. I'm happy you are not a vampire, and that you are trying to get yourself better. We want Nick happy. So do I. I can see that. Maybe you will be able to go to the wedding after all. I wouldn't hold my breath. Your handsome man in a tuxedo with my French bridesmaids? Oh, you have to be there, Catherine. Shit. I'm going to try extra hard now. For the next 2 hours, we sit in the living room drinking and chatting. David tells stories about Nico, most of them from when they were in their teens. By the end of the evening, I'm blissed out on happiness. I felt completely at ease from almost the very first minute, which is a wonderful and unfamiliar feeling. The sense of dread that came over me this morning when I heard about them coming over hasn't made its way across my mind the entire evening, not even when I thought Joe was going to give me the 3rd degree. But Nico's hand on my thigh, or the small of my back, or the way he absently touches my hair, that is definitely getting to me. Before they leave, Jo gives me all her contact information and makes me promise to Skype with her. It feels like I'm saying goodbye to old friends by the time they're gone. That was nice, I say as Nico closes the door. It was. He agrees, but his eyes don't look like he wants to chat about the evening. They look hungry. Are you drunk? No, not at all. I'm not. I feel loose and relaxed, but definitely not drunk. He takes a step forward and pulls me against him by the waist. I need you tonight, he says against my lips. My body goes soft with desire. I need him too. I can't stop thinking about what you said earlier. He doesn't kiss me. Instead, he takes my bottom lip in between his teeth. His grip on my waist tightens. He uses his tongue to soothe the small nip.
Don't make me break my promise. Come home with me. If you don't, all my self-control is out and I'm fucking you right here. Don't make me do that.
Let me grab a bag. I say.
No, fuck that.
He intertwines his fingers with mine.
No time. Don't want you to think about it. Work yourself up. You're going to be naked for the next day anyway.
He pulls me out of my apartment, giving me just a second to drop my Xanax, just in case, into my purse with my free hand, and follow him out the door.
Nico. Catherine's crazy if she thinks I'm going to give her a moment to think. I've been hard for weeks and weeks. My dick has not gone soft since we met, and I can't wait to be inside her. Once inside the car, I look her over to make sure she's okay. Not wanting to give her anxiety ammunition, I hide my concerned expression. But of course, I'm worried. And not that I won't get laid. I'm worried she'll have a panic attack, and seeing her ill makes me feel ill. Why are you staring at me like that, Nico? I shake off those thoughts. You look beautiful is all, I say before I take off. My apartment is close by, maybe 3 blocks. Not enough time for her to have an attack, I hope. My biggest concern is that I'm on the 15th floor and we have to take the elevator. I mean, I'd walk up 15 flights of stairs for this woman, but damn, that won't bode well for our night of sex. Left with no other choice, I decide that I have to distract her. It's not a bad plan, really, and it's the only thing I've got. I park hastily in the garage under the building and turn around and begin to attack her. I press my lips against hers and grab her tits with my free hand. She pulls me closer with one hand and tries to unbuckle her seatbelt with the other. We're all hands and tongues and want, and if it wasn't for my small car, I'd pull her over to me. On me. Instead, I disengage and run over to her side of the car to help her out. She's about to ask a question, but I don't give her time. Somewhere in the back of my overly horny mind, I think that I should ask about her anxiety level. But then I think that if I ask, she'll remember, and what she needs is to not think. I know I'm winging it, but it's the only plan I've got. I pull her out of the car, press her against the car door, and continue to kiss her like I've never kissed her before. Hell, I've never kissed anyone like that before. I can't get close enough, and it has nothing to do with the distraction tactic I'm trying out. It's because it's Catherine, my sweet Catherine, who's braver than anyone I've ever known, who tries her hardest, who's been through more in her life than anyone should ever have to endure. The garage is dark and empty, and there's no one around. The elevator in the garage is also empty, and you need a special card to use it. I'm walking her backward toward the elevator just a few feet from where I'm parked, and I don't think she's even noticed that she's walking. She's trying to climb me, the fingers of one hand fisted in my hair and the other hand clawing at my shirt. I have one hand on her ass and the other on the back of her neck as I walk her backward into the elevator. I slide my card and press the number 15. But then the elevator dings and she jumps off me just as the door closes. "Oh my God," she shrieks, "Nico!" There's such real live fear in her eyes that for a moment I think I've made the wrong decision and that she is really going to pass out. "No, baby, look." I grab her face and force her to look in my eyes. "We're there. Envision it. We're there in my room, you're naked in my bed, and you can't think about anything except my tongue on you. In you." And then I kiss her just as she opens her mouth. Maybe she was going to tell me to fuck off for sneaking her into an elevator. Maybe she was going to start crying, or maybe she was gasping at my crude remark. I never find out, because just then the elevator stops, the door opens, and I carry her out. She's clinging to me. "You did it." I practically spin her, but when I look at her she has tears in her eyes and I realize I fucked up. "Oh shit, I'm sorry, Catherine, but look, you're here. Nothing happened, you're safe. You know I wouldn't let anything happen to you." "I know. I'm not mad, I'm glad you did it. I wouldn't have gotten in there otherwise. I'm just..." She opens and closes her fists. "Too many emotions happening right now." I take her hand, lace my fingers with hers, and pull her into my apartment, where I can keep her safe, where I hope she'll find a respite, not just for tonight, but for as long as she'll have me. I want her in my space. I want to see her spread out in my bed. I want to see her using my toaster in the morning, drinking from my glasses. I want to come home after a long, shitty day and find her flowery scent on my pillows. I just want her. I close the front door, lift her into my arms, and walk straight to the large corner balcony that faces the ocean. I sit down on my big two-person lounge chair, with her still on me. Breathe. Just breathe, I say. There's more going on in your head than in reality. The worst has passed. You're not in the elevator. You're outside. Roll with it, I remind her. But she doesn't. Her eyes are shut tight and her face is buried on my chest, her hands gripping my shirt. I don't really know what to do. I run my hand up and down her back. Can you tell me what exactly you're thinking right now? I finally ask. She doesn't respond right away. When at last she says, I want to go home, my heart plummets. Immediately she adds, and I don't. There's a lot of what ifs. What if I'd gotten stuck in the elevator? What if I pass out or throw up? What if the lights go off right now in this apartment, or there's a fire, and oh my God, how do I leave tomorrow? I'm not getting back in that elevator. I have to move in. If she wasn't hysterical, I'd laugh. Listen to me, I say a little more sternly. Your mind is playing tricks on you. None of those things are going to happen. You have to know that I wouldn't let anything happen to you. You're safe with me. And more than that, let's do a worst-case scenario thing here, okay? So you pass out, so what? I'm here. You throw up, so what? We clean you up. Instead of fighting that fear, you should just accept it. Roll with it, remember? And tomorrow, we'll figure it out. We walk down 15 flights if we have to. Or you move in. I'm fine with that too. Lots of sex, great cooking? Yep, I can live with that. She doesn't laugh. She's lost in her thoughts, and I'm sure she's going to use that safe word after all. We sit outside for a while until her breath evens and I know she's fallen asleep. I carry her to my bed. She stirs a little, and I ask her if it's okay to get her out of her dress. She reaches down, lifts it up, and throws it aside. For someone who doesn't get out much, her body is tight and lean, and I can't help but stare at it before lifting the covers and tucking her in. With the stress of the last hour, I'm exhausted myself. But even though I want to taste every inch of her body, I've waited this long already, so I can stand to wait a little longer. Just as long as she's in my bed in my house, I'm happy. As if we've done this a million times, she lifts the covers and holds them up for me. I quickly strip down and join her. Pulling her close and holding her tight, I fall asleep in a state of contentment I don't remember ever feeling. And we haven't even had sex yet.
11. Confusion. Catherine. Nico held me until I drifted off to sleep, and continued to hold me throughout the night. I know that because when I wake up in the middle of the night, I feel his arms around me. I also notice that the lights in the bathroom are on, and I know for a fact that's because he's aware I'm afraid of the dark, coupled with the fact that I'm in a strange place. He did that for me, and my heart grows exponentially. I want to fall in love with this man. The thought scares the ever-loving shit out of me, but I want to love him, and I want him to love me. The thing is, when you love someone, when you put all your emotions on the line, you are left in a vulnerable state. That person has the ability to crush you. And being the eternal worrywart that I am, my normal state is already one of dread, with a series of what-ifs constantly running through my mind. And isn't falling in love the greatest what-if of all? I can see myself becoming dependent on him. He's basically the only human being I interact with. And if suddenly one day he's gone, what am I left with? I'm not scared of him walking away from me so much as something happening to him. The people I love die. That's a reality of my life. I don't know if I could handle any more tragedy. But even if it ends tomorrow, I prefer having had this time with him to not having had him in my life at all. Hard as it is to do, I force the fear away and do my best to move on. As Nico would say, I roll with it. I'm on his bed, tucked close by his side. His palm is splayed against my belly. His pinky has inched its way right under the waistband of my panties. His breath is warm against my neck, and his beard slightly tickles my shoulder as he sleeps. Every muscle in my body aches from being wound so tight. Gently, I crawl out of the bed and head to the bathroom to freshen up. I'm a mess. My makeup is all smeared and my hair is everywhere. I wash off all my makeup and use his brush to tame my hair. I find some mouthwash and rinse out my mouth before going back into the bedroom. I thought Nico was fast asleep, but when I lift the covers in order to slide back into bed, he opens his eyes.
How are you feeling?
He asks. Good. Better. It's not entirely untrue. Good might be a stretch, but I'm not doing all that badly. I'm sorry. You know, about last night. He pulls me on top of him, my legs on either side of his.
Don't be sorry.
Okay. I whisper as I kiss him. I don't want to think about it. I just want to be present with him. I can't have a panic attack and then think about the panic attack when I'm not having one. It would be like always being in a fearful state. So what are we going to do now that you finally got me here? I ask. I assume he's going to start attacking me. I'm prepared for the clothes-ripping kind of sex, even though we're mostly naked. But instead, he cups my face and looks into my eyes.
I'm going to consume you, Corazon.
He doesn't take his eyes off me. My heart is beating so fast that I'm afraid it's going to pop out of my chest. But for the first time in a long time, it has nothing to do with my anxiety. What he doesn't know is I'm already consumed by him. He's clawed his way into my life and made me see what I've been missing. The truth is, I haven't made any progress in the last few years because I didn't need to. Everything I needed or wanted has been in my apartment. There hasn't been a need for anything else. He's made me want to change and take steps forward. For me, but also because I want to be able to be whole for him. He pulls me down to him and kisses me. One hand has already found my hair and is wrapped around it, and the other hand is circled around my waist, pulling me closer. The only thing separating us is the thin scrap of my panties and his white boxer briefs. He flips me so I'm on my back, all while continuing to kiss me. My hand fists his hair and his palm slides to my neck, his thumb by the pressure point by my collarbone. He warned me already that he likes it rough, but I don't know what to expect. With the hand round my neck, he turns my face away from his and kisses my ear, nipping my lobe, then down and down, his palms moving between the valley of my breasts, and then lower as his lips follow. When he finds my nipple and bites a little harder than I was expecting, my body arches off the bed, but he pushes me down with the hand that's been working itself into my underwear. I know now he has full control of my body. Completely. Most of his body is draped on top of me. One of his legs is entwined with one of mine. His teeth are nipping my nipple. He has one hand at the nape of my neck, and the other is now just finding my wet pussy. Let me move. I want to be an active participant. I moan into his mouth. But, oh God. I groan as he slides one finger back and forth, not yet entering me and doing everything so lightly and skillfully, I'm about to lose my mind with need.
I have you figured out,
he says between nips and licks on my torso, under my breasts, on my nipples.
You have control issues. That's why you panic. I also have control issues, and this is one place you're not going to be in control. So you pick, Catherine. You clear your mind, let go, and let me do what I know will make you feel good. Focus solely on my mouth, my hands, my fingers.
He moves his hand lower, slides just one finger inside me, and crooks it in a way that makes my mind spin.
Or, option 2, you overthink it, and you end up having an anxiety attack, and we both spend the night with a hard cock and wet pussy and no relief. What do you pick? Because there's no option in this equation where I let you take charge. Your only active participation will be to feel. I want full control of your body and mind.
Feel. I pick feel, option 1. I reach down and push his hand closer to my pussy. I need more friction, but he stops. Stops everything. Takes his hand out and moves away. What? Why did you stop? I picked option 1.
Really? You said option 1, but then you pushed on my hand in an attempt to take control.
He says, his eyes feral. Sorry. I didn't even realize it. Keep going. Don't stop, please. I'm begging, and I can't seem to feel any shame in that. He moves in between my legs and slides my panties down my legs.
I've been waiting for a long fucking time, Catherine. I've been patient. I don't mind being patient with you. But you have to give me this.
His voice is so serious, I'm not sure if he's turned on or mad.
Grab the slats on the headboard. Close your eyes. And don't let go. You let go, and I'm tying you up.
Tying me up? Oh God. The warmth in my belly is now a raging fire. I do what he says, and he lowers himself on the bed and pushes my thighs apart. I've never been this exposed before. He rubs his beard up along the inside of one thigh, at the apex of my legs, and then down the other leg. I'm so worked up, I don't know what to do. I think I might come just from the intensity of his stare. Using only his mouth, because his hands are holding my thighs apart, he slides his tongue up and down my pussy.
I can't get enough of this cunt, Catherine.
He knows I don't like that word, but right now, the dirty word, the tongue, the beard, his breath. I'm one nerve ending away from combusting. He flicks his tongue and sucks on my clit, still just with his mouth, until I'm coming undone and I need more. I need him inside me. But instead, he stops. And I'm supposed to not move. Oh my God! He hops off the bed, reaches for his dresser and pulls out a condom. Of course, a condom. He pushes his boxers down. His cock, his very thick, very erect cock, is jutting out in front of him, and I can't help but stare. He rips open the foil square while he walks back to the bed as if he has all the time in the world. Slowly, he slides it on his dick and tips his chin toward my fingers, which are clinging to the headboard as instructed. Good girl, he says with an eyebrow cocked upward in a way that exudes sex appeal. And then he's on top of me again. He has his hands on my thighs, spreading me, and without touching himself, he begins the slow torture of sliding inside me. It's as if his cock is drawn to me and knows exactly where home is. And then he's inside, all the way in, and we both moan in ecstasy as we feel those sensations. This is what he was saying earlier, to just feel. And feel I do. I'm feeling every single inch of him inside me. And he doesn't move quickly or frantically. He moves in and out slowly, with purpose. His eyes home in on my greedy pussy.
Fuck.
He groans. Then he leans down and pinches and pulls on my nipples, which seem to have a direct line to my pussy because it contracts against his dick. He groans again. Nico. I have my eyes on him, but his eyes are on our connection still. As if my words wake him up, he refocuses his attention on my face.
What do you need, baby?
More. Harder, faster, I don't know. I moan.
I got this,
he says. But he doesn't give me more. He doesn't go harder, he doesn't go faster. He continues that aggravatingly slow, sensual pace that is making me crazy. It's as if my 5 senses have all converged in my pending orgasm, and that's all I can think about. I can taste, hear, feel, see, and even smell release.
Let me see you touch your tits,
he commands, and in my foggy haze I process that and then proceed to do as he says. I can feel him swell inside me.
Open up,
he demands, and pushes his thumb into my mouth.
Wet it good.
And I do, my hands still on my breasts, his dick still moving agonizingly slowly. Then he lowers his wet thumb to my clit and begins to rub it over and over again. My orgasm detonates as my body contracts around him, and I'm sure I must have said 1,000 incoherent things as I mule and groan around the most intense orgasm of my life. And the man didn't change pace even a little. As soon as I stop panting, I look at him.
Fucking beautiful.
He says, and the mood shifts. He pulls out, flips me onto my stomach, and roughly pushes my face into his bazillion thread count sheets. With my ass high in the air, my arms behind my back, and his hand gripping them, he plunges into me again. This time, it's not slow, it's hard and rough. And I understand that he was giving me what I needed before to make my brain tune everything out but the sensations. Now he's taking what he needs. And he needs it hard and rough. And oh, so damn good. I feel the sting of his hand on my ass, which surprises the hell out of me, but it isn't unwelcome. Then he leans in, his whole entire body pressing mine further and further into the mattress. His fist wraps around my hair and he pulls as his other hand digs into my wrists, which he's still holding behind my back. Unbelievably, I feel another orgasm starting to surface.
Come with me, Catherine.
It isn't a request, it's a command, and my body is his to direct, because in a noiseless, blinding white light, both our bodies stiffen, and we come at the same time with a final grunt from him.
Jesus.
He murmurs into my neck, his weight on me. He pushes hair off my shoulder and kisses it.
Be right back,
he says as he pulls out of me to take care of the condom. It's early morning and we're both lying on the bed. My head is dangling off the foot of the bed and his head's on the opposite side. How'd I end up over here? I ask, running my nails up and down his calf.
Don't know, but you wore me out, woman.
He slaps my ass as he gets out of bed. Ow! I yelp and he kisses my stinging butt cheek.
Be right back.
Unabashedly, I watch him walk away and slightly drool at the two dimples right above his ass. All that paddleboarding and swimming is working for him. When he reaches down and grabs his boxers, all his back muscles bunch as he works to slip them on. He comes back a moment later holding 2 crystal flutes and a bottle of champagne. I sit up on the bed, holding the blanket up. What's this?
I've been waiting to open this for a long time. It was my dad's. One of his distributors gave it to him years ago for being his best client.
Careful not to pour it on the bed, he fills one flute, licking the glass to save the drops that fizz out. He hands it to me and repeats it with the other flute, coming to sit down on the bed with me. We're both in the middle of the bed, the sheet I was holding long forgotten, but I can't find it in myself to feel embarrassed at my nudity. What are we toasting to? I ask.
To you,
he says.
My sweet Catherine, who braved the mean streets of Miami.
In your muscle car, I add.
In my clunker,
he says with a smirk.
And then endured my tongue in her mouth in the treacherous elevator just so that she can have my glorious cock in her magnificent pussy.
I laugh at his ridiculous toast. You're crazy.
Only about you, baby,
he says, the humor gone from his tone.
Seriously, though, I'm proud of you.
Smiling, I take a sip of the champagne. Oh, wow. This is good.
Glad you like it. I've been saving it for a special occasion. You, in my bed. Your pussy for breakfast, followed by champagne. Sounds special to me.
I'm not much of a drinker, but I can get used to this. Maybe I'll order a case.
Yeah?
He says as he takes a drink.
This is a Moet Chandon Dom Perignon White Gold. It'll probably set you back about $2,500 a bottle.
As I gasp, the liquid goes down the wrong windpipe and I start coughing. He takes the glass from my hand, puts it down, and pats my back, laughing the entire time.
So, an entire case?
Shut up! I squeak out between gasps. I can't believe you let me drink something that expensive. Naked! He's now doubled over, laughing. I pull his beard. You shouldn't laugh at a naked woman on your bed. This deserves, I don't know, an evening gown or something, not lying here being lazy.
Nah, this is exactly how it's meant to be drunk.
When the giggles die down, I ask, do you have any plans for today?
Nothing that can't wait. You?
Same. Want to hang out? I say.
Depends. You did a big thing last night. What are you going to do today? One thing that scares you. What will it be today?
I think hanging out here is enough, don't you?
No, I don't.
He says seriously.
How about lunch outside? In a restaurant by the beach?
Wow. I grab the flute and down the champagne. It's too many things too fast.
I think you're doing great. You've done so many things already. Push yourself to do it. I know you can. Hesitating or holding back, that's your knee-jerk reaction. But once you do take that big step, don't you feel so much better? It's never as bad as you think.
I don't know, Nico.
Tell you what, let's have breakfast. You can hang out, make yourself at home. I'll go for a run. When I get back, if you're still feeling okay, we'll revisit this conversation, okay?
As he gets up, I say, okay, we'll revisit.
Nico. On the way back from my morning run, I stop at a little souvenir shop around the corner from my building and buy Catherine a dress. I don't want her using lack of clothes as an excuse. Walking into my apartment to see Catherine lying on her stomach on my couch reading a book on her phone, wearing just one of my t-shirts, is something I want to experience over and over again. She's so absorbed in her book that she doesn't notice when I approach and stand right in front of her face. Reaching across the length of her body, I pull her shirt up, exposing her ass. "Didn't hear you come in?" she says, sounding breathy. In order to feel her pussy, I have to really reach, putting my cock right to her face, her chin resting on the arm of the sofa. "May as well open up, sweet Catherine," I say, tapping her mouth, which is mere inches from my cock. Being the good girl that she is, she doesn't hesitate to open right up, and I slowly guide my cock into her mouth with one hand while the other moves past her ass to her pussy. "Fuck," I grunt, pumping in and out with my hips as she moans around my dick. I don't want to come in her mouth, so before I'm too far gone in ecstasy, I pull out of her and push myself away. "Hey," she says, pouting. "We weren't done." I don't bother asking her as I run to my bedroom to grab a little surprise, and also to roll on a condom as I jog back to her. "On your knees, on the sofa," I demand, and I help her quickly get into the position I want her in, knees on the couch facing away from me. She looks over her shoulder at me and her smile slips away. "Wait, what's that?" "Let's have some fun," I say, dangling a pair of leather cuffs. "Turn around and link your hands behind you." "Nico," she says apprehensively. Pressing my body against her back, I reach between her and the couch and rub her clit slowly. "Don't you trust me?" I cup her throat with one hand and kiss behind her ear as my finger works on getting her as wet as I can. It's but a tease, and she needs more. I squeeze her throat a little. "Tell me, sweet Catherine." I do?" "I'm only cuffing your wrists together. I'm not tying you to anything," I whisper into her ear and follow with a lick down her long neck. She's so lost in lust, she just nods her head. I take both her hands and strap her wrists together. I nudge her thighs open with my knee and slide my cock in. She's so wet, it doesn't take any effort. My knees are on the couch too, right behind her, and I pump slowly in and out, holding her upright by her throat, using my free hand to pinch her nipples hard. "You like that?" I say when she clenches hard around me. She's flushed and sweaty and all mine, completely trapped with my body around her as I fuck her relentlessly. When I let go of her nipples, I wrap my fist around her hair and pull down, forcing her head to the side so that I can kiss her. I can feel her fingers by my stomach, her nails trying to grab for me. But she is bound and can't move. I'm pulling her hair hard, amazed she isn't telling me to stop, and water is coming out of her eyes, but she's not crying. She is completely lost in the moment and unable to move. I keep fucking her and kissing her, sucking her tongue into my mouth in an awkward but erotic kiss since her face is turned to the side. When her body begins to shake, I know she's ready to come. I let go of her hair and move my hand around to her clit. 2 flicks of my fingers later, she's exploding around my dick with such a fierce grip that I push hard against her one last time before I come myself. I swear, I think I see stars. Fuck, I groan, a sweaty heap on top of her. That was intense. I kiss her cheek and pull away, unstrapping the cuffs in the process. Amazing, she says breathlessly. Sex with you is amazing. I laugh and rub her wrists. You okay? More than okay. Shower with me. She nods. Needless to say, we miss lunch altogether. It took a lot of convincing, but we're sitting at a Cuban restaurant a block from my apartment. So proud of you for doing this. You feel okay? I ask as we finish eating. She's so sexy in that short, flowy dress I picked up earlier. I'll admit I almost popped a Xanax, but I wanted to be awake for this. Really? You seemed relaxed when we walked in. Relaxed? She laughs. I don't even remember what that feels like. I'm good at hiding my emotions sometimes. I'm far from relaxed. Why didn't you say something? It's not too late to use your safe word. I'll pay and we'll get out of here. I don't want you to stay if you feel that bad. I may be far from relaxed, but I'm nowhere near using the safe word either. I'm somewhere in the middle. Dinner was great, and this mojito helped, she says, finishing up the last of her drink. Thanks for pushing me to do this. Not even a thing, baby. I smile at her from across the table. Though we're sitting outside, we're far away enough from the street, and being that it's early for the mostly nocturnal crowd, the restaurant is relatively empty. By the time we finish our dessert, Catherine's leg has stopped bobbing up and down, and she's not biting her lip any longer. It's intoxicating, isn't it? I'm looking at her when I say, yes, it is. She opens her eyes and turns her head. Her eyes soften when she sees I'm talking about her. I meant the smell of the ocean. When we rise from the table, I lace my fingers with hers and pull her toward my apartment, since we walked here. But she has a different idea. She stops me, looking scared but determined all at once. You think we can walk to the beach? I'm shocked, but I don't question it. I make a right and we walk down the block toward the boardwalk. It's early evening and the sun's about to set. We couldn't have planned it better if we'd tried. It's that perfect. Come on, I say, kicking off my shoes and helping her out of hers. She hesitates for a moment, but then I see her look down and wiggle her toes in the sand, and there's an expression of awe on her face. Passing tourists who are packing it in for the evening, we walk toward the ocean until the warm water tickles our bare feet. I've been seeing this same view from my apartment for a long time, she murmurs. There were times, just weeks ago, that I thought I'd never see the sunset from anywhere else. And here I am, outside, not just seeing the sunset, but experiencing it. With a tear-streaked face, she sits down. I follow, not caring that my pants are getting wet, and just watch her. I imagine that this is what a blind man seeing for the first time would look like. She grabs a handful of sand and watches as the grains slip through her fingers. We sit close together, watching the sunset and the stars emerge, for the next hour. I don't know if she's still scared or not, but I, for one, have never felt more at peace in my life.
Catherine. We've been staying in my apartment for the past 4 days. After climbing up 15 flights of stairs after that wonderful evening at the beach, Nico decided that pushing me to move past the elevator issue was just too much. Mostly he agreed because the way I put my foot down left no room for debate. Even though the experience was incredible, I was still nervous. And going to the beach had taken a toll on me, as I'd had to hold back all the fears and looming anxiety in order to watch the sunset. So the next day, after I decided that I was feeling brave enough to join him for a jog on the beach, we went back to my place, neither of us wanting to bother with the 15 flights of stairs up to his. It was hilarious to see his shocked face when I outran him. I'd told him I work out in my apartment every day, but he hadn't expected this. During the last 4 days, we've also been out to eat a few times, and we even went shopping for groceries together. It's now Friday morning, and I know he has to work this evening. I'm not sure if I'll see him tonight, which makes me feel clingy, something I'd never admit to.
I have a great idea. Why don't you call Dr. Glantz and see if he can squeeze you in this morning? I'll drive you.
Although I'm nervous, I think I can handle the drive over there at this point. Still, I don't want to spoil the best week of my life by rehashing old wounds. When I don't answer, he adds,
Or we can spend the day on my boat.
Are those my only options? Because those aren't fair. I'm not getting on a boat.
I'm not a fair kind of guy.
He jokes. And you have a boat?
Is that really what we're going to discuss, Catherine? And yes, I do have a boat. I don't go out on it nearly enough, though.
He says, kissing my 2 fingers, and then flipping me to my back as he straddles me, his weight held up by his forearm.
Look, the hard part's over. You left your apartment and did a bunch of new things, and it wasn't so bad. You survived it all. Going to the doctor will be easier. It'll be fast. Do this for you. For me. If you do this, I'll take the evening off and spend it here with you.
Nico.
Call him first. See if it's even a possibility.
Nico. When Catherine called, the doctor said he had an opening right away. I think he was trying the same approach that I've been trying. Just get her there and deal with it later. Don't give her mind any time to spin shit around. Now we're sitting in my car outside his office. She has her eyes closed and is breathing in and out. Ready? I ask. No. She opens her eyes and looks out the window. Glad it's one story, she notes. Yeah, and look, there's only one other car, which means you probably won't have to deal with other people. Come on. I unbuckle my seatbelt and open my door. Give the doctor 10 minutes, that's all. She exhales loudly and exits the car. Her sweaty hand is tightly gripping mine, and even though I don't show it, I'm a wreck worrying about how she's going to do. If this doesn't go well, she's not coming back. I know this to be a fact. And if she doesn't come back, this may be the end for us. Because she'll likely retreat into her apartment, and even though I want to stay in her life, I need her to want to get better. I can give a lot up for her, but I can't become a recluse with her. I just can't. And even if I leave her behind in the evenings while she stays holed up in her apartment, we can't have that kind of life. We'll end up resenting each other. As soon as we walk in the entrance, the door to the doctor's reception area opens, and an older man walks out. He's maybe in his early 60s, with thick brown glasses, a big gut, a tropical shirt, and jeans held up by lime green suspenders. You must be Catherine, he says with a big, jolly smile, and extends his hand. When Catherine doesn't take it, I reach for it instead. Hi, I'm Nico Moreno, Catherine's boyfriend. Nice to meet you. I'm Dr. Glantz, but please call me John. I cleared the room for you. It's just us. Catherine nods and starts to follow him in. I try to unwrap her hand from mine, but she won't let go. The good doctor sees my attempt. Catherine, would you like Nico to join us? Up to you. She nods, and I walk in with her. I've never been to a shrink, not even my sister's practice. I envisioned one of those long couches for the patient and another chair next to it for the doctor. That's not what I find. It's a big open room. The entire back wall is windows overlooking a small garden with a big fountain and some flowers. Nothing too fancy, but it's serene and nice. There's a plush couch against one wall. On the opposite side, there's a wooden desk, void of papers, and 2 chairs in front of it. The doctor sits behind his desk and motions us to sit in front of him. I'm familiar with your history. Dr. Cole filled me in, and of course your email helped. Catherine nods. You missed our first appointment and never rescheduled. Then I got your call this morning. Can you tell me what changed? Catherine looks at me. I give her a soft nod. She clears her throat and begins to talk. I've been taking steps every day to do something that scares me. When I first called Dr. Cole and then made the initial appointment with you, I wasn't leaving my apartment at all. But now I'm going out to restaurants, for jogs on the beach, for groceries. I'm much better. The doctor asks a few questions, and Catherine tells him about her anxiety around her sister's upcoming wedding while he jots down some notes, smiles, and adjusts his glasses. "I don't want to press our luck today," he says 30 minutes later. "I need for you to come back. I want to talk some more." I'm thinking he needs to talk about the actual event that caused all of this, but clearly he doesn't want to push her. "I'm going to slightly alter your medication, just a little." "Okay," she says. "Can we meet again on Friday?" Catherine nods. "Great," he says with a smile as he stands up. "That's it?" she asks. "That's it." She takes a relieved breath. "Most of your fears are psychosomatic," he tells her. "You're creating them in your head. It doesn't make them any less painful, and we have to work on them, obviously. Eventually, coming here will not feel like such a monumental undertaking, but you need to desensitize yourself and continue to come here. We haven't even begun to work on things yet. I just wanted an idea of where you're at." "Okay." "I'm so proud of you," I say as I park my car by her building, turn to her, and kiss her passionately. "You keep saying that," she says breathlessly. "It keeps being true." "I don't know what I did to deserve you or what I can do to show you how thankful I am. This is a huge accomplishment for me. This entire week has been unbelievable." She leans over and kisses me more deeply. Her hands in my hair, and like most of the times I'm with her, I'm hard and needy. "Why don't you tell me all the ways you're thankful while sitting on my face? It's the best way to show your gratitude, don't you think?" "You're disgusting," she says with a laugh as we walk into her building. "Disgusting enough to distract you into getting on the elevator?" She looks at the elevator and then at me. "Nope, but distracted enough that I'll probably sit on your face." With a squeal, she turns into the stairwell and runs up. I follow behind her. "I never realized that dating you would involve so much working out," I tease. We spend the rest of the day watching television and relaxing in her apartment. And before going to bed, she thanks me the exact way I wanted. On my face. For someone who suffers a debilitating condition, Catherine is always in a good mood. Her apartment is nothing less than spotless, and there's usually something delicious cooking. And she's usually so put together. So 3 days later, when I knock on her door and she flings it open, I'm slightly alarmed at how she looks. Her long hair is in a massive knot on her head with a pencil sticking out. Her reading glasses sit low on her nose. She has a pen behind her ear. Her oversized shirt is falling off her shoulder. She's barefoot, and she's still in boxer shorts at this late hour of the day. I start to say something, but she turns around and hurries to the table. "Sorry, I didn't realize how late it was." She huffs agitatedly as she begins to collect all the books. There must be 20 of them, from the table. I also notice a bunch of boxes on the floor. "You okay?" Yeah, fine, just give me a second." She's stacking all the books and won't meet my eyes. "Is this for work? You can leave it," I say, but she isn't listening. I move closer and notice that she shifts around the table like she's trying to block me from getting too close. I reach over her and pluck out the book on top of the pile. A Woman's Guide to Being Sexy. My eyebrows knit together and I reach for the next one, which has a post-it note sticking out of it. Sex and Confidence. I go to reach for the next one, but she moves away. Her face is redder than I've ever seen it. "It's not what you think," she mumbles and begins to throw the books in what I now realize are shipping boxes. She must have ordered these. Practically pushing me out of the way, she makes a run to grab the rest of the books, but I'm faster than she is and wrap my arm around her waist, essentially halting her movement. "Whoa," I say and reach around her for another book. "What do we have here?" The Anxiety Cure, Let the Fear Go, Be His Porn Star. She drops down on the chair and covers her face with her palms. "I want to say it's for work. I'm editing all of these books. All of them. Today." I kneel down in front of her and move her hands away from her face. "How about you try the truth?" "This is so embarrassing." "The truth about the books, not about how you feel. Although you shouldn't be embarrassed about a thing. It's your home." She takes a deep breath and starts twirling a few loose strands of hair around her finger. She doesn't meet my eyes, even though I'm only inches from her face. But I don't make her look at me. I want the truth even if she can't look me in the eyes while she tells me. I think I was in denial for a long time. I just sort of came up with reasons to justify not leaving this apartment. Then one day turned into a week, and then 2 months. I'm not used to a lot of human interaction. Now we're dating. Is that a problem? I ask. For the first time, I wonder whether she actually likes to be alone. Maybe she prefers it. Maybe I'm actually interfering. No, she says quickly. I pick up 101 ways to get him to notice you. You don't think I notice you? She pulls it out of my hand and tosses it into the box. And this? I pick up anxiety, go away. Well, I also want to get better. Dr. Glantz recommended a few and... She points behind her at the stack. I was just going to buy one book, and this all sort of happened. Baby, you're making yourself anxious, I say. I don't think self-help books are going to do a thing. I think you're moving in the right direction, and you've already come so far, but a book isn't as helpful as getting your butt out of this apartment as often as possible. I reach over her and pick up a red book called The Kama Sutra, a handy reference guide. She snatches it away and puts it behind her. Oh my God, just put me out of my misery. Throw me off the balcony. She looks mortified. Those weren't for you. Are you planning on using this with someone else? I laugh, but I'm not at all liking the thought of her with someone else. Not even a little. Actually, I'm pretty damn pissed off about it all of a sudden. No, crazy person, I mean, it's not for you to see. It was for me. Unlike me, you've had a healthy sex life. I'm just trying to catch up. I feel a sense of relief, and I'm also kind of flattered that she'd go through all this for me. Normally, the women I date are takers. Yeah, we'll fuck, but they really just want access to my club and my wallet. They don't give a shit about me. As long as I'm coming, they think they've done their job. But this woman here is nervous that I won't like her. She wants to please me. I'll tell you a secret, I say, reaching up and pulling her hair out of its knot. I love her long hair. It's full and soft and ridiculously long. You don't need 101 ways to get me to notice you. I notice you. I notice the shit out of you. You're in my goddamn head all day. I'll tell you something else. I don't want a porn star. I don't want fake. What we did, what we've done, it's been perfect. I wouldn't change a thing. I want you. The real you. So throw this shit away and relax. Okay? Okay. I kiss her lips softly. I like you. I like you too, corazon, I say, and she parts her legs so that I can move in between them. She's still sitting, and I'm still on my knees, but now my chest is pressed against hers. I like when you kiss me. I like when you kiss me back, I say, and kiss her again. Her lips part for me and our tongues tangle and touch. Her legs lock behind my back. Her arms go around my neck, and we can't get any closer. Hold on, I say, and I stand up, with her clinging to me. I walk to her bed and lay her on it. Then I lie on top of her, most of my weight on my forearms. Our lips meet again and we kiss. It's like I'm 17 and in a dark corner of panic making out with Sasha Miller all over again. The way she lets out a little moan when I squeeze her waist, or how she pulls my hair and wraps her leg around my hip, is such a turn-on. I begin to move down, spending time on her neck, which she seems to really enjoy. Nico. I ignore her and pull the waistband of her shorts down. I'm lying on her bed, my face between her long legs. The first time I undressed my woman, I didn't know what to expect. She didn't leave the house, she wasn't very familiar with pop culture, and she's very conservative, so it was a surprise to see lace panties that first time. And today, a polka dot thong over her completely shaved, bare little cunt. I know she hates that word, and I also know that she hates it because it's vulgar and naughty, and that turns her on. I love it. I kiss over her mound and then slowly pull the panties off. She lifts her hips to help, putting her pussy practically on my face. Seriously, Nico, you don't have to. Let me touch you this time. She tries to move away, but I slide my arms under her thighs and pull her pussy right to my face. I figured if she wants me to stop, she'll tell me. I look up at her. She's on her elbows looking down at me and her knees fall open wider. Obviously, I'm where we both want me to be, so I keep my eyes on her while I kiss her clit. Just a small introduction. A peck. She gasps at that single movement, so I use one hand to part her lips, and this time I kiss her clit in earnest, sucking it into my mouth and bringing my tongue flat against it. When I look up and see that her head is now thrown back, I use my mouth to fuck all of her fears and insecurities away. "You keep doing that?" she says afterward while lying naked from the waist down surrounded by books and pillows. Her hair is fanned around her and her smile is lazy. "Can't seem to help myself," I say sincerely. "I love your taste." "Do you do that a lot?" "Do what? Go down on women?" That's a weird question. I don't know why I asked it. Never mind. I tip her chin up so I can look in her eyes. "What you and I do is special. It's different from anything else I've ever done with anyone else, mostly because you're you and you're special to me." I'll be the first to admit that she's far from easy. Her mind is so jumbled with the shit that is constantly worrying her that it takes a significant amount of work to focus her attention on what I'm doing and not what she's thinking. But I don't mind putting in the work. Not at all. "That's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me," she tells me. "I've been so eager to have sex. You probably think I'm crazy." "Not crazy." I kiss her nose. "Quirky?" She smiles. "That's a better word, don't you think?" "I'd say extraordinary is more appropriate." "Damn, you're good." She gives me a cheeky look. "It's my turn now. I'd like a taste." I move toward her to kiss her, but she pushes me back, hard. "Not a taste of myself, Nico." She continues to move until I'm on my back and she's kneeling between my legs. "I want to taste you." "You got that one from one of your books?" I ask as I settle my hands behind my neck and get comfortable. There's no way I'm turning down a blowjob. I should be noble, but yeah, nope. I want those lips wrapped around my cock. She yanks off my shorts, taking my boxers with them. She looks up at me through her lashes coquettishly. My cock twitches. Again, I don't know what to expect. Everything with her is a surprise. She hasn't done much in the last few years, but she's no innocent girl either. And yet she seems so inexperienced, with the long hair, fresh face, and simple style. She's flirty and naive all in one. And it's a heady combination. Instead of diving right in, she stares at it. "Maybe you do need one of those books. Insert cock in mouth," I tease. She rolls her eyes and smirks. "You're a great teacher? Is that really all you want? My mouth?" She finally grabs it, and she does it with a firm grip that kind of surprises me. Most women handle a cock as if it's going to break. She looks down at my dick, which has probably never been this hard, and her tongue peeks out from between her lips. I was wrong. My cock just got harder. Her eyes come back to mine, and she leans in and runs the flat of her tongue from the base of my cock to its tip. "Just my mouth? I thought some tongue would be nice," she says. "Maybe a little bit of teeth?" Teeth? I start to move up. No teeth. Holy shit, I almost fall off the motherfucking bed, and after she does whatever the fuck she's doing with her teeth, she takes me into her mouth. All the fucking way in. The woman is committed to this blowjob. She moves slowly up and down, going as deep as she can, and I swear to God my eyes roll to the back of my head. Then she takes hold of my cock again with one firm grip and begins to move with her mouth and fist. Up and down, her tongue twirling around the tip, her saliva running down my thigh. I can't take my eyes off her. All I can manage is a grunt, to try to let her know I'm on the verge of orgasm, but she doesn't stop. I know that she knows I'm about to come because her eyes meet mine, and I think the little devil winks at me as I explode in her mouth. "Jesus Christ," I say, running my hand through my hair and down my face to my beard. "You don't need to read a book. You can write the fucking book." She chuckles, then jumps out of bed and goes into the bathroom. Minutes later, she's back in bed with me, her body tucked close to me, and her fingers are playing with the splay of hair that I've got on my chest. I'm lying in bed depleted of all energy when her phone rings. "You gonna get that?" I ask, but she's sprawled half on me, half on the bed, too sated to move. "I probably should, but I don't really want to move." I laugh and reach blindly toward the sound and find her phone. "Here." She looks at it and blinks twice before jackknifing straight up. "What is it?" "It's Joe." "Joe, David's fiancé?" "Yes." "Well, answer it." "You think?" She's looking at the ringing phone like it's a bomb. I snatch it out of her hand. "Hello?" "Do you ever leave that girl's place?" Joe says in lieu of hello. "She has me chained to her bed," I answer, and Catherine looks mortified. "I knew it. She's into kink, isn't she?" Joe answers, and I laugh. If Catherine knew what Joe just said, her face would be crimson. "What's up, Joe?" "I need a favor and was hoping your girlfriend could help me with it." "Sure, 1 second." I hand over the phone to Catherine, who's kneeling on the bed, biting her lip. She doesn't have friends, so this must all be so new to her. It's endearingly sweet. "She needs a favor," I tell her as she takes the phone from me. She hesitates for a moment before she says hello. All I hear are yes and no and uh-huh. I have no idea what the favor is, but as the call continues, Catherine seems to get less nervous and is now laughing and smiling. "Okay, no problem. I'll call them tomorrow and give them my address. See you next week," she says before hanging up. She needs a place for some of her wedding favors to be delivered, so she asked me if she could send them here, and then she's flying in next week and picking them up, she says, all in one long breath of excitement. "Here? She's getting them here," she squeals. "And she wants my opinion on some band for the wedding. Apparently David likes country music, and there's no good country music bands in Paris that would do for their wedding, so she's been listening to demos and has no idea if they're any good. Me? She asked me." I picked up on that. What's with the excitement? "Don't know. Guess it's been a while since I had a friend. It's like you came into my life and all sorts of other good things have followed. I'm getting better, I'm making friends." "You're having great sex?" "Yes." She chuckles and launches herself onto me. "That is most certainly true." "I have something to ask you," I say later, "and I don't want you to think about it too much." "Uh-oh." "I'm going up to visit my father on Monday. Matt's coming with me, and then on the way back we're going to stop in and visit my sister. Come with me." "Oh," she says, her face paling. I take her hands in mine. "Do you feel safe with me?" "Yes." "And you know I'll go slowly if we have to. If we need to turn around, I'll do it. No questions asked. You say the safe word and that's all. You take your pills with you just in case." She chews on her bottom lip for too long. But just when I think she's going to say no, she nods instead. "Okay. I'll go."
12. Speechless. Catherine. It's very early Monday morning. Barely 5 in the morning, actually. Matt and Nico couldn't leave the club unattended over the weekend, so they decided to head out early on Monday. The drive from Miami to Marianna, Florida, is almost 8 hours. Visitation ends at 3:15, and visits are only allowed Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Because of panic, Monday is the only real option, so I'm barely awake by the time we leave. This is good, because it doesn't give me much time to think. I hadn't realized how on edge Matt really is about this trip. It's not like I know him all that well or anything, but from the little I do know, based on the times I've seen him and the times he's answered the phone at panic, I always took him to be calm, cool, and upbeat. Even when he was arguing with Nico at my house, he was, for the most part, relaxed. Now, though, he's uncharacteristically quiet. I sit back and take in the scenery from my window, leaving him to his thoughts. I'm sitting in the back seat of Nico's car, which isn't exactly comfortable. It definitely wouldn't be comfortable for a 6'2" man, so that's why I'm here, even though Matt was sweet enough to offer. I'm sitting at an awkward angle behind Nico, who's driving, and I have a perfect view of Matt, whose leg is bobbing up and whose index finger is anxiously tapping his knee. My biggest issue is claustrophobia, and the fact that I'm in a tight space, unable to leave, is a recipe for disaster. So, to take my mind off the panic attack that is right beneath the surface, I say, "Can I ask a few questions? You know, about your dad. Or is that not something you guys talk about?" Matt shrugs. I can't see Nico's face from this angle, but I do hear him say, "Shoot." "Okay, so you said your father's charges were drug trafficking and racketeering. Those are some serious felonies. Mariana is a medium security prison, and I'd think those crimes warrant maximum security, so how did he get off so easy?"
How do you know all that?
Nico asks, looking at me in the rearview mirror. All I see is my own reflection in his mirrored aviator glasses. I don't get out much. Maybe you haven't noticed.
Nope. Hadn't noticed.
He quips. And because of the aforementioned issue, it makes me feel somewhat at ease to know where I'm going. So I did some research. By the way, did you know that Mariana has the largest dam in all of Florida? Matt, who's been quiet and serious, laughs. Nico reaches back and squeezes my knee, then looks at me in the rearview mirror again.
Is that something you want to go see, baby?
A dam? Hell no. I snort. How boring would that be? It's just something I learned. Thought I'd impart that little piece of knowledge. Anyway, back to my original question. How is it your dad ended up there?
He's a fucking criminal who probably paid off a lot of people.
Matt says, which surprises me. He's not the broody one of the two, and that was more the kind of answer I'd expect from Nico. Nico palms Matt's face and pushes it, and in return Matt punches Nico on the shoulder.
Everyone knew him.
Nico answers,
and there's not a native Miamian who didn't party with him, so when it was time for the sentencing, even though the crimes included all those things, and he could have gotten sent to someplace a lot worse, the judge sent him to Mariana. I don't know whose palm was greased, or even if anyone's was. The judge may have just liked him, and did him this solid. My father is a charismatic man, and people like him, and they remember favors. Shit doesn't get forgotten.
Well, that's good, I suppose. Peachy. Matt says snarkily. I want to know what Matt's problem is, but I don't have any right to ask. The tension is rolling off him, and because I'm already on edge, it's making me start to get all worked up. I put my hand on Matt's shoulder and give it a little squeeze. He turns his head to look at me, gives me a weak smile, and puts his hand on mine for a moment. I want him to know that I'm his friend, and whatever it is he's feeling, he'll be okay. That's what I wanted to convey. So, tell me about the place. How does it work when you go visit? You talk through a phone and a plexiglass window?
No, it's pretty lax. It's a room, and we just sit and hang out for 2 hours or so.
A room. Full of people. A room that obviously has no windows because of the escape issue with criminals. I close my eyes, take a deep breath, and count slowly to 10 3 times in my head. When I open my eyes, I see that Nico is looking at me in the rearview mirror.
Hey, how about we open the top?
He pokes the roof.
Really?
Matt says, sitting up straighter.
You never open it. Well, it's a nice day out. What do you say, Catherine?
Yeah, sure, I say, and reach for my purse and take a quarter of a Xanax. I need the help or else I'm not gonna make it. I wish I could do this without it, but I'd rather nip it in the bud before it becomes a full-blown panic attack. Meanwhile, Nico pulls over to the side of the road and he and Matt take off the hardtop, which seems like a hassle. No wonder he never does it. Matt gets back in, but Nico stays standing outside for a moment. He leans in, putting his forearm against the car frame, and looks down at me.
You okay?
He asks, picking up my hair and using his own rubber band, the one he always has on his wrist, to put my hair up in what I can only imagine to be a crazy knot. I nod. This man is just so attentive that it surprises me.
You sure? We can stop. We can go back. Just say the word. Tequila?
I reach up and run my thumb across his cheekbone. You're sweet. No. No tequila, I'm okay. But thank you for opening the roof. Makes me feel better.
Which means you weren't okay,
he says.
Tell me when you're not feeling well. Don't keep that shit from me.
I nod. True, I wasn't okay, but now I am. He presses a kiss to the top of my head and gets back in the car. He's so sexy and wonderful and flirty and touchy, and my emotions are all over the place. I'm a 32-year-old woman. I shouldn't feel like a lovesick teenager.
Nico. It's hot as balls, and I've lost count of how many bugs I've swallowed. Normally, I don't like to drive without the top, and if it begins raining, we're fucked. I can't even talk to Catherine because with the top down, we can't hear for shit. But she has a smile on her face, and she's looking 100% better than she did 30 minutes ago. I'm still shocked that she even agreed to come with us. I'm in awe of her. I know she's trying, and I appreciate it. But I don't want to break her. I know she's still fragile. Emerging from my thoughts, I look over and see Matt still quietly staring out the window. "You okay, man?" I yell at him over the wind noise. He turns to look at me and shrugs. Not a normal Matt answer. He never wants to visit Dad, and I know that's responsible for at least part of his pissy attitude. But there's something else, I think. "How about you?" I look into the rearview mirror. "You okay back there?" She holds the blowing stray hairs off her face with one hand and gives me a thumbs up with the other. "How about some food?" We don't have a lot of time to stop and eat because if we miss the 3:15 cutoff, we're fucked. I look at Catherine, who's anxiously chewing the sides of her nails. "Drive through," I quickly add, and I see her shoulders visibly relax. "Yeah, man, I could use some food," Matt says. We drive a few more miles until I see an exit, and we pull off and stop at a fast food restaurant. I order all the food and hand it to Matt. "Wait, before you drive off, let me run inside to use the bathroom," Matt says. I park the car and he steps out. I'm finally alone with my woman, who looks delicious in her white cotton shorts and some sort of strappy platform shoes that make her legs look miles long. I love that even with her insecurities and fears, she's so short of herself. A confident woman wears whatever she wants regardless of what other people think. In my line of work, I'm surrounded by insecure women who value their worth by the amount of attention men give the tits hanging out of their clothes. Catherine is different in so many respects, and it's eye-opening. "You have to go to the bathroom too?" I ask. She looks over her shoulder and then back at me. "Look, it's a Monday and we're in the middle of nowhere. It's bound to be empty in there. I'll go with you." "This is my worst nightmare right here. You know that?" "I know that isn't true. There are things you'd hate more." "Yeah, like if the bathroom was in an elevator or an airplane." "See, there's the silver lining. I'll hold your hand and make sure the bathroom is empty before you go in. I'll even go in with you if that makes you feel better." When she still looks uncertain, I add, "What are you going to do, baby? Hold it for 4 more hours?" She groans and covers her face with her hands. I step out of the car and go to open the door for her. "Come on," I extend my hand. After the bathroom, which was not at all the ordeal she thought it would be, we are back in my car eating greasy food in silence. After a few more hours and one more pit stop, we're almost there. "Got 2 choices as far as I can see," I say to her from the front seat. "One, you can come in with us to meet my father. Not too excited that you're meeting my old man in prison, but it is what it is. If you can handle it, you're welcome to come. Right, Matt?" "Of course. Not sure why she would, but I don't mind." "Second choice is, we check into the motel before we go visit Dad and you stay there. We'll probably be gone about 2 hours, and, full disclosure, the accommodations around here aren't great. What's it gonna be?" She bites her lip as she contemplates the 2 choices. "How about I stay in the car while you visit? You leave the top down? I have my Kindle to keep myself entertained." "Stay in the car?" Matt says. "Why would you want to do that?" "Because I've spent a good chunk of my life sitting in a small apartment. I don't want to go on my first road trip in years and sit in a crappy motel, and I can't handle going into the prison with you. I'm not being a snob about this. It's the no windows, one door thing that makes me nervous. But sitting outside, even if it's in the car with the top down, reading a book, it's been a long time." She's wearing a huge smile, as if we're actually doing her a favor by leaving her outside a prison for 2 hours in a car. Matt looks over at me, and his face seems to relax a fraction. Then he looks over his shoulder and smiles at Catherine. I think waiting outside sounds like a plan. We'll try to make it fast, he says. Don't. Not on my account. Pretend I'm not here. Take as long as you need. We park the car in the lot, which is swarming with police cruisers. I wouldn't have left her if I didn't think it was safe. She has a soda in her hand, her legs are up, and she's reading, looking relaxed, like we're on the best vacation ever. I kiss her hard before walking inside. Matt and I go through security and screening and are now sitting in the meeting room waiting for Dad. Never thought this would be my life, Matt says. I know, it's surreal. Dad in prison? Jesus. I run my fingers through my hair. This isn't the first time we visited him, but it still hasn't completely sunk in yet. You did good with Katie, Nick. Real good. She's great, he says. I appreciate his words, but he still seems so tormented. I put my hand on his shoulder. You okay, Matt? I hate coming here. I tagged along to see Julia and the kids, but I should have skipped this part of the dysfunctional family reunion. I was about to ask more questions when I hear the loud metal door open and then close. We both turn and Dad is walking toward us, chatting and laughing with the warden. Boys, glad you came to visit. We stand and hug my father, and then he sits across the table from us. So, what's new? Tell me everything. Why are you smiling? This isn't a country club, Dad, Matt says. I know it's not. Our father's smile fades. What do you want me to do? Be miserable? I'm trying to make the best of it. Plus, I'm happy you two are here. Matt shakes his head, clearly annoyed. Make the best of it? We're carrying your load, struggling every day, and you're all smiles and laughter? It should be the other way around, don't you think? Why are you struggling? Panic not doing well? For the next 30 minutes, we talk mostly about Panic. It's a neutral topic, since we're just talking business, and Dad is quick to shift into business mode. When Dad starts to ask why Panic isn't doing as well as when he left, however, Matt loses his cool. I know I'm the hothead of us two, but when it comes to Dad, Matt has no patience. He pushes the chair back and says to me, You know what, I'm done. If he doesn't understand why he was making all that money to begin with and why it's hard now, mostly because we're cleaning up his shit, I'm not going to be the one to explain it. I'll be outside with Katie. And with that, he stalks off. Who's Katie? My girlfriend, I say, which seems like a silly term, but what else can I call her? Dad sits back with a smile. Girlfriend? Tell me about her. I want to meet her. Why didn't she come in? I hesitate for a moment, but then all the shit that happened between us fades, and I remember the man who raised me. The one I used to talk to about everything. Not much to tell. She's easy to be with, and she doesn't expect anything from me other than my company, which is refreshing. She's the best part of my day, I admit. I'm glad to hear that, son. I just want you and Maddie to be happy, he admits. Why don't you tell her to come in? I'd love to meet her. I'm not going to bring her inside this place. It's humiliating enough that she knows you're here. I know that's hurtful for you to hear, but I don't want her to come inside. I understand. He sits forward. Tell me more about Panic, then. And that's what we do for the next hour. I fill him in, tell him about Bethany, the shit bartenders, the feds, everything. He needs to understand how much shit he's put us through and how difficult things have been. We run out of things to talk about before the 2 hours are up. I don't hate my father. I wish I could, but I don't. For a long time I've been angry, but these last few weeks a lot of that anger has faded. Maybe it's true and time does heal, or maybe it's meeting Catherine, or maybe it's that I've given Matt more responsibility. I don't know. But I'm not so angry anymore. Actually, I'm happy. I haven't felt this way in a long time. My dad fucked up. He was a terrible husband and he lied to us, but he was a good father while we were growing up. He always showed us love and he always gave us the world. So I can't hate him. I don't think Matt does either. I think he wants to, and the fact that he can't is what is eating him up. But that's Matt's cross to bear. I don't even think he understands what he's feeling. So I drop it and hope to God that Matt finds a way to happiness too. When I walk out to my car, I find that Catherine and Matt aren't in the car. Instead, they're seated on a nearby picnic table talking. They haven't seen me, but I see Catherine reach across the table and squeeze his hand. They both have their sunglasses on, so I can't see their eyes, but from the gesture, it looks like she's consoling him. As I get closer, Catherine glances up, sees me, and smiles. "You okay?" I ask her, and when she nods, I look over her to Matt. "You?" "Yeah, I'm good." "Cool. Then let's get out of here, yeah?"
Catherine. Chatting with Matt, I learned that he has his demons. He hides them well, but still, they're there. He didn't tell me much, but when he stormed out of the building and started pacing the prison grounds, I closed my Kindle, hopped out of the car, and went to him. I didn't say anything, I just sat on the picnic table and watched, until he'd stopped pacing and joined me. We didn't speak about specifics, but he told me he was angry at his dad, and I did what I could to show him that if he wanted a shoulder to lean on, or someone who'd listen to him, he could count on me. Then Nico came out, and we were off. Neither man wanted to stay in the motel they'd booked in the small town where their father is incarcerated. They preferred to cancel the reservation and stay at their sister's house, which is a 2-hour drive away, so off we go. I'm nervous about meeting Julia, not only because she's Nico's sister and I want to make a good impression, but because she's a psychiatrist, and I worry that I'm going to be exposed and analyzed. Once we arrive at Julia's house, we're exhausted, and it turns out that since she hadn't been expecting us, she's on call and at the hospital, so I don't get a chance to meet her. Plus, the kids are already in bed. I do get to meet Logan, her husband, and he's very nice, and shows us to the guest room, which I share with Nico while Matt gets the couch in the living room. After a quick shower, I get into bed. Leaving the bathroom light on, Nico follows and pulls me close. Within minutes, we're both asleep. The next day is surprising as well. The kids are out of school, so they want to go in the pool in their backyard. I didn't bring swimwear, but Julia's kind enough to lend me one of her suits. So we spend the day in the pool, lounging and eating barbecue. I make small talk with Julia and Logan and play with their kids. All in all, everyone's laid back and not at all what I had expected. Before I know it, it's Wednesday morning and we need to head back. I'm up before Nico and Julia's in the kitchen making coffee.
"Nicky's happy," she observes to me.
"He is," I say, sipping coffee.
"I was worried, but I think you guys will be okay. Looks like you're doing well."
Obviously, Nico shared, and she'd been concerned. "I am. Going to the doctor in person now, taking meds, getting out of the house. I think I'm gonna be okay." "I'm glad to hear it. Nick's always been the strong one. He takes everything on. Feels as if he has to keep the family together, as if he has to take on everyone's burden. I'd like to see some of that burden off his shoulders. I'm going to do my best to make his life easier, not more complicated." "Good. And if you ever need anything, you know where I am, where I work. I doubt you'd want your boyfriend's protective sister involved, but I can be professional. I think I'm covered in the doctor department, but thank you for the offer." "Anytime. I really am happy for you two." She starts to rinse her mug. "Now, if we can do something about Maddie." I smile. Julia doesn't miss a thing. "I'll see what I can do about that too," I say with a wink, and that is pretty much the extent of Julia's questions. Nothing like the interrogation I'd been expecting. By late in the afternoon, I'm back in my apartment, after having gone on my first trip in years. We've been back from our short trip for about a week in which there's a possibility Nico may have moved in with me. He slept here every day, and I can't say it's in any way unwelcome. To top it off, Jo's coming over today. I know I met her only a month or so ago, but we've been Skyping and emailing often. I really like her, and asked her if she could cut my hair since she's going to be in town. That is, after all, what she does back in Paris when she's not jet-setting with David. She's a hairstylist in a very exclusive and trendy salon. The boxes of specialty favors have been sitting in a corner of my small apartment for over a week, and she's coming to see them. And while she's here, David's at Panic with Nico and Matt to discuss some business. My phone rings, and I see it's my sister. "Hi, Rose. You're back from Madrid?" "Yes, it's beautiful. I ate so much cheese and drank so much wine, Katie. You'd love it there." "I'm sure I will," I say. What are you up to? You want to come over for dinner? This time I don't lie. It's the first time in too many years. I can't. I have a friend coming over. A friend? Really? What friend? What's with the third degree? I didn't know you had friends. Oh, God. Almost immediately, she adds, that sounded bad. I didn't mean it that way. No worries, and you're right. I didn't, but I do now. I decide it's time to share a little more. I also have a boyfriend. Ugh, I hate that word. What? She shrieks. His name is Nico. He's the owner of Panic. What? She shrieks louder this time. Is that where you disappeared to when you left my party? You didn't tell me. Wait. Why'd we wait so long to get into the club if you're dating the owner? I wasn't dating him then. I met him that day. It's a long story. How about dinner next week and we'll catch up? Can't. Leaving with Frank to go to Boston. But as soon as we come back, we're meeting up and you're telling me all about Nico, this other new friend of yours, and why you sound so different all of a sudden. I laugh into the phone before we say our goodbyes, and I hang up, just as there's a knock on the door. Catherine, mon ami, how are you? She says in that elegant accent when I open the door. I'm great, I say as she kisses me on both cheeks. Looking her over, I add wryly, God, do you ever just wear jeans? Even during our Skype sessions, she looks so put together. I have to admit, I'm a little nervous. Except for Nick and my sister, I haven't been alone with another person in my apartment. Over Skype, I feel brave. But now I'm starting to feel jittery. Still, I've been doing so well, and I refuse to let my fear win today. I need this haircut, damn it. I need friends. I need to return to the land of the living. Jeans? She asks. She crinkles her nose and then bursts out in a fit of laughter. Dear God, no. In one hand is a designer train case, which I presume is where she keeps her hairstyling tools, and in the other is a bottle of champagne. Chill this, she says, handing me the champagne. I made some little panini with prosciutto, basil, and mozzarella. Want one? I ask. Yes! She practically squeals as she drops down on my couch. So, tell me, how are things? I'm so much better, Jo. I've been going out more, we've gone to dinner and walked on the beach. I even went on a trip with Nico for a few days. I don't remember ever being so content. I say candidly, and I met you. Her eyes light up and she scoots close and hugs me. I'm so glad we met. I feel like we've known each other ages, not months. I know. I wipe away a tear from my eye before standing up. Come on, let me show you your boxes of goodies. She follows me and together we open the boxes. She yelps, squeals, and says some things in French, which I think are bad at first, but then I realize she's happy. Promise me you'll try to come to the wedding, she says as she closes up the boxes. Jo, I know it's hard, but so is everything else you've done in the last months. All I ask is that you try. Make an effort. I'll try. Promise. Okay, good. She pulls the champagne out of my refrigerator and we sit sipping champagne and laughing like longtime friends about David's reactions to all things wedding-related. After her first glass, she stands and extends her hand to me. Okay, hair time. Then, more champagne. Last time I cut hair when I was drunk, bad things happened. I take her hand and she pulls me up. We push my couch back and set up a chair in the middle of the room. I don't want you to see until I'm done. All I need to know is how short is too short. This is harder than I thought. It has been a long time since I've cut my hair. I close my eyes and gesture to my chin. When I open them, Jo is staring at me, and after a moment she breaks out in laughter. You want Nick to kill me, darling? It's my hair, I want it shorter. She pulls out her phone, scrolls through her text, and then holds the phone out to me. There's a message from David. Nico says that if you chop off his woman's hair, he'll chop off my balls. I laugh so hard I spill half my drink. I'm sure David's exaggerating. Nico could care less. She scrolls some more and again holds out her phone. This time it's a text from Nico. You chop off my woman's hair, I'll chop off your man's dick. Okay, so he may not want my hair too short. I pull my phone out, about to send him a text, and see that I have a number of texts from Nico. One reads,
Catherine likes sex. Nico likes having sex with Catherine. Nico can't properly fuck Catherine with short hair. What would Nico hold on to? Nico's sad if Catherine cuts hair.
I laugh out loud and then realize that Joe is standing over me reading. You Americans are weird, she says with a shake of her head. He's probably drunk. Then I type, Nico has gone crazy. Short hair or not, Catherine will not have sex with a person who talks about himself in the third person. He sends back a sad face emoji, a scissor emoji, and a gun, pointed to the emoji. Okay, so he really doesn't want me to cut my hair. He is, after all, busting out emojis, which he said he'd never do. So, not too short, okay? I picked up on that, Jo says with a laugh as she begins to do her thing. All I see is small mounds of hair accumulating on the floor, and I'm beginning to get really nervous. Like, really nervous. Finally, though, she puts down the blow-dryer and turns me to face her. She fiddles a little more with the top and then says, Nick is going to fall more in love with you, mon ami. Fall in love? Oh no, Nick's not in love with me. She laughs. You're blind, silly girl. She begins to put her things away, and when she's done, she looks at her phone. David says we're all going to dinner. We are? I'm surprisingly not nervous about this news. We are! She claps excitedly. You can come, right? I think I'll be okay, so yes, I'll go. Good. She sits back down and pours a glass of champagne. Don't hurt, Nick. You try really, really hard to get better, okay? I am. I would never intentionally hurt him. My eyes begin to well up. I don't cry often, but what if I do hurt him? What if I can't get better? She rushes over to me. Shit, Nick will kill me for upsetting you. No, you didn't upset me, it's just that I'm scared. The entire thing is scary. I've become this whole new person, and I have this man with me now, and if I fail... God, I don't want to fail. You won't. She brings me into a hug. You love him. You will not fail.
Nico. I want my woman with me at the wedding. I want to show her Paris. I want to dance with her out in public in a place full of people at my best friend's wedding. It's been a long day at Panic, and David gave me a lot to think about tonight. He wants me to open up a club with him in Paris. He brought numbers, spreadsheets, and a kick-ass concept. He wants me to stay in France for a few weeks after the wedding to meet some of the investors and check out the location. Also, a band he's been scoping out for the last 6 months is playing in Paris the day after the wedding, and he wants me to go check them out with him before he leaves on his honeymoon. I don't want to be away from Catherine for that long, which is another reason I need her to come with me to that wedding. I texted her an hour ago about dinner with David and Joe, and she said she was good to go, which surprised me somewhat. Lately, she's been going out more and more, with less coercing needed. And last month, when I had to wake her in the middle of the night after I got off work, I just declared I was making a copy of her key. She didn't fight me. In fact, she said it was a good idea, and then took out her spare and just handed it to me. So today, I just opened the door of her apartment and walk in. Corazon, I'm here. We're late, I yell out as I lock the door behind me. Julius immediately jumps up and I grab him, pet his head, and then set him down. We'll play later, Julius. I'm about to knock on her bathroom door when she steps out. My heart stops. Oh, sorry, didn't hear you, she says, her hand on my chest. You look so handsome. You trimmed your beard? She runs her fingers through it. You cut it. She touches the end of her hair, which rests on her shoulders, but are all full of layers and big curls, bouncy and shiny. A little. Not a little. A lot. I step back and take her all in. Before I left this morning, her hair touched her ass. Now it goes only down to her shoulders. She's wearing a short black dress that's way up on her thighs. She's never shown that much skin in public before, but we've also never gone to a fancy place before. Her heels are high and strappy and wrap around her ankle, and I'm unsure how she's going to walk in those. It's just, wow, is all I can stammer. She steps past me. I know it's a lot shorter, Nico, but really it's not short. You hate it, don't you? Well, I needed a cut. It'll grow back in no time, I hope. I grab her by the wrist and turn her around so I can see the back. Fucking Christ, where's the back? It's missing. She looks over her shoulder. It's like that. Catherine, corazon, this, I move my hand around her, is a lot to take in. You don't like it? Didn't say that. I pull her in so that she's pressed against me. I just wasn't planning on spending my evening fending off other men. Guess I'll have to do that now. She smiles. I wanted to look nice for you, she admits. We've never done this before. You always look nice for me, baby, I say. Well, I wanted to look very nice for you, she says, pressing a kiss against my lips. And I kind of wanted to dress up, well, for me. I never do that. I'm glad you get to do that. I'm glad we're going out. Me too. And the hair, it's sexy, I love it. She lets out a breath. Thank God. Looks like Nico can still fuck Catherine, she says, teasing me about my text earlier. Abso-fucking-lutely, I say with a wink. 13. Intoxicated. Nico. Dinner is sublime. I hadn't realized how well Joe and Catherine got along. We are seated around a small round table, Catherine sandwiched between me and Joe, and the two women are laughing and joking the entire night, sipping champagne the whole time. Too much champagne, in my opinion, but I want her to have the fun night she deserves and has missed for so many years. After dinner, Joe suggests we go to Panic. I'm about to shut that idea down so that Catherine doesn't have to make up an awkward excuse, when she surprises me by squeezing my hand and nodding softly, as if she's unsure and needs a little push. As soon as she's buckled into my car, I turn to her. You sure you're up to it? I'm just drunk enough to want to go, but not drunk enough that I'll throw up all over my shoes. I laugh at her silliness. They're sexy as hell, so that would suck. It sure would. I pull up to the front of my club and the valet immediately comes to my door. I don't let the kid help Catherine out of the car. I go around and do it myself. I'm the only one who'll be touching her. And I'm also shielding her from any accidental peep shows, given that dress she's wearing. David and Joe pull up behind us in their rental, and we wait for them to get out. We walk straight to the door, Mauricio lifting the velvet rope without so much as a word. I move through the club, my fingers laced with Catherine's, to the VIP section, where Diego lifts the other velvet rope. I escort my guests to a special table off to the side where I know Catherine will be most comfortable, because it's relatively secluded, yet we can see the entire club since it's on a platform extending above the club. I signal for Jessica, one of the VIP servers, and ask for a bottle of our best champagne for the ladies and a bottle of Blue Label for myself and David. And of course, Matt, whom I texted as we were heading over. Well, look who we've got here, the better-looking twin, Joe says as she stands and hugs Matt. Why is it that these two assholes get the pretty women and me, the nicer, cooler, and better-looking one of the group, is single? He says as he lets go of Joe and then brings Catherine in for a hug, after asking for permission first, of course. Hi, Matt. Hey, beautiful. You still with the wrong brother? He says to my girl, an arm around her shoulder. Hey, man, go find your own woman, I growl. Matt leans in and I can hear him whisper to her. You're at the club. Proud of you. He plants a kiss on her cheek. I may tease them, but it makes me infinitely happy that they get along so well. Matt disliked Naomi from day one, and he's liked Catherine from the beginning.
Catherine. Matt's arm is around me, Nico is across from me, and David and Joe are whispering something loving, or naughty, to each other. Whose life is this? My heart melts at the scene around me. 4 months ago, I couldn't have dreamed this, and now I'm living it. I love these people. Really love them. My heart is so full right now it feels as if it's going to burst. After a few sips of champagne, Joe, who is in a scarlet dress so tight it looks painted on, jumps up. I love this song. Come on, David. She pulls him over to the dance floor. Matt leaves to take care of something on the other side of the bar, and I'm alone in the booth with Nico, who is sitting with a cigar in one hand and a tumbler of amber liquid in the other, looking so damn sexy and dangerous.
You drunk, baby?
He asks, indicating the flute with a nod of his chin. I put the flute on the table and slide closer to him. He puts a cigar and drink down and wraps an arm around my waist. Drunk enough to want to say something to you, but not drunk enough that it won't count.
What do you want to say to me, Corazon?
He tucks some stray hair behind my ear, and his thumb strokes my cheek. I've decided I'm going to let myself fall in love with you, I say. His smile fades. He brings his other hand to my cheek, those emerald eyes looking intently at me.
Then you need to catch up, baby. Because I'm already in love with you.
What? Are you drunk?
Drunk enough that I want to make love to you, on this table, right now. But not drunk enough to actually try it.
I laugh and throw myself on him. One hand holds me tightly against him, while the other one grabs his phone.
1 second,
he says as he ferociously types something into his phone. Geez, so not the right time to be texting.
Come on,
he says at last and helps me up. He pushes the table back a little so that we have more space. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but I don't question it. Suddenly the fast-paced dance music stops mid-song, and the DJ comes on the speakers.
A special request,
the DJ says. The strobe lights stop and the overall lighting dims, and then a familiar song that does not at all belong in a modern dance club starts playing. People look confused for a moment, as do I until I recognize the song. Just Breathe by Pearl Jam.
Just breathe,
he tells me, because I've stopped breathing. He brings his lips to mine and whispers,
I love you, Corazon.
A big lump forms in the back of my throat. This was our first date song. The one you played in my house when we pretended to be on a date. He pulls me close, my head to his chest.
And here we are. Not pretending.
He says, it is the best night of my life, and I don't know how things could ever get better than this. I'm falling in love with the man who saved me from myself. Life is great. What more can I ask for? In the last few months, I've been having great sex on a regular basis, and by that I mean all the time, multiple times a day. Every day, Nico shows me how much he loves me, by just being there with me. I look around my tiny apartment, which seems cluttered, since he's practically living here. Based on the neatness of his own apartment, I know what a neat freak he is, so I'm sure he isn't comfortable with his suits and clothes squished in a corner. Even though I've tried to make room, his stuff is everywhere, and my tidy little apartment is a mess. I talk to Jo every day since she left to go back to Paris almost 2 weeks ago. She's become such a good friend, and it feels like I've known her forever. She keeps hounding me about the wedding, which is in 2 weeks. Nico has mentioned it a few times too, but when he sees me getting all worked up, he just drops it. Jo, though, she doesn't drop it, not at all. She's practically begging. She's even said she'd send me a bag of Valium and Xanax if it would get me on the plane. Yesterday, she threatened to shoot me with a tranquilizer gun. Even though I've gotten so much better, there's still one thing left to conquer. The damn elevator. Climbing all those stairs in Nico's building is a pain in the ass, and that's why Nico has essentially moved in. I love it, but I know he's uncomfortable since it's so small compared to his. So today, I've decided. I'm going to finally overcome the elevator fear. Every day I've tried, but I have so much anxiety over it, I turn back around and take the stairs or run back into my apartment. Do one thing that scares you every day, I say to myself as I walk to the elevator. It's been months since I started to leave my house, and even though I'm feeling great and the anxiety is down to a mere simmer, I still can't face the elevator. I keep thinking that if I can get in that stupid elevator, I can go to my sister's wedding, because nothing can be worse than being in a tiny steel box held up by a cable. If it malfunctions, either I'll plummet to my demise or I'll be stuck inside, helpless and in the dark. For weeks now, I've walked over to it every day, pressed the button, and then run back to my apartment when it dings open like it's a monster coming to get me. I know that I'm working myself up. I know what reality is, and I understand the extremely low statistical likelihood that any of the things I envision will actually happen. I'm not completely insane. But I also can't help the fear that bubbles up inside me and distorts my logic. Today, however, I woke up with a new sense of bravery and determination, and I'm going to take advantage of it. I know that the cable is made of steel, and it will not break. I know that the elevator is in working order. I know that it takes only 22.9 seconds from the time it closes on the 5th floor to the time it opens in the lobby. Still, I'm nervous. Less so than previous days, though. I dial Nico because even with everything that I know, I need someone with me.
My sweet Catherine,
he says over the music in the background. I need you. I notice the change in him even over the phone.
Wait. What? I'll be right there.
The fact that he is so quick to rush to my rescue is heartwarming, but I don't need him physically here, so I clarify quickly. No, stay there. That's not what I meant. I need you to stay on the line with me.
Okay, hold on a second. I need quiet. I can barely hear you.
I hear the music become quieter and quieter.
All right. What's going on?
If I say the safe word and tell you to call the police or firemen or whatever, just do it. No questions asked, okay?
What?
He sounds alarmed.
What the hell is going on, Catherine?
I'm getting on the elevator and I'm going to the lobby. If it gets stuck, I need you to call for help.
For fuck's sake, Catherine, you scared the fuck out of me.
He lets out a breath.
Okay, I'll wait on the phone. Or do you want to wait for me to come over? I can be there in 10 minutes and do this with you.
He says while I press the button. No, I need to do this alone. Also, what good would it do me if you're stuck in there with me?
It's not going to get stuck,
he says with a chuckle, and I can practically hear him rolling his eyes on the other end of the line. So, how's the club tonight?
I heard the ding, baby. Stop procrastinating and get inside.
I look at the open door. The elevator car looks so ominous, and now I don't know if I can do it.
Get that cute little ass in the elevator.
Never mind, I changed my mind.
No, you've never called me for this before. You're obviously feeling good about it. I'm proud as fuck of you for doing this.
As the door starts to close, I press the button again, and the closing doors reopen.
So get inside. You can do this.
Nico, I don't...
Yes, you can. Don't finish that sentence. You've done more in the last few weeks than you've done in a long time. You can absolutely do this. I know you can. Don't you want to be free?
I do. Damn it, I do. I take a step and then another one. My feet feel heavy and my heart is beating a mile a minute. I can hear that he's breathless too.
Corzon, just roll with it. Get inside.
He says softly. I'm inside.
Okay.
He exhales.
Press the L and count to 30. Nothing can go wrong that fast. You know this.
I press the button and the doors begin to close. My heart is beating hard against my chest, and I'm starting to feel lightheaded. I got this, I say, mostly to myself. I can do this. I got this.
Baby, I got you. I'm pulling you close and holding you tight. I got you.
And then the door opens. The descent was so uneventful it was almost anticlimactic. I'm elated. I did it, I say as I walk, not run, out of the elevator. I did it, Nico, I did it, I say into the phone. I wish he was here. I wish I could hug him. It's kind of monumental for me. I hear some commotion outside and the doors to my building swing open. He came. Nico takes off his helmet and looks around for a second. Our eyes meet. He drops the helmet to the floor, takes long, deliberate steps toward me, and catches me by the waist to lift me up.
I'm so fucking unbelievably proud of you, baby,
he says and kisses me silly. This is a turning point. I feel it. My heart feels it. I can't believe you came.
I can't believe I didn't get a speeding ticket.
He slowly sets me down and my hand goes to his face, brushing against his lush beard. You could have been hurt.
But I wasn't.
He brings me in close, my arms around his waist and my cheek against his chest.
I'm going to get a ticket for barking on the sidewalk, though.
You should go then.
I probably should.
He agrees.
But I'm not. Let me move Matt's bike real fast. Give me a minute.
He runs, picking up his helmet on the way out. When he comes back a few minutes later, he takes my hand.
Did you have any particular plan after you came down? Or did you want to go anywhere?
I shake my head.
How do you want to get back to your apartment?
When I look at the elevator and don't answer right away, he picks me up and throws me over his shoulder. As we head up in the elevator, he nibbles on my ass, making me laugh and squirm and, all in all, forget that I'm in the terrifying machine. Can't believe you came all the way here, Nico, I say as he sets me down inside my home.
I wanted you to remember this as a positive thing. The subway isn't a terrible thing, Catherine. It's scary because of what happened to you and the memories you have of it. Same thing with the dark and the elevators that remind you of the train. Now, I hope, when you have a negative thought about the elevator, you think of all the wonderful things I'm going to do to your body, which I hope to one day do inside an elevator.
Sounds promising.
It really does, doesn't it?
He says with a smirk. Don't you have to go back to work?
Fuck work.
He rips my t-shirt off my body. I can't believe how heated his eyes are.
After I fuck you right here against the wall, we're going home. My home. I'm fucking you on every flat surface there, and I'm not letting you go until you agree to move in with me.
What?
Shh. You're in your head.
He dips his head, takes one of my nipples in his mouth and sucks. Hard. Nico. I pant, pushing his head closer to me. He slides his hand down my jeans into my wet panties. When he can't get his big hand comfortably in, he takes it out, lets out a growl and pulls my jeans apart, sending the button flying off. Those were my favorite jeans, I complain, but my annoyance is short-lived since he's sliding my tattered jeans down my legs and turning me around. He uses his feet to spread my legs apart. At the same time, I hear him open his zipper and push his pants down. Then, from the corner of my eye, I see a suit jacket fly to the floor. With one hand, he moves my arms over my head and pins me against the door.
Need to be inside you.
He pants as he pulls my ass back a little. And then he's in. It's a weird angle since I'm not really bent over, and the cold door is pressed against my chest. Seems like Mr. Control in the bedroom is completely out of control. He'd probably say he's in charge since I'm currently being manhandled. But the fact that he can't even spare the time to take off his pants all the way tells a different story. He grunts as he slides inside me, over and over. Then he lets one of my hands go.
Do it. Touch yourself.
He demands, and I reach between myself and the door and rub my clit as he moves in and out of me, his control long gone. It doesn't take much for me to come, and I tighten around him, unable to formulate thoughts. He lets go of my hand, grabs my hips, and finishes, his nails digging into my skin and his lips on my shoulder.
Fuck, Catherine. Fuck.
We stay connected like this for a few moments. Eventually, he steps away and pulls his pants back up.
Owe you a new pair of jeans.
And panties, I add, looking at the tiny scrap of lace that somehow ended up in 2 pieces. And a t-shirt. Damn, Nico, you destroyed every article of clothing I had on.
Are we gonna pretend you give a shit about the clothes?
Yes. I need to at least pretend, dignity and all that. I say as I wink and sass my way to the bathroom to clean up. When I get back, I see he's tossed a bag on my bed.
Pack up. At least for a week.
I don't argue. I don't tell him that just because I got in an elevator twice doesn't mean I'll be able to do it again. Luckily, though, 20 minutes later, I am able to get on the elevator again. And for the next week, I'm holed up in sex bliss with Nico.
Nico. Tonight I had to call the cops twice. Not once, twice. We open our doors at 8, and things usually start getting busy around 11. At 10, with just a few early arrivals there, we had a full-on bar fight. One guy broke the other's nose while their stupid friends cheered them on. I don't know the reason for the fight, nor do I care. My staff didn't get to them fast enough, and a rogue punch clocked a third customer in the chin. Clearly, the idiot shouldn't have been standing close videotaping the fight with his phone, but still, I can't have my customers getting knocked out. So not only did I have to comp his and his friends' drinks, I had to fill out fucking paperwork for the insurance company and hope to God the moron doesn't sue. And then I called not only the cops for the dumb brawlers, but also an ambulance for the asshole who now had a broken nose and the idiot spectator who had a gash on his chin. Suffice it to say, by the time 11 rolled around, I was in a pissy mood. Then, at 1 in the morning, I found myself in the women's bathroom, the one in the far east corner of the club, with my cell phone in hand, Toro at my side dialing 911 again. This time I had a dumb-as-fuck chick trapped in the bathroom while we waited for the cops. Dumbass chick tagged Panic in her Facebook post, and her status was all about how she could be found in the bathroom for a good time. Of course, I had Toro check that shit out, and it turns out that by a good time, she meant she was sitting in a stall with a purse full of baggies. The genius didn't think that posting her whereabouts on social media would pose a problem. Neither did the line of men standing outside, waiting on their girls to buy their shit in the women's bathroom. It was a shit day. Matt's been out today, since he's going to be pulling a double load while I'm in Paris, and he wanted a few days off beforehand. So tonight I had the weight of all that on me alone. The only thing that got me through the night was the thought of Catherine in my bed. It's been a week, and she still hasn't gone back to her apartment. Also, I can't help noting that she has yet to reciprocate the I love you. I haven't said it again, and she hasn't brought it up. That's pissing me off, too. I am ready to make things more permanent. I want her to move in officially. And I want her with me in Paris. We've gone out to dinner several times. We've even gone running in the morning along the beach, which is my favorite thing to do with her. And not just because she looks fucking sexy in her tight little shorts and her sports bra, but because my woman can run. I mean, I thought I was in shape, but Catherine has speed and stamina, and the fact she's like a free bird now, running outside for the first time in too long, means that she can't be stopped. This morning, her red face, sweaty body, and heaving breaths made me unbelievably hot for her, and we barely made it back into the apartment before I was taking her on the floor. Yes, on the floor. The bed was too far. So my cock inside of her on the floor of my apartment is where my thoughts are when I leave Panic at 5 in the morning in a shitty mood. By the time I unlock the door of my apartment, my cock is straining against the zipper of my slacks. Since she keeps the bedside lamp on as well as the bathroom light, it's easy to see where I'm going. How she gets any real sleep with all this light is beyond me. Julius jumps on me as soon as he sees me, and I whisper for him to stay quiet as I gently set him on the sofa. I went to pick him up a few days ago and I declared she wasn't leaving any time soon. I take off my shoes and socks, then unbutton my shirt and lay it neatly on the couch. My pants go next. She's curled facing away from the door and I'm about to lay down next to her, but I have a better idea. I lift the covers by her feet and crawl under them. I run my hands up her legs as I slide my body between her legs. When I reach her thighs, I palm them and spread her legs. She groans, and since I can't see her face, I'm not sure whether she's awake or asleep. I don't care, though, because I'm starving, and I'm eating her pussy whether she's conscious or not. I don't waste any time. I run my nose up and down her wet lips and then spread her with my thumbs as I lick from ass to clit. She jumps off the bed with a scream. For a split second, I think it's an erotic scream, until she's standing on the bed, yanking at the covers. "Oh my God!" she yells again. What the fuck?" She's in a defensive stance, as if she's going to punch me, while I'm lying on my stomach, my face wet from her juices, looking up at her. "Nico?" "Who the fuck else would be licking your pussy?" I ask, a little taken aback by her reaction. She drops down and puts her hand to her chest. "You almost gave me a heart attack. I felt you when you started to move and I was excited until you put my mouth on me and it felt weird." She reaches for my face with both of her hands. "Where the hell's your beard?" I sit up and feel my face. Shaved it off and got a haircut before going to the club today. Joe said I had to shave it off for the wedding. Oh. She assesses me again. You look so different. You feel so different. Different bad? No, just different. But I loved your beard. I'll grow it back right after the wedding if you want. It grows in like a week, I say. Now that we've been properly reintroduced, I add, it's almost morning and I'm exhausted. Can I get back to eating your pussy so we can all go to bed? She laughs. You can just go to sleep, you know. Where would be the fun in that? I say as I push her back softly. Spread those legs for me, baby, and stop fucking around. I'm tired. I get back in position and end my horrible night doing the thing I love doing most. Catherine. 14. Smothered. Nico. I step onto the balcony at noon to find Catherine working on her laptop. Morning. She looks up and smiles. Good morning. How'd you sleep? I yawn and stretch, taking in the beautiful day. Good. You? Great, she replies, setting her laptop down. Sit, I'll bring you some coffee. You want some breakfast? I lean against the railing and smile at her. Nah, coffee's good. She goes inside and I can't help but think how content I feel. Having grown up in a nightclub surrounded by questionable people, I've never really had a normal life. This domestic tranquility feels good, and I don't ever want it to end. Waking up to Catherine and coming home to her warm body in my bed is blissful. Being with her has become easy now that she's doing more and more. Except for those times I have to push her to do something she's scared of doing, we rarely argue. I'm looking out over the beach and thinking about how perfect things are when I hear the door open behind me. With a big smile, I turn, expecting to find Catherine with my coffee. Instead, she has her arms crossed over her chest and a scowl on her face. Why do you have 2 tickets? She uncrosses her arms and waves the tickets around. Don't worry about it. I take them from her hand. Is there coffee inside? Nico, what's going on? You're lying to me. She seems both hurt and pissed. 2 expressions I don't want to see on her face. I also don't want to tell her the truth. Not yet, at least. Nico. I groan and take her hand and lead her to the chair. Don't freak out, okay? She glares at me. I bought you a ticket to Paris to come with me to the wedding. No pressure. No pressure? That's the definition of pressure. Why would you do that? I told you I couldn't go. I've been saying I can't go for months. You also said you couldn't leave your apartment. You couldn't get on an elevator. And look how well you're doing. Nico, I can't. I can't. The thought of getting into a tin tube hurtling through the sky? No. No way. Catherine, come on. You've done so well. You've been going out. You've even gone to the club. You're getting better. I think that part of your life is over. What part? The part where you couldn't leave your house. The part where you were afraid of everything. She looks at me as if I've grown a second head. Do you think I'm cured? I don't know if that would be the word I'd use, but for the most part, yes. I am not going. I can't do it. I'm not talking about this anymore. She opens the balcony door, goes inside, and slams it shut. She's not even trying. I know that once she's on the plane, she'll be fine. She's always fine in the end. It's all in her head. I go back into the apartment. That's why I wasn't going to tell you. Now you're working yourself up. I leave in 2 days. And what? You were going to drag me into the plane? Distract me with sex? I mean, really, Nico, this is not the same as getting me into an elevator or convincing me to go for a jog on the beach. Do you know what I noticed the first time I took you to the beach? I ask, because I know she wants to live life. I know she wants to go to the wedding to see her friend get married. She shakes her head. I saw joie de vivre, like Joe would say. That's what I saw.
Catherine. How could he have gotten it so wrong? Even through the triumph of having been able to have that moment on the beach, I still felt scared and lost, definitely not joyful. Wow. You think I felt joy in that moment? Yes, there was joy, but it was outweighed by fear. I was scared to death. You didn't notice how reluctant I was? How I almost ran back to the apartment? How I had to hold my breath and count to 10 in my head over and over to keep in control? Mostly what I felt was accomplishment. All I want is for my world to be bigger than my 800-square-foot apartment. Walking on the beach, coming here, maybe visiting your sister, that's enough for me. What I've been able to do so far in the last few months is enough for me. It doesn't mean I'm cured. It doesn't mean that I would now be the perfect jet-setting girlfriend of a well-known club owner. I can't be fixed. And if you can't accept that, how can this possibly work?
I hate when you say shit like that about yourself,
he says with an anger I haven't seen in a long time.
The woman I fell in love with isn't a coward.
I'm not a coward. You know that. You know how hard I've worked. But I still have limitations. Just because one wall has come down doesn't mean there aren't more in my way. I can go to a restaurant, but I can't get on a plane. I'll go for a jog outside, but I can't go boating with you in the middle of the ocean, or go skydiving, or whatever crazy and dangerous adventure you have planned next.
How can that be enough? I'm not asking you for too much, for God's sake, Catherine. Don't you want more?
You want too much. Going to the beach is not the same thing as being confined in a metal tube for 9 hours.
That's not how it will be. Once you're on the plane, you'll be fine. You always are.
He's so upset I don't know what to say to make him understand that I've been doing my best. Just because I'm doing things doesn't mean I'm cured, Nico. I'm beginning to lose my patience. I almost want to shake him to make him understand. I struggle. Every time I get into that elevator, I feel like I'm going to pass out.
What?
I don't tell you, because I don't want you to be ashamed, but I struggle. I'm not cured. Far from it. That's why I can't go. Please, don't push me, I say angrily. This is the angriest I've ever been with him.
I have to push you,
he yells back.
If I hadn't pushed you, you wouldn't have made so much progress. You want to go a month without seeing me? Because that's about how long I'll be gone.
You're going to be gone for an entire month? Why didn't I know this?
Because you change the subject every time I bring up Paris. I have some work I have to do, and I wanted you to go with me. See Paris. Go to the wedding.
I can't believe it, I say, feeling both disheartened and infuriated. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me, but you can't expect me to go from being afraid of my own shadow to going out every night and getting in a damn airplane for hours to go to an unfamiliar city. And then go to a wedding with a lot of people I don't know, Nico? And then, I say, my voice getting louder and louder, to stay in a foreign country for a month? It's too much. I don't want to go a month without you, but I don't want all the progress I've made to get shot to hell by having a huge relapse because I'm not ready to try this. Running his hand through his hair, he steps back from me and softens his tone.
I have to go to the wedding.
I know. I'm not stopping you.
But you're my girlfriend. I want you there. I need you there.
He's not even yelling anymore, which makes it worse somehow. It's the hurt in his eyes that's shredding me. I can't go, I say slowly. He's not getting it. You're pushing me too far, Nico. I'll end up scared and unable to leave my house again.
You're not even trying.
How can you say that? Was this your plan all along? To trick me onto a plane?
It's not that you can't go. It's that you won't go.
His eyes are not on mine. It's as if he can't even stand to look at me.
Catherine, you know how I feel about you. I haven't kept it a secret. I've steamrolled myself into your life with the hopes that we were building something together. Until now, it's worked because I thought we wanted the same thing. A future.
He reaches for his beard out of habit. It's what he does when he's frustrated.
Catherine, I'm not going to live my life in a sardine can. I can't. That small apartment of yours can't be the totality of our life together. Maybe it works for you, but my parameters can't be a mile around your apartment. You need to become a functioning member of society again. I've done everything you've needed. Now, I'm asking you to do this for me.
He pleads. It's the first time I've seen this side of him.
I'm asking you. No, begging you. Please, come with me. Once you get on the plane, you'll be fine.
Tears stream down my face. I want so badly to do what he asks, but I can't. The thought of getting on a plane makes me break out in a cold sweat. I can't. It's a mere whisper, but it may as well be a scream. The fact that you don't see that, it means you don't even know me. Not really. I don't know how this thing between us is going to work if you can't accept me as I am. He shakes his head and opens the door. You pull me close, and then you push me away, Catherine. One day, you're going to wake up and have a mountain of regrets piled up in your tiny little apartment. I can't erase the past for you. It's always going to be there. But if you just let me, I could help make the future better, he says, his hand squeezing the back of his neck. You know, I haven't failed to notice that you haven't told me you love me. You're so scared of everything. You won't even let yourself fall in love. It's not just about the plane, it's everything. Shit happens, Catherine. Bad shit can happen to anyone, anywhere, and no one can control it. You can choose to get on the plane with me, no matter how hard it is, and let whatever happens happen. Or you can stay here and wall yourself up again. I'm sorry, Nico. I wish I could. But I can't. Looking disillusioned, he lands his final blow. What I loved most about you was your determination and courage. This weak person. He shakes his head sadly. I'm really disappointed in you, Corazon. Then he closes the door and leaves me alone in his apartment. He doesn't even slam it. The words hit me right in the chest. Tequila. I quietly sob at the door, collapsing onto the floor. You always remember the last thing you say to a person. You obsess about it over and over again. What if I'd said something different? Maybe things wouldn't have played out the way they did. Every day, every single day, I hear my mother saying, "Love you always, my heart." And then her heart stopped beating, and so did mine for 13 years. I'm disappointed in you, Corazon. Those words cut me deeper than any other words ever could. After I've stopped crying, I pack up my bags and my cat, pull up my Uber app and go home. He obviously doesn't want to see me. He's upset enough to leave his own apartment for Christ's sake. Falling in love with Nico was unexpected. It's the scariest thing I've ever done. All my anxiety and panic, according to the doctors, stem from my fear of losing control. It's why I'm so afraid of admitting out loud that I'm in love with Nico. I've known it for some time, but saying the words out loud somehow makes it real. Because if I admit that I'm in love with Nico, he has my heart. He has all the control. He has the ability to destroy me. If something happened to him, my world would end. And now that he's gone, I realize that whether the words have been said or not, it's too late. I'm so deeply in love with Nico that I can't crawl my way out. As soon as I get home, I get into bed and cry until there's no more tears left. Even shattered and brokenhearted, I refuse to regress. It's been 2 days and I haven't heard a word from Nico, but I continue to leave my apartment at least for a jog in the mornings. I know he's in France, because I saw the date and time on the tickets. He's right about my regrets. I knew then, and I know now that I would regret not going. But that wouldn't have made it any less difficult for me to get my ass on that airplane. Earlier today I Skyped with Jo. She's amped about her upcoming nuptials. I don't know what Nico told her about us, but she didn't mention knowing that anything other than my hang-ups was the reason I won't be attending her wedding. Glowing with excitement, she tells me all about the upcoming ceremony and then more candidly and explicitly how excited she is about the honeymoon, including showing me every piece of lingerie she's bought. "Wish you had made it, mon cher," she says. "Me too, Jo, me too." "You'll try it, right?" Her eyes peer at me through the screen. Did I try? Did I really? Now I'm questioning myself and all of my decisions. It's part of the guilt and regret consuming me. I swallow through the lump in my throat and nod. I tried. That's all I can ask for. Call me after your honeymoon. Love you, my beautiful friend. Je t'aime, mon ami, she says before hanging up. I say a silent prayer, thanking God for bringing Jo into my life. At least I made a good friend from my failed relationship with Nico. 2 days later, and I've barely slept. I'm trying hard not to think of my handsome, sexy Nico in a tuxedo, looking dashing in a room full of French bridesmaids, but I fail miserably. I'm also trying not to think about what exactly happens after he comes back. Are we really done? I think we're really done. And the hole in my heart is so deep and cavernous that I won't ever recover. But I have to try. As I'm getting dressed to go for a jog outside, Matt calls to check in on me. He's another person I'm grateful to have met. He's called me a few times, but he hasn't mentioned Nico, and I haven't asked. My heart hurts. It's breaking, and I can't stop crying. I'm mad at myself for not getting on the damn airplane, for not letting him know how I felt, for just being weak. But even though I couldn't get on the plane, I can still be a functioning member of society. Whether he speaks to me or not, whether I can ever get on a plane or not, I don't plan on retreating back to being afraid of everything. After my long, exhausting jog, I sit on the balcony licking my wounds with a cup of tea. It's a hot and humid Friday evening in November. Surprisingly, it hasn't rained all day, but the sky is dreary and overcast, so I decide to come inside. The television is on, and I sit back on the couch, my knees to my chest, sipping my tea. Then I see something that changes my life forever. They say there are moments in your life that define you. September 11th defined me. I lost my mother, and I lost myself that day. Meeting Nico didn't define me. It was a monumental moment in my life, but not a defining one. Because although I did want to change, I never truly pushed my limits. I certainly tried, but when it got hard, I retreated. The fear still loomed in the background, like white noise, never going away. Until today. Today is a defining moment. Terrorists attack Paris, is the headline. 6 attacks in Paris. Over 100 dead.
15. Apprehension. Nico. 2 hours earlier. Yesterday was the wedding. Seeing Joe and David so madly in love was, quite frankly, getting on my last nerve. I suppose it was a beautiful wedding, or at least I would have appreciated it more if I hadn't spent half the time biting back my irritability and the other half trying to fend off a couple of bridesmaids. I smiled and laughed when I was supposed to, and when no one was looking, I shot back whiskey to soften my sour mood. Now it's 8:30 at night. I've barely gotten over the hangover from last night, and I'm headed to a death metal concert with the newlyweds. If I hadn't promised David I'd go with him, I'd be in my hotel room moping around thinking of all the reasons I'm still mad at Catherine. She should have been here with me, at the wedding. "You better not be a party pooper again tonight," Joe says as she steps out of the cab. "I was not a party pooper last night," I respond incredulously. "Really? Who do you think you're fooling?" David chimes in as we walk into the venue. I can already hear the loud, distorted guitar sound, and my headache intensifies. "Whatever, man." "Why don't you just go back to Catherine? Your heart is not in Paris, Nick," Joe says. "Oh, here we go. You going to be talking about hearts and shit all night?" I say as Joe and David kiss while holding hands and practically skipping. Barf. "Hearts and shit. No wonder she left you," David says. "She did not leave me, and stop talking about it. Let's just go inside and get this over with." "That's the spirit," David laughs. He talks to some big bouncer dude at the front who escorts us right inside. The hall is packed, and everyone is dancing and jumping wildly as the band plays. Everyone looks young and fresh, and I feel old and tired. David is looking for a very specific sound for a series of concerts in his new clubs, and he thinks these guys would be perfect. "Be right back. Going to find their manager. Let him know we're here. Take care of my wife," David says to me. I put an arm around Joe and smirk. "Like she was my own," I taunt him. David glowers at me and Joe laughs and blows him a kiss. We can't hear each other over the music, so we don't even try to talk. I take her hand and lead her to the side, where we can lean against the wall and listen to the music while we wait for David. In her short dress and high heels, Joe jumps up and down to the music, and her hair hits my face every time she spins. A few times she turns and takes my hand, but when I don't dance, she finally gives up trying. I'm looking around thinking what a stupid motherfucker I am. There's no way Catherine is ready to be in a place like this. Loud, dark, smoky, and so crowded I can barely move. She's made tremendous progress, but this is an altogether different level. I remember how broken she looked the day I pushed her to go outside the apartment before she was ready, and I realize I never want to see her that way again. As I'm thinking of all the stupid decisions I've made in the last week, I hear a startling noise, almost like firecrackers. I look around and Jo turns to look at me, her brow furrowed. She shrugs and turns back to the stage. People are still looking around confusedly when the noise happens again. There are flashes of lights all around. Gunshots. What the hell is going on? Before I have a chance to grab Jo and run, she slumps over and falls. I catch her right before she hits the floor. I think she screams, but I can't hear over all the noise around me. The band stops playing, and people begin to scream and run. I drag Jo back to a corner, partially hidden behind a beam. I don't know what is happening. Is this a lone gunman, or are there multiple shooters? Is it over or just beginning? My mind reels when I notice that Jo is holding the side of her stomach and the side of her face, blood seeping out from between her fingers. Fuck, Jo, hold on, honey, I say, placing my hand over hers by her belly, blood wetting my own hand. Then I move the one by her face and try not to flinch at the sight. It looks like a bullet grazed her face from the corner of her lip diagonally to her ear. It's not bleeding as much as her side, but it looks bad. Horribly bad. David, she screams and tries to get up, but I push her back down. Jo, Jesus, don't fucking move, I yell at her and put more pressure on the wound on her side. I place her own hand back on her cheek. Put pressure on this. Then the sound of automatic gunfire gets closer. Shh, I say, and put my bloodied hand over her mouth. Fucking Jesus Christ, we're being shot at. I take a moment to look around and see bodies lying lifeless on the ground all around us. My blood runs cold. Fuck, we're going to die here. For a brief moment, that's all I can think, as fear envelops my body. I don't want to die. My thoughts drift to Catherine, and I think of the shitty way we ended it. Her big fucking eyes, full of hurt and anger. I bailed on my woman when shit got tough, just like Naomi did to me. I'm holding on to that pain as I hear the shooting come nearer. I close my eyes tight, knowing that there's more than one gunman and that the odds of walking away unharmed are slim to none. I need to get back to Miami, to Catherine, and make things right. This will not be the way things end between us. And I don't want Jo to die. She can't fucking die. She just got married, and her new husband, my best friend, wouldn't survive a day without her. He told me to take care of his wife, and although I know this is not my fault, I can't fail him. You have to find David, she sobs, her skin growing paler and colder. As utter panic sets in, I carefully and quietly move her further back and lie to her. David's fine. You hear me? He sent me a text. He's scared you're not okay, so you need to be quiet and stop moving. He's fine, she says in a weak whisper. It's not true. Not at all. I don't even know where my phone is right now, and I'm not going to chance attracting the shooter's attention by making any noise. Suddenly, I sense more than hear a bullet whiz just over my head. Sweat trickles down my back, and I feel an all-consuming terror that is almost paralyzing. Except I can't succumb to it, because if I do, Jo may not survive. I may not survive. I push her lower to the ground and flatten myself next to her. A gunman is shuffling around nearby. Faintly, I can hear crying and screaming from other parts of the club. Pieces of broken glass dig into my knees and into the one palm that I'm using to balance myself. The other one is still pressing against Jo's wound. And her face. I can't look at her without staring at the gash that mars her beautiful face. You have to close your eyes and be still. Be quiet, I whisper in her ear, thinking that the only way we might survive this is if the lunatics think they already killed us. Getting up and running is not currently an option. Her body is shaking, and there's just so much blood. Nick, Jo says, trembling. It hurts. Her big brown eyes look at me with fear like I've never seen. She knows she's losing blood in large amounts, and if she doesn't get help soon, she will not survive. Plus, we don't know what the fuck is going on. It may as well be the apocalypse with all the blood I see pooled around from others who've been shot. She's shaking almost violently now, and I pull her close and hold her. Honey, listen to me. You have to be strong. David needs you. But the shooter is coming. Be quiet. Don't move. I'm scared. I know, but I'm here. Be brave, I say, getting really close to her and shifting so that my body is shielding her from whatever is coming our way.
Catherine. My hands tremble so much that I miss the coffee table, and the mug crashes to the floor, tea spilling everywhere. I step over the table, kneel in front of the television, and turn up the volume. When I see where the attacks happened, I think it is possible for a heart to literally break. I dial Nico. I dial him again. And again. And again. One time after the other for 10 minutes. It just rings and rings, and while I wait, I pray that nothing has happened to him. That he is not one of the unfortunate souls. Then I call David and Joe, over and over again. But there's no answer. Then I call Matt. I hear the music from the club in the background. Matt, did you see the news? What? He says over the phone. The news. Did you see it?
I can't hear you, Katie. Let me call you right back from the office.
I try Nico again, and when he doesn't answer, I don't wait. I act. I look through my files for my passport, stuff it in my purse, and leave. Thinking of his last words to me. I'm really disappointed in you, Corazon. I send a text and hope to God he gets it. He may not know what I mean, but I don't care, I send it anyway. Those will not be the last words you say to me, Nico. I have a lot of things I need to say to you, but above all, I need you to know that I'm not a coward, and that I love you. Please call me.
What's up?
Matt says when he calls back. Turn on the news. Call me back. I say as I hightail it to the airport. The only thing on my mind is getting to Nico. As I park my car, my phone rings again. I close my eyes, willing it to be Nico, but it's Matt instead.
Oh my God. Please tell me you spoke with Nick. He's not answering.
No. I know I'm yelling, but I can't control my nerves. I'm trembling outright at the moment. Matt. Oh God, Matt, he was there. They were going to that club. What if he... I can't even think of the words.
I'm closing Panic. Where are you?
Just parked at the airport.
Airport?
I hear him shuffling around, and before I answer, he says,
Okay, good. I'll meet you there. Get me a ticket. Pay you back.
He says, then hangs up. Hitching my purse high on my shoulder, I navigate through the airport until I find a ticket counter. I'm nervous about getting on a plane, but that worry is somewhere in the back of my mind, nearly completely eclipsed by my concern for Nico, and the adrenaline pumping through my body. I'm trembling so much at the counter that the woman who takes my credit card asks me if I'm okay. The only thing she's able to get me is 2 standby seats. I nod and swallow hard, wiping my hands against my pants a few times, fighting back nausea. I sit, my leg bobbing up and down, waiting for Matt to arrive. 30 minutes later, Matt runs in, and I explain how we have to wait. The next flight is in an hour, and I hope to God we can get seats on it. Matt keeps squeezing the back of his neck.
I want to keep calling him, but at the same time, I'm afraid that he may be trying to call us, and I'm tying up the line.
I know. I feel the same, and Joe and David aren't answering either. We sit in silence for a while. I have my eyes closed and am counting to 10 over and over again. At last, he asks,
Katie, how are you feeling? Are you really going to get on the plane?
I'm getting more and more scared. I think I was propelled by the urgency and adrenaline, but now that I'm sitting here and waiting, my mind is going crazy. I admit, biting my nails. I don't know if I can do this. I swallow back tears.
I can go. You can stay if you want. I'll let you know what's going on as soon as I know something. Hell, you'll probably know more than I will by the time I land.
No, I want to go. I think I can do it. I have my meds. Even to myself, I know I sound unsure. But I'm not going to let my fears conquer my need to get to Nico. Matt is pacing the airport waiting area, like a caged lion. We both resolve not to call Nico, Joe or David again. But then we can't help but pick up the phone and call. Soon we find that we won't be able to get on the flight we were hoping to catch. Now we're going on 3.5 hours at the airport with absolutely no news except what the televisions are reporting about the horrific events in Paris, which is just fueling our panic. I'm on Facebook going through their activated safety check to see if by any chance I'm able to locate Nico or Joe or David. But I'm not having any luck, and I don't know what else to do. No matter what the distraction, my anxiety disorder always looms in the background. Even when I think I'm going to overcome it, bam, it consumes me, head to toe. When I find myself in the public bathroom throwing up, I decide I have to calm down or they will not let me on the plane. I throw some cold water on my face, close my eyes and count to 10 twice. I'm blotting my face with a paper towel when my phone rings. My hands are shaking so uncontrollably with worry for Nico and fear of getting on the plane that I have to dump my purse on the counter to locate the ringing phone. I swipe to accept the call. Hello?
Catherine, it's me.
Nico says, a lot of noise in the background. My knees give way at the sound of his voice. Nico, oh my God, are you okay? Where are you? I'm throwing everything that has fallen to the floor back inside my purse as I talk. A warm sense of relief creeps from my toes up my body, exploding in my chest. He's alive, everything else I can deal with.
It's bad,
is all he says. But you're okay? He doesn't speak for a moment, and I have to will myself not to pass out. Nico?
Yeah, I'm fine. Joe? She's not good. She was shot. I'm in the hospital with her now. Catherine, I don't know if she'll...
He doesn't finish the sentence. I'm afraid to ask. And David?
I don't know, Catherine. I haven't heard from him.
I don't know what to say. There isn't anything to say. We're in the airport, Matt and I. We're trying to get to...
No, stay home. Don't come here. I don't know what's happening here.
No, Nico, I already got the ticket. I need to see you myself with my own eyes. Are you hurt at all?
I'm fine. Stay there, both of you.
He says it sternly.
I just called to tell you I'm okay. I lost my phone. I borrowed this one from some guy.
Nico!
Don't make me say it again. Stay there. Both of you. I'll call you when I can. I can't worry about you getting here now.
As I'm about to tell him I love him, the call disconnects.
Nico. After I hang up with Catherine, I call David's phone again, but there's still no answer. I hand the phone back to the man who lent it to me and continue to pace the hospital waiting room, which is packed full of people, bloodied and terrified. Witnesses, victims, family members. Running my hand down my face, I grab for my beard, which is no longer there. Dried blood is caked under my fingernails, even after washing my hands several times, and I have blood all over my shirt. Shaking, I go to the bathroom and scrub my hands again. Will this blood ever come out? I hang my head, my hands gripping the sink, and I feel like I'm losing my mind. I don't know what to do. Do I stay here and wait, or do I go back and look for David? Last I heard, Joe had been taken to surgery, but no one seems to be able to give me any more information. And I know that going back to the music venue will be a futile effort, since they won't let me close to the scene. But just standing here doing nothing is driving me insane. God, what must have Catherine felt all those years ago? Now that I've had a glimpse, my heart breaks all over again for her. Back in the waiting room, mothers, fathers, husbands, and wives are notified about their loved ones, and I see some of them break down, a depth of sorrow the likes of which I've never known. A man falls to the floor wailing, a sound so heart-wrenching that my own eyes fill with tears. He fists his hand and slams it on the linoleum floor and screams as others try to comfort him. My God, I can feel his pain in my gut and deep in my soul. If I lost Catherine, I would not survive. I would be destroyed. I go looking for the man who let me use his phone earlier. He's still sitting in the waiting room, and I ask him for his cell phone one more time. He gladly lends it to me. Hello? It's me again, I respond. Nico, any news on David or Joe? No, not yet, I say. Catherine, I'm so sorry about the way I left, about the way I was short earlier, about everything. I had to call back and just tell you, no, don't apologize. Don't say anything else. Don't worry about me. I need you to get back to me, okay? She's sobbing into the phone. Okay, Nico? You get back to me safely. With a big lump in my throat, I nod. Nico. Okay. Call me when you know something about Joe or David. We'll be fine, you and I. I'm here waiting for you. Just keep remembering that. I will. I clear my throat and run a hand down my face. I love you, Catherine. Nico, I quickly cut her off. Don't say it. Tell me when you see me, not like this, not over the phone. Then come back to me so I can tell you, she says. I end the call, then fruitlessly dial David one last time before returning the phone to its owner. It's hours later. So many I've lost count. Joe's now out of surgery, but still no David. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to say to her if she's awake. As I'm about to walk back to the ICU, I hear a commotion and see David running toward me. He's bloodied and looks completely frantic. I rush to David as his eyes meet mine. You're okay? He says. Yes, where have you been? I was going crazy. In another hospital. Nurse outside said Joe was in surgery and just got out. Yeah, I was about to go see her. You go, I'll wait here, I say, giving them their privacy, relieved that David has survived. An hour later, I'm walking into the ICU to finally see Joe. David meets me at the door to her room and tells me that the doctors are hopeful she'll pull through. They were able to stop the bleeding and there were no major organs damaged. You look like shit, Nikki, Joe says in a weak and raspy voice as I walk in. Half of her face is bandaged. We can't all look as beautiful as you, Joe, I say, reaching for her hand, which has an IV inserted. She also has an oxygen cannula in her nose, and there's a ton of machines beeping behind her. Tears start falling from her eyes. No, don't cry, please, I say. Sweetheart, please, David says from the other side. Don't cry. I look at my friend, still feeling relief that he's alive. He'd been trapped in a bathroom with 5 other people, he explained. As soon as it was clear, he raced out to look for me and Joe. When he finally found us at the hospital, he was a wreck from not knowing if we'd survived. She touches her bandaged face and winces. I don't know if it's because of pain or because she's worried about the horrible scar that might result. The wound was so big and messy, I don't know how it won't leave a scar. She takes a deep breath and tries to school her emotions. You saved my life, Nikki. I wave my hand, not wanting to hear this, but I see more tears come out of the corner of her eye. David swipes them away and looks at me. You were my friend before, but now... He shakes his head. I couldn't have asked for a better brother. It was nothing more than... I begin. It was everything, David interrupts. Joe told me. You held her, you carried her out, you fucking shielded her. Just following directions, I say, squeezing his shoulder. You told me to take care of your wife. You'll never know. Stop, no. He stands and puts both hands on my shoulder. You'll never know what you did. You saved my wife. Love you, man. I swallow down a lump and give him a nod, not able to say anything else, not sure if anything else is even necessary. Catherine, Joe whispers, her voice hardly audible. We want you to go home, Nick. David clears his throat. Go back to your woman. Tell her you love her. Beg if you have to. Forget all the other bullshit. If there's something to be learned from this, it's that life is too short. I'll go, but only after I know you two are okay. We're fine. He looks at his still weak wife. We'll be fine. I'm buying you a ticket, he says, pulling out his phone. No, man, I got it. I'll go. You sure you two will be okay? I feel like I need to stay. You don't. We have a lot of recovery to do, but we'll deal. I know you're dying to get home. Go. I can't argue with him because the truth is I want to go home. I need to go home. Call Catherine or Matt if anything changes or if you need anything. I'll get a new phone when I land. Got it. Don't worry, man. I reach for Joe and kiss her forehead. You were so brave, Joe. Real fucking brave. Her eyes well up again, and she just squeezes my hand. I give David a man hug before exiting the hospital and going to the hotel to shower. Then I get on a plane to go see my Catherine. 16. Relief. Nico. Nearly 24 hours later, I'm finally on a flight home. After giving a detailed statement to the cops, which took forever, I had to wait on standby for nearly 18 hours. I quickly call Catherine from a payphone, letting her know that Joe and David are okay, and hop on. I can barely sit still, which is likely driving the person seated next to me insane, but I can't wait to get home. As soon as we land, I grab my carry-on and can't get off the plane fast enough. My heart skips when I finally find Catherine. Her eyes are wide, as if she's seeing a ghost. The moment she sees me, she runs at full speed and jumps on me, her legs wrapping around my waist and her arms around my neck. "Nico, oh God, Nico." She's sobbing hysterically, and my eyes are wet too. I'm okay, I assure her as I hold her tightly against me. God, Catherine, I'm so fucking happy to see you. I wasn't sure if I'd see you again. She slides down my body and I take her in. That thick hair, warm smile, and toned body all belong to me, and I can't believe I'm finally back. I've lived through hell since the last time I saw her, which feels like years, not weeks. Not caring that we're in the airport, I take her hand and pull her to the nearest corner, press her against a wall, and attack her lips like a crazed man. There's something to be said about thinking you're going to die. Once you survive, you don't want to waste a single goddamn moment on unimportant bullshit, and right now I don't want to waste another second without having her lips on mine. Pressing her harder against the wall, her lips part and my tongue slides into her mouth, and her hands fist my hair with such intensity, my scalp prickles with pain. "Oh God, I missed you so much," she says as my lips move down her neck. "You've got no idea, baby," I say, my hands pulling her hips against me. "Maybe instead of parking the car, I should have brought it around and dropped you two off at the nearest motel." Slowly, I let go of Catherine and pull my brother into a hug. "Never been so happy to see you, Nicky." "Not ever," Matt says. "Same here, Matty." "So, about the motel?" Matt teases. Catherine pushes off the wall and shoves his shoulder playfully. "Come on, let's go home," I say, holding my woman's hand and following my brother to the car. I tell Matt I don't want to talk about the events in Paris today. I know he wants to know everything, but I just can't. Not today. I'm emotionally drained and I just need some time. Without hesitation, Catherine comes home with me, and Matt leaves shortly after. After a quick shower, I find Catherine on the balcony looking out over the water, her hand on her chest by her heart. "Are you okay?" I ask. "My heart is fluttering so hard right now." Catherine turns, cups my face, and kisses my nose, my forehead, my cheek. "My Nico," she cries. It's like all the stress was being held back, and now the dam has burst. She starts to sob. "I love you so much. I'm scared of how much, but I don't care, because I love you. I should have told you before you left. I should have told you months ago. If something had happened to you without you knowing how I felt about you." Squeezing her closer to me, I say, "I'm sorry I left. I'm sorry I said those things to you. I was an asshole. And most important, I'm sorry I didn't tell you repeatedly how much I love you. I should have said it every single day, even if you didn't say it back. All I want is for you to be okay, and I don't know how to make you all better, so I get frustrated and stupid. But I'm not disappointed in you or mad, not even a little bit. I don't blame you for not coming. In fact, I thank God you didn't." I take a deep breath. "I saw one of the shooters, Catherine. He didn't care. He was just shooting at us and wouldn't stop. There was so much blood. It was everywhere. I hid in a corner with Jo holding her side while she held her face. I didn't think she'd make it. I didn't think I'd make it." "Nico." "I don't know if I would have survived one more second. I don't know how you did it for so many hours." "No one was shooting at me, Nico. You can't even compare." "It's not about that, Catherine. It's about how scared I was. I didn't even know terror like that existed, and all I kept thinking about was you. I will never be able to express how glad I was that we had that fight and you weren't there. If I had to keep pressure on a gunshot wound to your stomach or your face, blood seeping out. I shake my head. I'd have lost my goddamn mind. I wipe the tears that escape her eyes. I'm just glad you're back, Nico. And you're really okay? She asks. I am, I tell her, wiping more tears from her face. Were you actually ready to get on a plane to Paris? I was. I couldn't sit at home waiting. That means so much to me, corazon. Especially now that I have a small understanding of how you felt all those years ago. I get it, I say as I hold her tight against me once again. Glad to be home, glad to be away from the nightmare of the past few days. We hug for a little while longer, and then she pulls away, looking up at me shyly and with a gleam in her eyes. Is it completely inappropriate to want you right now? Hell no. I want you too. I need you, baby. I pick her up in my arms and take her to my bedroom, where I carefully undress her and kiss every square inch of her body. She sits up on the bed and helps me strip, and I waste no time in pushing inside her. We've never had sex like this, tender and so full of emotion. And even though it's not hard and rough, it's just as intense, and it's the only way I know how to show her how much I love her and need her in my life. My hands cup her face, and we don't close our eyes, not even when the powerful orgasms rip through our bodies, and I see a tear leak out of her eye.
Catherine. We're walking hand in hand along the beach. It's been 2 weeks since Nico got back. He's been quiet since returning, and I've been trying to give him space. The depth of my feelings leaves me dizzy and short of breath sometimes. That first night back, he picked me up, carried me to his bed and made love to me so gently and reverently that he left me in tears. Neither of us spoke as he tenderly worshipped my body. We needed to reconnect in this gentle way that screamed of love and adoration. Never before had he made love to me this way, treating me as if I was made of spun glass. And he's done this almost every day since. I've been trying to give him the time and space he needs. But I miss my strong, commanding Nico. During the last 2 weeks, David has been calling and has confessed to Nico that Jo is not coping well. Yesterday I was able to Skype with her, and even though she's trying to keep her spirits up and is grateful she survived, she has several surgeries to undergo in the near future. It's hard to ignore the thick, angry red line, still held together with stitches, that starts from her lips and goes straight across her ear in a knotted mess of scar tissue. But Jo being Jo, she smiles and jokes and tries her hardest to make the best of it, even if there is a sadness behind her eyes. Since Nico came back from Paris, I've been staying at his apartment almost exclusively. Tonight I'm staring up at the ceiling, my head tucked into the crook of his arm, like it normally is when we're in bed. He just got home from Panic and he's still in his clothes, too exhausted to change just yet. Even though some days are harder than others, things have slowly started getting back to normal. Except for our sex life. We've made love every day since he's returned, but it's been different.
David feels like he failed her,
he says suddenly and out of the blue, catching me off guard. I turn around, my chin on his chest.
I'd feel the same. I'm so fucking glad you didn't come to Paris with me.
It's something he says often.
Catherine, my sweet Catherine, I would never hesitate to do whatever's necessary to keep you safe. I love you. You're it for me, and when I think of what he went through...
He closes his eyes.
I understand. I couldn't imagine a world where you weren't in it. A world where I'd thought for long, agonizing hours that you were dead. I can't stop thinking about that.
He cups my face in his hands and places a soft, lingering kiss on my lips before getting out of bed to let Julius, who's scratching at the door, out of the room. When he turns to come back, I jump out of bed and walk to him. Nico, I love how you've been so sweet and gentle with me. I get on the tips of my toes and kiss his neck. But it's not the real you. I kiss a little lower. It's not us, I say, looking up at him through his lashes. I reach down and pull my pajama shirt over my head. His jaw tightens in response, but he doesn't move. Slowly, I unbutton his shirt. He looks so sexy all dressed up. His beard is mostly grown back, although it's still prickly, and his hair is getting longer. The dark and dangerous man I met all those months ago is staring back at me. Once his shirt is unbuttoned, I run my nails down his chest, causing a low, guttural growl to reverberate through his body. I continue down, unbuttoning his black slacks and pulling them down. I'm not made of glass, I say, kneeling in front of him. Neither are you. I pull his boxers down. We're okay. We're here. We're alive. Stop thinking about all those what-ifs. I take his hard cock in my hand and lick the tip. Show me we're alive. As I'm about to take all of him in my mouth, he hoists me up by my armpits and pushes me hard against the wall. Show me, I whisper. You're alive. We're okay, he repeats to himself. He has an odd look on his face. It's as if he'd just come to that realization. He shakes his head slightly, then focuses his attention on me. His cock, wet from my saliva, is pressed against my bare belly. Ripping my panties off me, he cups my sex as he bites down on one of my nipples. Hands over your head. Stand still, he demands, and with those words, I know my man is back. Turned on by his command, I do what he says as he rubs me over and over, his finger slipping inside me. I want to hold on to him, press up against him, but I keep my hands up. He needs this, and I need this. He continues to pump his finger in and out of me, and I'm so wet I feel it drip down my thigh. His rough beard scrapes my neck and breasts as he rubs himself all over me, claiming me, owning me. Knowing we're alive, and these are the moments that really count. He lifts me up and I wrap my legs around him, my pussy sliding down his cock, my back pressed up against the wall of his bedroom. He's relentless and rough, and I love it. Tomorrow I'll have bruises on my body from where his grip was too tight or the wall too hard, but I relish them. The thought sends me spiraling into an intense orgasm, leaving me weak and limp. Fuck. This cunt loves it rough, he mutters, and grunts his orgasm into my neck as he thrusts one last time, releasing all the bottled-up emotions from the last month. I don't know which I like better, soft and sweet or rough and primal. At any rate, I'm so sated right now, I don't think I could make it to the bed if I tried. His boxers are still around his ankles as we slide down to the floor, sweaty and tangled together. I missed you, baby, he tells me. It's like he just snapped out of the zombie-like state he's been in and is seeing clearly for the first time in weeks. I missed you so much too, I say, relieved to have my man back. My eyes are glassy with unshed tears as I kiss his lips. Long moments pass before we finally disentangle and stand up. After a quick shower, he crawls into bed, tucking me close next to him. Your sister's wedding is in 2 weeks, he says. I know. You gonna be okay? He asks, running his fingers through my hair. Life's short. I'm going no matter what. Proud of you, Corson. I've always known that my fears were not real. I can reason that out. I guess that the shock of everything that's happened put things into a different perspective. I pull his head down and kiss him. I don't want to go back to my apartment, by the way. Okay. Stay with me then. I look up at him to see that his brow is furrowed, and he adds, Everything okay? I nod. That place, it was a crutch. It made me feel safe, but it was all an illusion because I was living this ridiculous life where I was not really living. I'm living now, Nico, with you. You made me see light. You colored my world. You filled it with music and laughter. You filled it with fears by forcing me to do things outside my comfort zone, but you also filled it with a sense that I'd be safe, that I'd come back to the other side. So I'm not going back in there. Or in here, I say, pointing to my head. Did it take this atrocious event for you to realize that? How do I explain what I felt? How I feel? Since I met you, my heart rate gets fast and I tremble every time you get close. Sometimes I even feel my chest ache and I'm dizzy and faint. I'm continually either short of breath or hyperventilating because you can be so affectionate and sweet that it's disconcerting. Sometimes you confuse me. Other times you leave me speechless. I feel intoxicated sometimes, and sometimes I'm left in a state of distress and I don't know what to do.
Sounds like a panic attack,
he comments. Sounds like love, I say quickly. Because it's scary. Giving up control, putting your heart into someone else's hands, that's scary. But I'm gonna roll with it anyway.
I'm glad you made that decision.
He smiles.
So, did you just decide we're moving in together?
I think I did. You're going to roll with it, yes? He laughs.
Absolutely. I'll roll with it.
Sometimes that might not work, though. And when it doesn't, you pull me close and hold me tight, and I'll be okay. Nico does just that. He pulls me against his body, holds me tightly, and whispers,
Te amo por siempre, mi corazón.
I hope that every day, until my last breath, my evening ends with those special words. Things aren't all roses. I do, after all, have a mental health condition. There are days when I'm nervous. There are days when it takes a Herculean effort to stay in a public place. There are times when I refuse to get in an elevator. But I do what I promised myself I would do. I roll with it. I let the fear in and I do it anyway, and when I can't, Nico always pulls me close and holds me tight. My illness does not define me. I define me. Epilogue. Catherine. Wasn't sure you'd make it, Rose says as she plops down into the chair next to me. Her stunningly beautiful white dress is flawless and she's absolutely glowing. I love my sister, and now that I'm doing better, I vow to go visit her more often. I wouldn't miss my sister's wedding. You would, she says with a raised eyebrow. Did you get yourself some help, or is that scary-looking man you brought with you who made you all better? She looks across the dance floor at Nico, who's at the bar getting us a drink. My mouth is open. You knew? Katie, I may not be the bright sister, but I'm not dense. Why didn't you ever say anything? You've been through so much. I didn't want to make it worse or make you uncomfortable. I also didn't know how bad it was. All I knew is you didn't leave your apartment often. That's an understatement. But you're here now, and I've never seen you so at ease. Nico and I are moving in together. Wow, so it was the guy. No, it wasn't the guy, it was me. He just gave me the nudge I needed. Maybe when I come back from my honeymoon, you'll tell me all about it. I promise. We can even meet at your house for a change, I say, feeling fairly confident. Love you, sis. Love you too, I reply. She kisses the top of my head and then walks toward the bar. She says something to Nico, who looks over his shoulder at me. They both smile at me, and a few minutes later, Nico is sitting in the chair where my sister sat. I reach for his face and bury my fingers in his beard. I'm glad the beard's back.
I noticed,
he says with a smile.
You want this someday?
He asks, leaning into my touch. This? A wedding? A husband? I ask, and he nods. Never thought I did, I admit. But I absolutely do. And soon. He leans in and kisses me. Gotta live life now, right? I add. We've both learned the hard way how short life can be, and we're not taking a single moment for granted. Suddenly, he shifts abruptly.
Oh my God.
He squints, looking over my shoulder.
Who's that? Do you know her?
He asks, and I turn around to see a woman in a long black gown. She's stunning, with a small waist, curves everywhere, and long red hair. No idea, I say. Are you checking out another woman?
No,
he says, surprised, his eyes darting back to me.
I know that woman, I think. Can you ask your sister, please?
How do you know her?
I think that's the chick Matt was in love with. The one who just disappeared suddenly.
Oh, shit. June, right? I say, and he nods, his eyes going back to the woman. Rose walks by our table and I stop her. Hey, Rose, who's that woman? I ask, pointing to the woman in question. Oh, that's Lynn. She used to work with Frank years ago. She's real nice. Rose beckons to the beauty, who shyly walks over. Lynn, this is my sister Katie and her boyfriend, Nick. If it wasn't for the fact that we're right by the window and the setting sun is shining on our face, I'd have missed the barely noticeable flinch. Nico stands, his face laced with confusion.
Do you have a sister? You look exactly like someone I know.
Nope, she says, smiling and reaching to shake my hand. Nico can't stop looking at her.
And you used to work with Frank?
Yes. It was years ago, though, at the accounting firm. We've just kept in touch. She finishes her drink and places the empty glass on the table. It's nice to meet you, Katie and Nico. Lovely wedding, Rose. I have to be going, she says, and then practically jogs away. Shrugging, Rose goes back to the dance floor. What was that about? I ask him.
That was so strange. She looks exactly like June, except for the red hair and the nice dress. June had short, jet black hair and usually wore very short, very tight, very revealing dresses.
I shrug. Well, they say everyone has a twin.
Yeah, I guess,
he says, and finishes his drink. He stands, holding his hand out for me. But as we're walking to the dance floor, he stops, suddenly.
She called me Nico.
Yeah? So?
Your sister introduced me as Nick.
This concludes Pull Me Close, by Sidney Halston. Narrated by Aletha George and Joe Arden. Copyright 2016, by Sidney Halston. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Sidney Halston, care of Nancy Yost Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.